Players, ladies and gentlemen, this is Flat Elected with Rand Campbell. It is April 23rd, Sunday. I hope everybody's having a good weekend. Some interesting events have happened lately. This is, I think, entitled Flat Earth, Just the Facts. And I guess we're going to go over some information today and the updates of the week and where Flat Earth is taking us, what's actually the next big step, what's bigger than Flat Earth. And we're going to put our money where our mouth is. And Brian's here. How you guys doing?
Not too bad.
Yeah, I do all right. I'm good, brother. Just living that life and giving all the glory to God, all the praise to the Lord. I had a friend pass away yesterday, so we buried him today, and that was rough. But outside of that, yeah, I just give the glory to God, and I'm keeping it flat, brother. I'm to the point now where, you know, all of these ball earthers that want to argue and complain. I've learned some seriousness in this road down this truth. And one thing I've learned, if I've learned anything, is that if you hit somebody with the truth and it upsets them, it's probably the truth. People don't like the truth anymore, do they?
Not at all.
You seen some interesting things lately, Brian?
Oh man, this whole, sorry to say it, I'm having trouble with this transgendered thing. Sorry.
Oh dear Lord, I hate that. I wish you wouldn't have brought it up. I thought we were done with that.
I'm not saying anything bad about it's the whole gay thing or not. That's not where I'm getting at. I'm just upset and seeing how today's world, you can't look at a girl and not knowing whether it's a girl or a guy. That's all. I'm sorry.
So we're in Sodom and Gomorrah.
Period. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank God I'm married. I would hate to be a young man out there today trying to find me a wife. You don't know what you're getting now. And it's going to get to the point where, you know, a guy is going to have a woman and be like, look, you know, maybe we should think about building a family, having some kids. He's going to be like, no, my name is Bob.
Right.
My birth certificate is Bob Johnson. I just go by Betty because I became a girl. And he's going to be like, oh, all right, well, I guess no kids for us. Maybe we can adopt.
That's just wrong.
It's literally going to be just like that. Hey, hon, now that we've been married a year, I was thinking maybe we should think about building a family. And she's going to go, oh, I thought you knew. My name's not Betty, it's Bob. But, you know, if you want to have kids, maybe we can adopt. He's going to be like, yeah, that'd be cool. Maybe we can adopt. All right, Bob, I mean Betty. And they're just not going to care. I mean, it's to that point. You talk to these people today, and they don't care. You say, hey, did you hear the earth is flat? They're like, yeah, I don't care. What? What do you mean you don't care? You've been lied to. You've been lied to. What do you mean you don't care? My team's playing tonight, and I'm going to go buy a new fishing rod. Why would I care about anything else? And that's literally what's happened to humanity. They don't care.
That's no joke.
Right? And it's like, you know, I attribute it to when you get your, you know, you take a father takes his son to the store, let's say he's at Walmart, and dad gets to looking at fishing gear and ball hats and, you know, things that he likes, and the little boy gets away from and ends up over the toy section. That little boy don't care that he's lost. He's looking at toys and candy and things that he enjoys, and dad's over there. Everybody's become very selfish. That's why it even says in the Bible, we you know, in the last days it'll be a time of self. People will be all self, and it's a prophecy in itself that people are taking selfies. There are more selfies taken in a day than family photos.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. Selfie.
Right? And it says that right in the Bible that we're going to be in a time of self. And there you have it. It also says in the Bible that we're going to be in a time of great information. Well, what better information are we getting in this time in history than the truth, than flat earth? I mean, flat earth, think about that. They tried to bury that. That came up 500 years ago. They buried it. but they didn't know it was a seed, and it took root, and now it's a tree. Right? In Daniel 4:11, which actually means information 4:11, right? Pick up your phone and dial 411, see what happens. You're going to get information. So Daniel 4:11, and God doesn't put verses under specific numbers accidentally, just like when Eve took a bite from the apple, it's in Genesis 3:6, 3 sixes. So when I'm talking about Daniel 4:11, it's information. God's saying, here, this is some information for you. And that verse talks about how a tree grows up in the center of the world and grows all the way up to the sky, and it can be seen from all corners of the earth. Well, that tree is the truth. It's the truth. And the tree has branches going all over the world. We are, the truth movement is the tree that is talked about in Daniel.
Yeah, I agree. Lately, I've been looking at it on, how do I say it? It's more like, I guess you'd say the end times where only a few are going to wake up, and that's what's happening. I'm hoping that more people wake up, but I don't know. It's a big thing to step through. It's a change of mind, change of view.
Yeah. Just a sec.
Yeah, Pillbox, when you come to flat Earth, that's one thing that most people don't realize, is that you literally had to change your whole point of view to see the truth. And then once you see the truth, it changes again. You know what I mean? It just over and over again. It's crazy.
Okay, my wife just told me that dinner is ready. I'm going to run downstairs for about 20 minutes to a half hour. You guys keep the talk going. Add people if you have people you want to add.
Gotcha.
Here, I'm going to give you guys controls. 1 second. Controls are going to... What the heck? Why can't I give controls? Okay.
I had trouble the other day. Don't worry about it. I guess just leave it. And I don't know.
There was an error loading your app. All right, they're not letting me have the app. At any rate, add some people if you can.
Just remember, we don't have control then.
That's all right. I don't care. We can always...
Yeah, just give me controls real quick. I'll reset.
No, he can't.
I can't. It's not allowed.
Google's messing up lately.
Nice. It'll get sniped.
Doesn't matter
We'll
what browser
restart.
you use.
We can restart.
Whatever
We'll
browser
get, I guess you get sniped. No big deal. We'll restart. What's the worst they can do?
Who cares? You know what I mean?
Yep.
All right. So add, take the link.
Gotcha.
Copy, paste.
Brian, I'm going to let Brian just add the group that he knows. Go ahead, Brian. Yeah, I don't care. I mean, whatever.
What's the matter with this group? I'm scared.
Oh, I was joking. I said you don't give somebody like me controls.
That's okay. You'll be held accountable. I'm not worried.
Yeah, I know. I'm good. Oh no, I can't add. I have no control. I'll just send out the link. I'll just send out the link.
Let's say Sean, that person.
Uh-oh, we got the ghost of Thick Shades coming through to tell us how stupid the flat Earth is. Bro, so... Yeah, I've lost a lot of friends, random. It makes things a lot nicer though. It's good it's so much easier to manage my time now. I got to be honest with you.
Well, there's that, and it's also very nice losing all those idiots. All right, I'll be back. I got to go eat. I'll be right back.
Dinner's done, man. So what's up, Pillbox?
I don't know. You tell me. Have you seen anything interesting going around the flat Earth?
Tell you the truth, I backed off for a little bit. just acquainting myself with what's been going on lately, and still doesn't look good. I don't know. People gotta stop. I don't know.
Exactly. They should all stop it. That's exactly what I tell them. I shake my finger at them too sometimes. But yeah,
Yeah.
we have it's a big mess though. And people don't realize, like, the internet is the cesspool of humanity. I think I can admit that. And it's not that it's the worst part of humanity, because the worst would be the upper echelon, the hierarchies and the elitists. I mean, obviously the worst scumbags in the world, but let me just give you an example. I think reality, observing these things right in front of you, can explain it much better. For instance, somebody like Patricia Steer, who a lot of people are angry with, and even some of my friends, say a lot of negative things about her. And it's like, okay, well, I mean, it's not like is she, saying we should crucify the Christians? Is she saying let's start the beheadings? No. Okay, well, I mean, I see 100 other people, some of them proclaiming to be Christians, going, oh my dear Lord, thank God they don't have the audience that Patricia Steer has. Because somebody like Patricia Steer is nothing compared to the hypocritical and perpetual lies I hear from the average, just idiot on the internet. So it could be much worse. People have no idea. I mean, some of these weirdos around here that expose themselves, and some of them are proclaiming to be skeptics and truthers, and you name it. I mean, there's no end. There's no certain title of people. But it's disturbing, Brian. There's a lot of sick people around us. I'll admit that I'm wrong. I thought that flat Earth was going to solve a lot more problems. And it's turned out that no, because the main problem will never change, and that's the very attack on our creator or savior. And that's what this has always been about.
Right. Well, yeah. There's a few key cores to the whole issue. That's how you want to put it.
I think if you even want to pretend to read the Bible and try to understand it, you actually have to go into it realizing if even 1% of it's true. You have to look at it through the eyes of it was inspired by our creator, or there's no point to it. It doesn't matter. So either it matters or it doesn't. If something is from just man alone, I'm not interested. That's because, well, for example, when I do preach scripture, I don't ever have to use an example from a other man. I can tell them about my eyes and what I've seen in reality. But I'm not gonna talk about somebody else's claims and say, because of man, I know that. No, it's not because of man. It's because of the Bible, and either God showed me or I experienced something that taught you a lesson. We learn from real life. We don't learn from ink on paper, ones and zeros. That's fiction. That's not reality. You got people like Flat Earth Math out there that have absolutely no knowledge because all they've ever done is math, and they wonder why they know nothing. So there's just that gap in between reality and fiction. So there's that part as well. But that doesn't just solve everybody's problem, Brian. So people have a problem with their creator. They are lustful. They want to worship themselves still. You could wake up to the shape of the earth and go, I still love myself more than everybody else, and I'm going to pretend to be a nice person. And what I'm going to do is just lie and talk badly about other people, especially, and attack Christians all the time. We can see it from a mile away. And it's every time these people, you can always, as soon as they say something about the Bible, you can go, wait a minute, what was that? And then you can ask them about it, and then they either flip out or say the dumbest thing you've ever heard, and why it's stupid, and why they want to mock and scoff and hate on Christians. And it's always Christians. You don't hear them saying it about the Muslims. Brian, I've never heard the word Muslim out of these people, unless they're talking about 9/11 attacks. I've never heard the word Muslim out of these people's mouths.
Well, there's two groups. There's two main groups. That's it. It's mainly the
Christians versus
religious side, or the
You just
atheist
nailed
side.
it. You just nailed it 100,000%. There are two sides in this world: the side of Jesus Christ and the opposition. And some people will come to him later than others, and nobody has a right to tell them that they won't ever if they don't do it now or something. So there's a lot of pressure, but that's how it goes. Oh, I hear Rand still. I'm going to go ahead and mute him just so he can be in his home with some privacy. Okay.
Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about it. Let's see here. Yeah, so I think it's a spiritual battle, Brian. It doesn't have a lot to do with anything but the Bible. If I believe parts of the Bible, well, it's either true or it's not. And that's where the battlefield is. It hasn't changed. This isn't about flat earth. This is about people themselves scoffing or hating, whether they can't come to the flat earth or they can't come to any truth. It's all the same problem. Truth is truth, and truth doesn't care where you're from. If you want to figure out what truth is, you are going to find that truth. No one is ever going to be able to stop you from finding that truth. Certainly, I hope not a person on the internet. If you are going to tell me that somebody's personality on the internet dictates where you're going to go for your future, that's your problem. If someone's a Satanist and you believe them and they are going to scoff and do the 15-year-old zeitgeist, same old BS, ridiculous fairy tale from these scoffers as they were doing 15 years ago that we've been dealing with. If you want to believe that, that's fine. That means you're not interested in the truth. So if you don't, it's a problem that solves itself, Brian. No matter
It's
where
funny,
you.
I almost went down that road.
Oh, I bet we all have, right?
Yeah, where the whole zeitgeist thing happened, and I started thinking a little differently, but then I realized that it's been how do you say it? When you have the opposition trying to take over, they're going to try to ruin what the other side is going for or whatever. They'll take control. You don't fight them, you join them. And then, you know what I mean? That whole. It's happening. Sorry, go ahead.
But I mean, that's what it is. So nothing's changed, and it's always been about the Bible. Well, isn't it amazing that this Bible is the only credible thing in history? Because when you take all these other ancient accounts, what does it do? It aligns with the Bible, whether it's a Chinese or you name it. I mean, you can't go back farther than the Middle East as far as most of our knowledge is concerned, and nobody even makes the claim that they attempt to. They'll say that, well, we found this and we think it's this old, but there's no such thing as far as actual written down historical accounts. There's nothing that even challenges the Bible, really. And in fact, the Quran is a newborn baby as far as the history of the original Torah, and even the New Testament's older than the Quran. So what is their claim? I mean, if it's all about let's go back to the beginning, why aren't we doing that? Why aren't we investigating from the beginning and seeing what's actually happened and taken place? Maybe that's been recorded, that can be confirmed or been, relatively compared to other claims throughout history. So we got a big problem on our hands right now because we're being attacked with these other psyops, like you can't believe anything. You can't, everything is nothing, is you can't, if you believe anything at all, you're crazy. So there's got to be a limit. You got to draw the line somewhere. That's the advantage for Christians, Brian, because I don't know anybody else who has a standard of truth. Christians are the only people I know that can say this is true because here's a Bible and my Creator showed me this, usually through personal experiences or understanding and reading and working with the Bible. That's all I have in life to go on. So where's anybody else's foundation of truth?
It's not around. It's foundation of truth. That's funny. I'm not laughing at it. I'm just saying, it's the way things are nowadays. It's just crazy.
Right. So what is it? Who has a foundation for truth? You know what I mean? Like if you really think about it, who has that foundation?
Well, like you were saying, you have to go back to the books, the things that I guess I can't really say much because my views on certain things are still out to they're out. I'm not one to ask that question. I believe in God and all that. Not a problem. Sorry. I got problems. Give me a second. Cats.
Right on, man. Release the kitties.
I mean, lately I've been doing a little research on, things that would be, I guess, the way we always looked at things before, which it would be laughed at. And I'm finding that the only answer there would be a supreme being, a God. He's the only one that can move mountains. And it's funny. Makes sense now.
Yeah, man. Special shout out to Teal Summers in the Hangout. I looked and glanced at that for a minute. And shout out to Knowledge Scavenger. She's one of my favorite flat earth biblical believers that I know on here. I don't know if she's in the chat yet. And thanks for stopping by. I don't know how long this is going to go. And if anybody wants to join, I think Brian has a way of giving you the link. I think you copied and pasted it, didn't you?
Yeah, in a couple spots. Do you guys want me to put it out in the chat?
Yeah, I mean, then you can add people to either one of those spots, right? I mean, well,
Yeah.
whatever. It's not if somebody asks for it, just see if anybody wants it. I'm sure,
Message me, I'll find it.
it's a beautiful Sunday. They need to spend some time with their families and take it a little bit easy today anyway, Brian. So I'm not going to pressure anybody to come in here, So, yep, but that's where we're at, Brian. We don't agree on everything. I think obviously we're at different points, but that's the thing. I'm not going to challenge your point because you're not making the claim that you are a absolute Bible believer. That's a claim that I haven't heard you make, and I don't have to have everybody make that claim, but I can tell obviously if somebody is saying, "Oh no, look at the Bible, I believe it because of this," then you automatically know that person is a Bible believer, right? It's just common
Right.
sense, and those are the people that I'm obviously aligned with, and it just kind of simplifies it for me. And that's what you'll notice, like if you talk to Paula or Rand or Rose Patton or Arcane Logos, who I admit that are literally spiritual advisors to me in a sense, the people that I look at with so much admiration because of their knowledge and abilities that they help me with, that they've done for me. I have to give them that position as far as like I do turn to people and ask, but I certainly don't mock other groups. You don't see me going after anybody else. I critique Christians.
Right.
If I critique anybody too, I don't. There's not you have your own belief system, whatever it is. I know that it's not mine, and that's that. If you don't, but if I see somebody claiming they're on my team and they're making a bad example of themselves, Brian, I have to say stop it.
Yep.
So I have to say stop it, which was what we were talking about earlier. And just like you said earlier, you wish people would stop it. Well, you're right. That's all I've ever really tried to do. I mean, look, you got nut jobs like Charles in the chat right now, claiming that all I do is interrupt everybody. Well, no, actually, that just means that people don't like being embarrassed, and because they need an excuse, they have to just say that I interrupt everyone. Everybody does that, Brian. Everybody we've ever talked to, except for maybe the ladies. Except for the nice ladies that we get. They're the only people that don't interrupt are the ladies around here, like Yvette, and I'm sorry, even Yvette, as much grief as she gets. When's the last time you've seen her, not wait her turn? These men are absolute cowards, bro. We're surrounded by so many infantile boys. It is pathetic. No wonder you got the transsexual problem in America, Brian, if you want to get them down to it.
Let's get
Dear
back into
Lord.
that. That's
Yeah, we're not getting back into that conversation. Brian already solved that earlier and said it's all gay, which was brilliant.
yeah.
Which is okay. That's the thing, though. Gay people have a right to the truth, Brian. And we have, if you'll notice, none of these Christians, Rand, Rose, Arcane, have ever turned away anybody. They open their arms. These terrible Christians open their arms to everybody as long as they are not mocked and scoffed at. They've never turned down anybody. But what other group does that? Everybody else is a snob. We don't care who you are. You're allowed in our homes.
We have an open door policy.
Right. Exactly. None of these other people do that. They're all sick, bro. We're surrounded by weirdos. We're not in good times, man. And that's why you have so many Christians thinking that we might be and times could be 30 years though. It doesn't mean that we know it's going to be tomorrow. It could be something your grandkids experience. I don't know, but it does certainly seem that we are in those times, and it's biblical.
Well, I have some older couple that I used to help out, do his computer work, stuff like that, and they were Democrats. Okay, I'm neither here nor there on the political side or anything like that. I'm just pointing something out. They were Democrats. They were Christians, and they claim that they follow the Bible, but they also want to follow the Democratic side, where on this issue, the Democrats were voting something on something for transsexuals and to make gay marriage illegal. Hey, that's your thing, that's fine. But what I'm getting at here is it's these people, this older group, they're going against the book, what they believe in, and going strictly with voting their side, which they won't look at the issues. And when you look at the issues, some of them are bad, but they'll still just vote that one side. And that's what I'm trying to get at here. It's a wrong thing. You know what I mean? It's I'm Democratic, so I'm voting all the way Democratic. Well, aren't you going to see some things here that you're going to want to change, here and there? No, I'm just voting strictly, just it was weird watching people like that say it's okay to be one way and it's not okay to be the other, but at the same time they're flip-flopping. And that's what I'm getting at here. It's crazy how people are. It's nuts.
Yeah, man, it is what it is. So I think if anybody has a right to be upset, since guess what? The Christian Bible was the original flat earth book and the most credible source of historical information ever. That might give these Christians kind of a reason why they're kind of angry, Brian. It's been so long. I mean, Knowledge Cavender's put in probably, I don't know how, I'm thinking it's decades. She might have been putting 3 decades into this stuff, and she's having to deal with people scoff at her for 30 years. I've only had to deal with it for 10 years. And I don't have much patience left. So again, look at the type of person that is, who can do this for so long and not be appreciated by so many people, actually, even though she does a better job than probably the majority of Christians that I've ever known. And she doesn't get appreciated as a whole sometimes. And that just shows you that these people don't care about anything. What people care about is getting high. People care about getting into gossip. People care about that rush, that new feeling. That's why they look for things past the Bible. The Bible's not good enough, or they have to believe in a man's thing. Like you got these, I'm stuck on an island with no news guy, like the other day. He's more interested in Spaceballs than the Bible. He claims he's a Christian, but have you seen this satellite, this Japanese satellite photo of Earth? Oh, have you seen a new Google Earth? That's how he approaches a Christian hangout. The Bible says the world is deceived, and that every man's a liar. But I have people that claim they're Christians, and they come to me, have you seen what NASA did? And that's to a Christian, basically a church. We host a Christian hangout that anybody's pretty much open to discuss the Bible mainly. And these people come to our church, our Christian group, our gathering, and they say, hey, look what man did. And look at these, these evil government rulers and our this military complex of mass murderers did with, stolen money. Isn't it great? And that's how deceived people are. So you can't tell. It's like that movie, what was it? Invasion of the Body Snatchers. I think the version with Donald Sutherland. You can't tell who's who. Yeah. Until they just start foaming at the mouth and going bananas, until they start turning into that demon. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh man, get away. It's okay. All right. See, that happened yesterday. Unexpectedly out of nowhere. It's like the movie Aliens. It's like all of a sudden something just comes out of their chest. It's like, oh my
Right.
God, you had no idea that was going to happen. It's shocking. It's disturbing. And just look at the source. Every time something like this happens, it's more often than not, there's some sort of antichrist persona. I mean, look at the guy that pretended when we were talking about the Bible yesterday and Justin's hangout, the guy started doing one of the most disgusting things I've ever been on a hangout with. I've never seen anything like that. And I'm not even going to repeat it. It doesn't matter as far as this is concerned. People will find out if they really want to know, they'll look it up. And that was a new level of sickness that I haven't seen yet. Direct. That's worse than any of the atheists have ever done to me. This guy is a supposed skeptic. This is the worst thing I've ever seen anybody do, and do it directly towards me and attack me. And then again, and then he's getting backed up. Then there's people so stupid, their brains are so slow. They're going to protect these types of actions, and
there's a responsibility.
Right.
There's a responsibility when you're a flat earther or you're even a conspiracy.
How about a human being? How about a human being?
Yeah.
Right.
I'm just getting at, there's a responsibility on stuff we're doing here. Other people are seeing, and we're supposed to be doing it correctly. If we don't do it correctly, that's going to make us look really bad. And that if that's your goal, then they're doing it. What happened last night did it. It makes it harder for us. It turns into a he said, she said. It turns it into this and that. They're pulling away the good stuff and showing you what happened last night. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, man, it's a new level. I just want people to notice. Look how many people expose themselves and turn to these animalistic. This is animalistic behavior, man. It's disturbing. And almost every time you recently, up to that point, they might have said something anti-Christ, and then somebody out of the woodwork that has said nothing, that claims they're a Christian, will just flip out and go completely bananas and help that person as well and try to back them up because they're friends or something. If there's people like that exposes themselves right away, Brian. If I care about my friend more than I care about some offensive, disgusting act that's actually considered a crime, an offensive crime.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And you think I would let my friend do that? I'd probably, we'd probably
come down real hard on him. Yes.
Yeah, you'd probably get into a fist fight with my friend if he did something like that. There's no way around it. We'd go to blows if somebody did something that offensive and disgusting. And just that it was a personal attack on me, and then you think that I should just how stupid are these fake Christians? You think that Christians are just supposed to lay down and let people talk to us that way and be that perverse? Really? I guess you don't read the Bible. These people don't know what a Christian is. These people don't even know the people that God used in the Bible. Look at them. Look how all the people that obviously God thought very highly of, even though the ones that he said were murderers, he had to use murderers sometimes. So people have no idea how God works. But the fact of the matter is that what you're doing, what your latest action is, that matters. It doesn't matter if I spent 35 years and lived a perfect life, Brian, and because I lived for 35 years and never committed a crime. Then I decided to run into the opposite lane on the highway and take out a couple of motorcycles because I hate motorcycle people, and I murdered. It doesn't matter that for the first 35 years of my life, I didn't do that, Brian. I'm responsible for what I do right now, every minute, every day. That's what we're responsible for. So for a Christian to act like that, we are so strongly deceived. Everybody around us who even pretends like they're your friends or thinks that maybe they're on your side or you can trust, you really can't. You don't know who you can trust anymore, man. The evil has been raised to a new level. There's really nothing else like it.
I'm seeing it all over, man. It's everywhere. And I was a science guy. I didn't believe in the demon side or anything like that. Anything. I'm not saying I do, but I'm just putting that out there. It's one of those, it's crazy. This world is changing. Me and my wife decided not to have another kid when we got together because of how the world is. And that's sad. That's very sad. Go ahead. Sorry.
Right. So it's a kill or be killed out there right now, Brian. So it's almost animal. It's almost just a full scale war. But again, to Christians, and as great as Flat Earth is, and it's absolutely exciting, the Christian has to realize obviously that our Creator is number one. What God wants us to do is number one. But we're not going around questioning people about essentials and things like that. If you notice, this is another big problem I have, is that all these Christians doing all these hangouts and all these things that they think are important are 1% the effect of what this topic does, right? And they ask us what difference does it make when this makes all of the differences of all of their topics combined. They wouldn't even have any of it. There would be no evolution discussion. There would be no abiogenesis debate. There would be no chromosome fusion, stupid information, pseudoscience explanations and mutations and talking to evolutionists. All that garbage is gone with this one topic, with this one fact that we are in a flat stationary plane of existence. All of those other pseudosciences go away, and you'll never see even a skeptical. You'll never see somebody who's questioning flat Earth question anybody else. I just get these questions all the time, Brian. Like, is this an essential issue? No, and it's like, and then I feel like, so when was the last time you talked about what they don't even talk about essential issue? They're off talking about stupid things, and then they come over to me and go, "Oh, well, this isn't essential." Well, Dad, did you ask the other people you were watching if that was essential? Is it essential to debate evolution all the time? Is it essential to debate the Big Bang? Is it essential to debate chromosomes and DNA and deoxyribonucleic acid and how it works? I mean, this is ridiculous. Where is that going to get? They've done this I've witnessed for 3 years, and they haven't done anything. Where's the fruit? All these thousands of hours discussing evolution with space monkeys. Take away the space. Right. Take away the space. The monkey goes with it.
That's funny. Sorry, give me a second, Bill.
It's all good. Do your thing. Looks like it's 6:07 West the Rockies right now. If anybody wants to join, let me check the chat. I'm sure most of y'all got better things to do on this lovely Sunday. Let me check real quick.
So sorry, guys. I usually watch the chat, but I haven't been watching. I apologize. Yeah, I agree. Just move on. I don't know, guys. I got on tonight mainly after watching all this stuff about the transinjured. I can't even say the word right now. You can't walk down the street and know if you're looking at a male or female. That's the problem I'm having. It's sad.
The good news is, Brian, we got some lovely ladies in the chat. We do know our lovely ladies, and they are keeping it down for us. Teal Summers and Knowledge Scavenger.
I'm sorry, Phil. I apologize.
And not only that, but I think Victoria is out there as well. So shout out to Victoria. So the ladies are holding it down. I'll say this is the best thing about Flat Earth, though, is watching the ladies just beat up men. That's got to be one of the greatest things.
Sorry, Bill.
I know you're busting my chops with that topic today. Like I said earlier, let's make sure. And I don't.
Hits me. It just hits me. I apologize.
I know, and I don't need anybody to talk about this, but I am going to make the claim that please don't tell me Raquel Welch and Kelly LeBrock are transvestites. They were of course the lovely ladies that influenced me as a very young man. When I was a young man, those were my two biggest crushes, Brian. I would hate to figure out that Kelly LeBrock or Raquel Welch was really a man. Those are two very lovely ladies. And I think we should leave. I think we're going to leave it at that. We're going to leave it at that. Lovely ladies. So we're going to get away from that LGBT community kind of topic. Unless Nadia Yvette Chambers wanted to stop by, we will wait for her because she's the expert on all of that, of course. So we'll talk about something else. I'm not the expert on that topic, Brian. You know what? It is what it is. The Bible probably talks about something very similar to promoting that type of pride and promoting that type of sexuality, because people don't realize even heterosexual sex is still disgusting in a sense if you're promoting it. If you promoted straight sex pride, that would be evil. It's not the gay problem is the problem, but it's more of the pride that's the biggest problem. It's the pride that is way worse. This pride about anything is terrible. That's why I say I take no pride. I take joy.
That's it. I'll say it real quick. It's it's the gay thing doesn't. It's not. That's not it for me. It's not it. It's just that it's false advertising for other people. That's what I mean. Okay, sorry.
Yep, like I said before, they are entitled to the truth as well. There is a we're like I said, like you said, this is completely open door to anyone. I don't think there's any other group is 100% open door. And if they are, they claim they are, Brian. If you notice when you watch these other people that host hangouts, other than a very small group of people, you'll notice that they always end up insulting Christianity. You even got Bob Xanadu, who I like. I do think Bob Xanadu's
Yeah.
a nice guy. I don't really watch that show too often. I'm not really a big fan of any really shows as far or BS on the internet as far as people think they can produce information. I think that Rob Skiba and ODD Reality are the good producers out there. If I were to make a claim, but you got guys like Bob Xanadu saying that the Bible contradicts itself, and I go, where is that? I can't get an answer, Brian. So why do people make these claims? If you're going to make a claim and you're going to tell 1,000 people that claim, shouldn't you be able to back it up?
Yeah, if you got a claim, you should be able to back it up.
It's sad, man. It's sad, but at the same time, you got to realize, like I was saying the other night, us Christians expect that we actually need the scoffers. I don't know, Brian. I don't even like hearing my own voice. I'm certainly not trying to do this for any other reason other than tell the truth. There's absolutely no way I could accept a dime for it. I mean, these other people, I don't know what they're trying to do, Brian, but I have a lot of humility. I can't go out and tell 1,000 people something or lie to 1,000 people for no reason. Why would somebody do that? I can't do that. I'm one of the worst Christians here, and that's fine. I've accepted that. It doesn't mean I'm not right as far as what the truth is about these topics. I might be a terrible person. I might be. I think Justin and Jibby probably tell I'm the worst person on the internet. But it doesn't mean I'm absolutely out of my mind. And maybe I'm just angry. Maybe somebody should be angry. Maybe God uses different people for different things. And like last night, what happens again? We have Christians telling other Christians, don't do that. Being fruit inspectors, saying I can't stop somebody for giving me the worst insult that I've ever experienced on the internet, and I can't say anything about it. Brian, I don't think anybody could really be that stupid. There has to be some sort of spiritual problem. And that's a so-called Christian. Come on now. There's something wrong with that person. So that's how we know, and when I talk to Jibby, it's very frustrating, and I say that publicly because, well, we talk publicly about it, and it's not a secret that him and I, but we are always locking horns on the Bible and spirituality, and I'm constantly trying to remind him of personal experiences and things that I actually know for a fact, not things that I guess and hope and wish. And it's never good enough, obviously, and that's what I always tell people. Nothing has anything to do with evidence, and if everything that you're ever going to do is dependent on yourself, and that's that. But I will fight about him with this topic as well, and that's just an open fact. And the reality is that's where I tell my friends stop it. Yeah, I have to tell my friends stop it, and I don't dislike Jibby at all. But the reason I say these things is because I get worried and I think, you know what? It might make it so that they'll like me less, Brian. Sometimes it's not that I'll like somebody less, it's that you're going to end up disliking me if you talk about the Bible basically negative, especially since you know that that's my belief system. So that means that I am going to take it as an insult and I'm going to have to reply. So there's going to be a byproduct. So we're in rough times, man. The Christians, I hate to admit this is an attack on Christianity. Absolutely. Period. End of story. This entire thing, everything we're witnessing, what Knowledge Scavenger is going through, what Teal Summers has recently come to witness in her journey. There are other people out there that could explain these things, but they know this is a battle against our Creator. And that's the reality of it. The flat earth is one part of it, yes. But it is ultimately about God. It is ultimately about salvation. This is the spiritual warfare, the war against principalities in high places.
I'm seeing it now.
Yes, absolutely.
That I'm seeing.
And we all have jobs to do, Brian. And if you were let's say you were a Christian, you're a Bible believer, and you're out there doing stuff, unless you really do something flagrant or attack somebody for no reason, which you won't see myself or Arcane or Teal or Knowledge Scavenger, or you won't see that. You're not going to see us drawing first blood. You're going to see us protect ourselves. If somebody were to do something like that, if if Rose Patton went after you, Brian, you know, we have the ability to tell each other when we're wrong, and it's also not in public though. But when somebody does it like that in public, and you're actually wrong, and you're trying to correct somebody that's right, that's one of our telltale signs. That shows the separation. There's a different spiritual line that has been drawn, and
I get on all of us.
Right.
Do stuff that's not right, you know, on the side. You know, we do address the issues. We do.
Right. And you should. And it is good to address issues. However, you better make sure that you have a reason to. If you're attacking somebody that's been literally personally attacked, you're already wrong. If somebody's defending themselves, no matter how they've been personally, you're already wrong, and you should shut up and you need to shut your mouth. If Knowledge Scavenger is personally assaulted and somebody tells her not to say something about it, they are a waste of time. There's something wrong with that person.
Right.
Well, I had dinner.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Rand Campbell has returned. So let's hear it, Rand.
Yeah, I had dinner, sat on the porch with my wife, talking about the Lord and gospel and tithing and, you know, what's the matter with the church today. And, you know, it's funny. You look at the world, and there's a lot the matter with the world. Like when you look at the world, you can pick out. I mean, you and I could probably sit here. Well, the three of us could be up till midnight, really, you know, just pulling stuff out of the world that we know ain't right. But if you look at the church ain't right neither. There's a lot wrong with the church. I'm in a church here in the Dominican, and there's a lot wrong with the church, even my church. And I got a good church. I got a good pastor. I love my pastor and his wife and their parents that are still involved with the church, the old couple, and you know, everybody that serves at the church, and you know, it's a good church family. But there's still stuff wrong with the church in that, you know, what is the church preaching today? What is the church preaching? The theme of the world? Is it preaching what's going on in the world? Is it preaching the gospel like it's supposed to be doing? Is it confronting people on sin? I ask this question: what would this world be like if Paul was here preaching, or if Jesus was here doing a Sermon on the Mount? Like, what would this world be like with them preaching in it? Because the preachers of today's world are weak. There is so much weakness going on, and then you got these pastors that are only in it for the money. And I'm under the real belief that, to be honest with you, you know, they're not even real Christians. I think that atheists, to be quite frank, are masquerading as pastors because they realize how gullible Christians are, and they realize there's a lot of money in the business, and they don't believe in judgment, and they don't believe in God, so they don't think they're ever going to be, you know, affected in the next life. So why not say I'm a pastor and sell this story to these people sitting out there in the crowd that want to give me all their money? To them, it's a good business. So I think we got a real crazy world. I think the world's crazy in and of itself, and I think that the church needs to get right with preaching the gospel and preaching that truth.
I agree.
And, you know, a lot of people don't want to go to church. I heard you say that you're not involved with the church. Matter of fact, I hear a lot of Christians, people that believe in the Lord, people that believe in God, that are now saying they don't go to a church. And I was that guy a couple of years ago. As a matter of fact, they used to call me and my crew here on YouTube the unchurched church.
Right.
Because we believe, and it's true, Scripture says that we're the living stones of the church. The church is the people, not the building.
Correct.
Right? But with that even being said, bro,
right. Okay.
The church, you still need to go and do fellowship. You need to be with a church family, especially with the way the world is right now. There is no better place to be than with people that are like-minded in the Lord, people that believe in God.
Well, I'm with like-minded people.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with like-minded people, man, in all areas of my life. Just give me a second. I got to take a look here, see who's not watching us. What do we got? We got 26 people watching us. Look at who we got. Let's take a. Let's just.
I'll be right back.
Hey,
I'm here, but go ahead.
let's have some fun with. Are you there, Pill? Where's Pillbox? Pillbox ain't back yet. Okay, I'm gonna share screens, Brian. Oh, he is back. You're just on time, Pill. It's your favorite part of a hangout. We're gonna take a look at the comment section. You ready?
Oh man, ladies and gentlemen, let's do it.
Okay, let me see if I can. All right, let me get out of there. There, can you see the comment section?
Yeah, it's a little small. Let's blow it up. There we got. There's Rebel. I believe that's Yvette. Let's hi out to Yvette there. That's Teal Summers. Zern Music. Turtle Legend has some truth, huh? Man, Zern, that's a bold statement. Okay, I got you back on that. Let's see what we got. Where's Charles? Flat Earth Matt. He was in there earlier doing some lines, and then he got paranoid and left.
Flat Earth Alaska. Hey, Yvette.
Oh man, that guy. Oh.
James Hicks Boson. Question. Should we be using physics or quantum physics in describing the flat Earth? If this is a creation, which it seems to be, would not that make them both false and not worth looking into? What are your thoughts, Mr.
Well
Philbot?
said, James. He's obviously thinking for himself, and he is able to break free. So God bless him.
Flat Earth Alaska says hello to you. Knowledge Scavenger. Paula, how you doing, beautiful? Why aren't you in here talking to your friends? Here's Eris.
Oh man, yeah, that's a troublemaker. Keep an eye on him. You never know when you got to get the shock treatments out and the pepper spray.
Yeah, he's about as sharp as a balloon. I don't even give him a whole lot of attention anymore.
He's a sad one. Yeah.
Teal, there's my friend Teal. She's more than welcome to come in as well. If you guys want to come in, you're more than welcome to come in.
You don't know you haven't met Yvette yet, have you, Rand?
No, is Yvette?
That's Rebel. Yeah, that's Rebel. Yeah.
Is she intelligent?
Yeah, I would say yes. I think she is intelligent.
Well, there's a bit of hesitation there.
You know what? I don't agree with everybody on here. I'm not saying that she's the greatest person I've ever met, but she is certainly someone that it's good to see that she's out there. So I thank her for stopping by.
Okay, we'll stop sharing. And if any of you guys want to come in and hang out, just let us know. We'd be more than happy to have you. But the truth of the matter is, look at these. Look at these. You like my glasses, Pillbox?
Those are some pimp ones, man. I was looking at that earlier. That was nice. Pretty nice. The magnet, huh?
They got you. Listen.
That's good. It clots your blood right there between your eyes too. It makes you smarter.
No, and it plucks the eyebrow hairs in between my eyes.
Nice.
So yeah, they're very cool.
No, it's like my grandpa had eyebrows like that. Yep.
Yeah, I didn't have them when I wasn't a grandpa.
Yeah, what happened? Yeah.
Yeah, when Rand was a supermodel back in his day, bro. People don't know that. They look at me today and they think, "Oh, look at this crazy old man." But back in my day, I was all right. Teal will tell you. Teal Summer, she'll boast a little bit about Rand. I think we might be able to get her to do a high five or something. So, Brian, how long you been married, man?
5 years.
I'm sorry to hear that. What about you, Bill? No, I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. I've been married a year. February 12th was our anniversary.
Oh, right on. Congratulations.
Thank you. What about you, Bill? How long you been married, bro?
Just under 3 years.
Wow, eh?
Yeah,
so
it's flying by.
Three married men, 3 Christian married men, three men that believe in God, 3 men that are also believers that this world isn't what it says it is. So I'll just go ahead and say that we're truth seekers, and 3 men that believe that we're standing on a flat surface. How do we hold it all together? Because according to the non-Christian, the anti-Christian, and according to the ball earther, and according to there's nothing going on in the world, everything is exactly what they tell us on CNN, you idiot. According to them, we're completely nuts. Now, I've met some people that were crazy, and they couldn't go to the corner store and pick up a can of pop without having an escort. So my question is, if you're crazy how are you holding it all together? How are you holding a marriage together? How are you holding businesses and properties and houses and family, and how you guys hold it together, man?
You want to answer first, Brian?
I kind of missed the question. Go ahead.
Well, he's asking us how we keep it together, man.
Well, that'll get you. That'll put you on the low list of invitees next time.
Thanks.
Let me just say it again.
Hold
Let
on,
me
Brian,
just say
listen.
I'm going to repeat myself because everybody gets a second shot. People that aren't in our camp, whether it's the Flat Earth, the Christian camp, or the Truther camp, look at people like us and say that we're absolutely nuts and we're insane. And so what I'm saying is that I've met some people that were crazy in this world, and they needed an escort to go to the 7-Eleven and grab a can of pop. So how are you holding it all together? How are you holding a marriage together, and friendships and family and work and paying bills and taking care of your house and your property? And how are you managing that if you're crazy? How are you doing it?
Well, for one thing, when you define crazy, it's crazy is like, I don't know how to say it. I know I'm somewhat nuts, but I think the crazy ones don't even know it and won't admit it. So I'm pretty much there, but if you want to call me crazy and the way I hold it together, I don't know. I take it day by day, step by step. It's not a ball, so I don't know. It's once I woke up, things change, and what's weird is when you start looking for the knowledge and you get it, you start realizing you don't have that much knowledge. What's up, Jimmy?
Oh, the Jedi has returned.
Oh,
Somebody said something about crazy people. I just
Right.
You've come to the right place, Jimmy.
Hey, that must have been like the Batman call. Hey, what they do? Put a cuckoo bird? What they do? Put an image of a cuckoo bird over your house?
somebody put cuckoo in the force. I just followed the light, came here.
Yeah, because you're right up there with the craziest of them. You'd be no less crazy than me.
If you go to a certain channel called ED that tries to debunk the flat Earth, they'll tell you how crazy I am. They got me rated on a scale of years. So yeah, it's just funny how somebody of not like minds, in our situation of flat Earth, ball Earth, how one side, like to a casual observer standing on the fence, how one side seems so sadistic, so neurotic, so evil, and the other side seems so level-headed, calm, and willing to have a discussion. Who's the bad guys? Who's the good guys? Really? I mean, I think the audience can see for themselves in these little debates. That's how I see it.
And that's how it is.
Evil shows itself. Evil shows its face. It can't help it. It just can't. It just comes right up. And Flat Earth brought the evil right to the surface in people that most of us didn't know that kind of evil was even there.
Well, let me say this to you, brother. You realize that Flat Earth has many properties to it. It has many values. It obviously has the value of freedom, knowing that you're not stuck to this deception of a spinning wet ball rocket. But I did actually get a prophecy about that. All of these people that believe they're on a spinning wet ball rocket flying through space at 1,000,000 miles an hour are actually astronauts, according to that theory. This planet is a rocket, and it's flying through space, and so anybody that believes that is an astronaut, and you might want to go ahead and take that information to NASA and get yourself a check.
Well, that is true. Actually, we should all put that on our resumes.
Yeah, you're an astronaut. You've been flying through space your whole life.
Spaceship Earth, yep.
Yeah, so you're an astronaut. But I found out something else too. If you're ever in this situation, gentlemen, and not that you would be, but you might be. If you're walking down the street at 2:00 in the morning, and all of a sudden somebody jumps out from behind a tree with a gun and wants to rob you, all you have to do is say this: "Hey, do you know that we're on a flat Earth?"
And that should give you enough time to walk away.
No, listen, man. Buddy will turn the gun on himself.
After he's done laughing.
Right? You just say to him, look, man, I know you want to rob me, but you realize that we're on a flat earth? Have you ever seen a curve? And I guarantee you the robbery is over right then and there, man. So flat earth is also very good for self-defense. When my wife is too talkative, I just start up a flat earth conversation. And she always finds something else to do.
Oh, he's got the weapons.
Right? Like, and I got friends that'll be on the phone with me, and they'll be like, "Hey, Rand, how you doing? I'm just doing some flat Earth stuff," and they'll be like, "All right, yeah, I didn't mean to bother you. I'll talk to you later." But no, we can talk about flat Earth. They're like, "No, my wife just got home. I'll call you later."
Before flat Earth, I used to have to put on the political television shows to, get people to leave or to, want a guest to leave.
People are at
on
your
C-SPAN
house,
or something.
Yeah, people are at your house and it's getting late and they don't look like they're ready to leave. Just start a flat Earth conversation. At any rate, we got Paula in the house. How are you doing, Paula?
Doing all right. How about you guys?
No, same old.
We are.
I had to bury a friend today. He died of cancer here in the Dominican. Yeah, he died yesterday. He died yesterday. But here in the Dominican, they do everything quick, except leave the house for dinner. But yeah, so we buried my friend today. It was very sad. He has 2 daughters and a wife, and my heart is broken for them. But what are you going to do? He accepted the Lord last week, though. We went to his hospital and we prayed and did some worship music. Him and his roommate, the other gentleman, both accepted the Lord. So I believe he's okay.
I think the group over in ED, I didn't know this. They really are like stern atheists, and they're very scientific minded. So I was saying things like, crack open a stem and look at the intricacy. This is intelligent design. Aren't you intelligent design? And one of them said something about, no, I don't have a God. And I said, no, you know what? You probably aren't intelligent design now that I think of it. But how can that be denied? Really?
I'm like
by
this.
anybody, both sides of this discussion. This is intelligent design. Did you make it? No. Did I make it? No. Well, somebody made it. Somebody quite large.
Well, here's what I say to them, Jedi. I'm like, look at, do you like iPhone? And they're like, yeah, I love an iPhone. I said, all right. Would you say the iPhone is intellectually designed? They're like, yeah. I say, okay, so you would say that the iPhone was designed by an intelligent mind. And they're like, oh, absolutely. And I was like, okay, what about the human eye? Was it designed by an intelligent mind? And they're like, no. I said, okay, so how many pixels do you get off an iPhone camera compared to the pixels on an eyeball? Is there even a comparison? It's like 280 pixels or so. I don't forget what it is with the human eye. I said, but let me ask you this question. Would you give up your eyesight for an iPhone? And they're like, no. I go, well, but that's intelligent design. Why would you give so much applause and so much respect to the iPhone, but you wouldn't give up your eyesight for one? What you're doing is you're admitting that the human eye is by far of greater importance. Hence, it is by far of a greater designer.
That's actually a really good comparison.
Yeah, I agree. That was good.
Yeah.
Well, it's true, because when iPhone comes out, these people freak out. They camp out in front of the store in the pouring rain with their umbrellas and their pop tents and their Mickeys of scotch. And they can't wait to get that iPhone. All right. So the iPhone's real important to you. How about you give up your eyesight and I'll give you an iPhone? And they're like, no. And the reason being is because you know instinctively that the human eye is by far a greater design. You wouldn't even be able to use your iPhone correctly without your eyesight.
What kind of a stubborn, childish ego can deny such a thing?
You'll
Charles?
see nothing I... Where's Flat Earth Math? Is he in there?
I don't see him.
He is lurking. Yes, he is
Oh, is he?
watching. I can tell. Yep.
You can tell.
Yeah, he's watching. I can tell.
You guys are
Feel the
connected.
force.
Well, we got
yeah, I
30
wish I was
viewers.
joking.
We got
Hello to
30.
everybody out in the chat, the watchers. Thanks for choosing us, your Flat Earth Entertainment, for this evening.
This is good evidence. Let me give some evidence real quick.
apologize
Before,
ahead of
hold on. Watch this real quick. Just so you know, Jibby and I got into a fist fight last night, and he came back and we're talking. So just so you know, this is the most open group in the world. There is nothing in the entire flat plane of existence that is open door. As Flat Elected and Rand Campbell, Rose Patton, you name it. This group is extremely open-minded. We just got into a fight, and we're
Well, we got
we're
into
still
a
friends.
whatever you want to call it. I wouldn't
Well,
even
I was
call it a
well, I
fist
was
fight.
well, I was.
I
you know,
not mad at you at all. I was
All
just,
right, I wasn't mad at you at all, too. So we had to exchange pleasantries and, of course, lock horns. But the proof is in the pudding. I don't really want to talk too much about it, but that stuff happens, and we have to move on.
Absolutely. And life's too short to sit there and pine about little things. And you find out when you get sick or you lose a friend, like poor Rand here, you find out how short life really is. And
Short,
yeah,
man.
it just jumps on you and you're like, whoa. What
Yeah,
you need
we
to
need
do
to
is
love,
you need to enjoy those around you now and appreciate
them.
things around you now. Yeah.
Love them, man. Just love them, bro. What I mean, really. Well, why can't we just love people? But here, I'm gonna show you another thing. Let me show you something else, Jimmy. All right, let me just with my friend Paula. Paula, you there?
Yep.
Okay, this is another thing I do with these people. Sometimes explaining, because you are very scriptural, by the way. And I know that we have an indifference in one little piece of scripture, but you and I are very, very fortunate in that we love God, and I just want to commend you on your scriptural integrity. But a lot of times it's very difficult to explain scripture, to explain God, and to explain flat earth to a lot of these people that we speak with. Is that correct? Would you agree it's very difficult in speaking to them?
Right.
Okay, so I've concluded the reason for that. I figured out what the problem is. And so I'm going to moderate, and I want you and Jibby to play out something for us. Could you do this for us?
Okay. I've been ambushed before. I can do this.
All right. Because this hangout is called Flat Earth Live, featuring just the facts. So we're going to feature a fact here. So we're going to explain. We're going to do a little skit, and it's going to explain what it's like for a Christian trying to wake up a non-believer or even a flat earther trying to bring somebody off this spinning wet ball rocket into the reality of a flat surface. So here's how it's going to work. Jibby, you're going to be Stevie Wonder. You haven't had sight since birth. You can't see. You are completely blind.
I can relate.
Okay? You're blind. You can't see. So don't act like you can. You can't see. And I want you to ask questions just like a blind man when our friend Paula describes for you color. So you can use any color, purple, green, yellow, orange, red, blue. I want you to explain to our blind friend Jibby color. Go ahead.
Okay. So, Jibby, you can hear different sounds, right?
Yes.
You can tell a bird from a dog, from a cat, from a person.
Yes.
And if you had sight, you would be able to see those things too. You would be able to tell one of those things from the other by, it's just a matter of vibrations, because sound, sight, they're both how your brain is interpreting vibrations, okay? And you're just not getting the ones from your eyes. So just as like you can tell one bird from another, or more important, like one human voice from another, even if they say the same things, the same pitch, you could tell one person from another by just different, slight little differences in their voice pattern.
Oh, yeah.
So it is with the vibrations coming to the eyes. The eyes can do the same thing. They can tell you that this thing, like if you were to equate color to different people's voices based on, everything else being equal except it's two different people. You would know one from the other by some factor that you really can't, it's very subtle. So your eyes can do the same thing. You could tell one person from another, and say one of those people has real light skin, just as you can hear very soft sounds. Another person has real dark skin, like you could hear real loud sounds.
What is this light and dark? I don't understand.
Like it's equivalent to like soft and loud in the sounds, say, of those two people speaking, and one is speaking very quietly and the other is yelling. So we got two humans speaking the same words, speaking the same pitch and everything, but one is real loud and one is real soft, and you can tell the difference by the size of those vibrations. Okay. And so with the eyes can do the same things. They can see differences in those people that are interpreted as colors, just as you interpret different volumes, say. For example.
Okay. So you have an idea that you can distinguish one color from the next. Now I want you to describe the color red to him in a way that he would be able to see the color in his mind, knowing that he's never seen the color, period. So describe red to him.
Just as you were saying that, I remembered a scene from a movie called Mask, which was a documentary on a kid who was born with some terrible disease that made his face look really grotesque. And he...
Elephantitis.
Well, yeah, a form of it. It wasn't his whole body or anything, just his face. But yeah, he had a photographic memory and everything. But he met up with a blind girl at one point in the movie, and he was trying to describe these things to her. And he used temperature of water. She could feel cold water and hot water. And the cold water, he told her, was like the blue sky or something. I'm probably getting the analogy wrong, and the hot water was like red.
Okay, so let's stop there. Okay, so red describes hot.
It's just something to go on that the person who doesn't have sight could relate to, different temperatures, for example.
Okay, I'm gonna give Jibby a red popsicle right now. So while you're trying to understand this, Jibby,
That's hot.
right?
Yeah, and then I would have to explain.
Right, and blue. Do you remember that time, Jibby, that you and I were cooking some hot dogs on your stove, and it was a gas stove, and it was a blue flame?
I've actually done that before in real life.
So the blue flame, was it hot or was it cold?
It was hot.
So here's the gist of what we're listening to here. You cannot give blind people sight,
Right.
and you cannot make deaf people hear. That's why I believe Christ said, "Those with ears to hear and eyes to see." It's a spiritual level we're trying to educate these people on, and it's that light that goes on where you're like, bing, and you just kind of get it. And I think that's what ends up happening even with the flat earth. I think that people all of a sudden they hit that moment in their research where they're being real honest and real open-minded, and all of a sudden, bing, they get given that sight. But what is happening right now is that a lot of people are trying to explain the unseeable to these people. They can't see it. And as good and as articulately as you did there, Paula, Jibby is a blind man. He's never seen red. He's never seen orange. He's never seen green. He's never seen blue. Until they get to that point, I think, in this journey of seeking truth, if in fact they're even seeking it. Because if you're not seeking it, forget it. You're never going to find it. They're just not going to wake up to it. And I think a lot of times we are wasting energy on some people because they have no intentions of ever seeing the truth.
And even if they slightly see it, they refuse to take a further step. They won't.
It's like I say, people want to look for truth but not find it.
They really, really don't. They really don't want to find it. It seems like that's the end of the mystery. It's the end of the chase. and they like the chase. They don't like the ending of the chase. And sometimes when I think that's why we have so many Globe Earth trolls for years, is because they do see something that we're saying that makes sense. And they have an inner curiosity that does want the answers as well. But they have a bravado, an ego, a macho that they need to maintain, they think. It's the ego.
No, it's even deeper, bro. It's even deeper, Jimmy. Listen to what I'm about to tell you, man. This is their identity.
Yes.
People that consider themselves intelligent or consider themselves well-educated, that's their entire identity, bro.
Yep.
Their entire lives.
They draw self-esteem from it too.
Yeah, bro, that's who they are. Now watch, it gets even worse because now their dad, you have to admit your dad was fooled. You have to admit your granddaddy that used to sit on his lap and he used to tell you all those cool stories when you were growing up, and you love grandpa. You don't want to ever look at grandpa and think he was a fool. And so there's that you got to get past.
But there's a difference between a fool and to be fooled.
They can't distinguish it.
I guess not.
They can't distinguish it. They can't let it go. I realize, look, I've been fooled a million times in my life. I'm still being fooled.
When you go
I
to
look
a
at
magic
the
show, you
mirror.
get
I look
fooled.
at the mirror and see George Clooney. So, you know what I mean? So,
But that is how everybody should be seeing themselves, because everybody should be embracing their uniqueness. And I've
Right.
talked to some Globers, they're like, well, I don't want to go on camera because I'm very ugly. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, how can you judge your own personal unique looks when you're the only one who is quite like you really? Like, so then that's a self-judgment that this person's making, that they are ugly. And I think that extends beyond the physical appearance to
And who
maybe
cares?
something inner.
who cares?
But they
I
need
don't
to
care.
embrace this. There is no ugly. What ugly? I don't know. Like, ugly to me could be a beautiful person saying something very horrible to someone else. To me, that
Okay,
is ugly.
do you know who's ugly? Somebody I used to think was absolutely beautiful. Mariah Carey. From what I've researched with all of the people that have ever had to work with her, she is a horrific human being. Horrific to work with. Just so self-centered and so self-glorified and so blatantly rude and ignorant to other people that even people that are self-glorified and egotistical, she's too much for them. You know what I mean? And so that now all of a sudden you look at all that beauty and it disappears.
It does.
It
And you see that
disappears.
part of them. Yep.
Right?
And
Oh, I
it
was
doesn't matter
showing-
how much beauty they have. Once
I got to show you something. Listen, I showed Pill and Brian this earlier. Well, let me not do this. I want to show you guys something. It freaked me. I ain't even kidding. It freaked me out what I'm about to show you guys. This is just, again, the deceptiveness of this world and the madness of what we have to experience here. It's so insane to me. There you go. That's the Dominican motorcycle races going up and down my street at night.
Well, you sharing screen?
want-
We're just seeing you right now.
No, I'm just setting it up first. Okay, so now I'm going to share my screen. And this blew me away. I don't know why. Tell me if this blows you guys away. I'm going to share my screen. Have you ever seen Jennifer Lopez without makeup?
No, but I can imagine. Yeah, I've
Okay.
seen a couple of these without makeup, and what a difference.
Okay, so this is Jennifer Lopez without makeup. Honestly, I've never looked at anything more than a couple, 2-3 times unless I was real interested in studying it. I was fixated on this for about an hour. It blew me away. I couldn't believe it was her. Are you guys ready?
Yep.
Paula?
I'm here.
Okay, watch this. This is Jennifer Lopez without makeup. It freaks me right out.
Her stockings are covered in crystals, where she's all done up to perfection. But in her downtime, while she's hunkered down in her hotel room with longtime beau Casper Smart, all Jennifer wants to do is cozy up in a comfy robe and goof around on her phone, just like the rest of us. Okay, are you ready for this Dove Smash video that Casper posted to Instagram? It's beyond Starbucks, yeah.
She just looks like an average everyday girl I probably know.
Does that look like Jennifer Lopez to you?
Not at all.
Paula, am I going crazy?
No, I mean I've seen a lot of those too, where they look totally different, and that's the problem is all the makeup and stuff. That's what a lot of people have come to expect is that's what a woman's supposed to look like, and it's totally unnatural.
But look, it's crazy to me. That's Jennifer Lopez for real. And her gay friend. I don't know. Anyways.
Charlize Theron, another one. Night and day.
Yeah, call me crazy, man. I don't know. That just freaked me out when I seen it. I had to look at it like 20 times.
Night and day, man. It's and this is exactly like Paula said. Young men have this unreal expectation upon their ladies to kind of live up to a standard that isn't even real. That's plastic. That's make believe, make up believe.
It's weird. I'm not saying she still isn't kind of cute. I guess I don't know. I'm a married man. I could care less. But it just the contrast was crazy for me, bro. It's like I don't know. The more and more I see in this world, the crazier and crazier it gets. It is crazy, man.
I have friends in their 40s who are still single because they haven't found the right girl yet. I've set them up with girls throughout the years. Oh, she's got a mole here, or she's got a weird knee, or I don't even like. They're really like picking on the dumbest, stupidest physical flaws in the world, and they're just no. I need something, and they're gonna die alone because they're looking for something that doesn't exist, and they've passed so many opportunities by. And there's a lot of people like that. It's a shame.
And it's sad.
This is what culture does to people. This pop culture, it's satanic. It's quite service to self satanic, and it's mind control. It gets people to actually shape their lives around it. 20, 30 years go by, you look back and you realize you just shaped your life around a fantasy. Same with the Ball Earth, same thing. I shaped my life around a fantasy. And it hit me hard. And you can't have the eyes to see, the ears to hear, unless you humble yourself. Like say in Indiana Jones' Last Crusade, only the penitent man will pass. That's true.
And it goes to show you, though, what they can do with makeup. I mean, look, it's scary. It really is scary, man. I'm thankful I'm married. I got a beautiful wife, and I don't have to worry about all that. But, I was saying that to Pill and Brian earlier, many years from now, Buddy's going to be at home with his new bride, been married about a year, and he's going to look over at her and go, Betty, maybe it's about time we started bringing some children into this world. And Betty's going to go, Betty, I was born Bob. We can't have kids. But that's not even the crazy part. The crazy part is that the husband's going to be like, oh, all right, Bob or Betty, maybe we can adopt then. It's not even going to matter to them, bro. It's to the point now where they're literally, humanity has lost its mind, brother. It has lost its mind. Do you know in New York City that if you make fun of a transgender person, you can get a fine up to $250,000?
$250,000.
Yep.
What?
For making fun of a transgender. Yeah.
I don't see how that could stick. I really don't, because that's a breach of freedom of speech.
No, not now. It's a hate crime.
What's the crime?
The crime is harmful bullying and insulting.
Wow. And apparently it's just regional. I've never heard of this. I don't even see how it would stick. I think it would get laughed out of, well, not even court. I think somebody tries to hand me a ticket for that, I'd laugh at them and not even touch the ticket. And that's an important thing. People need to realize once you grab the ticket for anything, you've just contractually accepted it. Don't even touch it.
Okay, we got a good conversation going on in the chat. Let me share the screen, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Some of them should maybe
And
join
you
us.
can go ahead and take care of the monitoring. You and Paula can, if you guys don't mind for us, take some time to look at these comments.
Anything specifically in here, Rand?
Cloning. I'm a clone. Oh, that's Aries. He's an idiot. They're talking about, I don't trust people enough. They call me too raw. I think the elite have some weird genetic manipulation in incest going on. That's 100% for sure. I hope Rand don't read.
They want to keep their bloodline.
No, I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't do that. I haven't sworn, I don't like swearing. That's just me. I'm not against it. I just personally, I think it takes away from a good conversation. But anyways, that's just me. Let's go up here a bit, Jenny.
Are we going through Pan's Labyrinth here in the Hall of Mirrors? What's happening?
Savvy Steak, are you a flat earther? Is Savvy Steak a flat earther?
Savvy Steak. I don't remember.
Survey says.
If they're being respectful in the chat, probably.
Winner.
Yes, okay, flat earther, good, okay, because that just gives you an extra point.
That's kind of how I can gauge who's a flat earther and who's a glober, is who's being respectful in the chat. What is going on?
Weird coincidence.
Yeah, for me, the vulgar language, Teal. Well, first of all, I'm a Christian. That's number one. But when I listen to Hangouts, and if I'm just listening and not participating, and I hear F this and F that and mother this and mother that, I can only listen honestly for a small period of time before I'm like, it's too distracting for me. I don't really enjoy the conversation.
No, and I think, I don't know, there's times where it requires some intelligence to be able to form a sentence using different words other than kind of just simple cursing, cussing. And if you want to get your message across intelligently, sometimes, I don't know, a curse word seems to fit in the right place at the right moment at the right time.
Sometimes.
It depends.
How hard
Let me get rid of Jenny on the block. Wow, that just freaked me out. But anyways, okay, so let's stop sharing screen.
Oh, shout out to Mark Sargent in the chat. How you doing, Mark?
Is Mark there? Good. What's going on, Mark? I've always wanted to talk to him.
Always good to see you come by. Mark has been killing it. Well, a lot of flat earthers have been killing it lately. Doing really good stuff.
Yeah, you know what I love about Mark, and this is I'm going to give him a little bit of love. I love his calm demeanor. It's a real confidence in what he knows,
And it's great for general audiences. I told him this. He and Patricia are probably the best general audience flat earthers that we have.
Well, they're bringing them in. They're the ones bringing them in. So they're doing a good thing there.
Yeah, it is a group effort, Mark, but at the same time, some of us are more polished than others. Some of us are more presentable than others. You certainly don't want to turn me loose on the public on, first. I'm with the rest of the group, the infantry that comes in after the initial strikes have been made, and then we do our thing. But it needs to be softly introduced to the public in a way that gets by their ego. It backdoors the ego. And there's a lot of techniques to do that. One of them is don't take a solid stance on it. Just kind of be like, hey, have you seen this information? Like, you haven't picked a side. This keeps their ego shields down.
But you got to know your weapon too, though, brother, because, flat earth is like pepper spray. It's the pepper spray of truth. I used to say about 9/11, that was the Achilles heel. That broke the foot of the elite, bro. When people saw that and saw the foolishness and realized, hey, something ain't right, started investigating and realized we got an elite out of control. We got a government up to some serious no good. It woke up a lot of people. But the flat earth, bro, I've seen people that are 9/11 truthers, and I've seen people that are, they'll even talk about cloning, and they'll talk about DOMs, deep underground military bases. This is the pepper spray.
Yeah,
What I mean? You spray somebody in the face with this, bro. Like I said, you could be being robbed on a street corner. Somebody pull a gun on you. All you got to do is look at him and say, hey, do you know you're on a flat earth? And buddy will drop the gun and run. He don't even want to rob somebody that crazy. This world can't take flat earth. You know why? Because it rips through the veil of the deception.
It changes everything.
It is the most powerful statement from the truth community ever.
Yep.
Period.
Well, it changes everything you know about space, about everything. There is not space the way they think it is at that point. You know what I mean? It changes everything.
It's the one thread that will pull apart the entire sweater of all the threads that are loose.
Exactly.
It's the boss of all right now.
Well, because it's the truth of all right now. Here's the bottom line about flat earth. It pulls the carpet out from under all deception. Everything gets wiped right off the chalkboard. You take a look at evolution is gone. You take a look at lack of intelligent design, see you later. You take a look at anybody that would argue a flood, goodbye. All of it. At Big Bang Theory, see you later. It will literally take the wind out of ball earth, just like how, and I kind of think about this for a minute. I think this was them kind of telling us, because this was about the time I think Mark and a few of the big guys that really, brought this truth to the table, and I appreciate them for it. But around that time was when flat earth started getting real exciting and real loud, was about the time that the air was being released from the footballs in the Super Bowl. Do you remember?
It was exactly that time, because I was like, what a coincidence. Deflategate has come up at the exact same time flat earth really punched its way online.
Yeah, bro, that's exactly what I thought. I was like, deflating footballs?
Yeah, it's almost like that was either the Matrix giving us a fractal clue, or it was them intentionally giving us the clue. I don't know, or the nod to us, maybe. I don't know.
No, it was just, you know what? In my opinion, I'm a godly man. I'm over here. I'm a pastor over here in the Dominican Republic. I'm trying to preach the gospel on a flat earth. Trust me, in a Latin American third world country, it is not the easiest job. But I'm glad God put up with this. But the truth of the matter is this: is that flat earth, it's the King of Kings. Here's what I say to people. Watch this now, because Jesus Christ said this. You guys are going to go on to do what I do and more. And think about what's happening in the world right now. We're healing the sick, and we're giving sight to the blind. Let that resonate with you for a minute.
No, that's exactly what I used to think, is like when you show somebody the flat earth information, where you literally are giving sight to the blind.
You're giving sight to the blind and you're healing the sick. Jesus Christ prophesied that we were going to. And if you look at Daniel 4:11, I don't care, punch it 4:11 in your phone, you're going to come up with information. God doesn't put verses under numbers for lack of knowing. Everything has its purpose. So you look at Daniel 4:11, and here's what it is: it's information. And and what it says is that a tree grows all the way up to the sky, and it's seen at all four corners of the earth. Everybody on the planet can see it. And what I'm telling you is that flat Earth was a seed that they planted in a deception, and that deception, what was the fertilizer, and this seed took root. We got a tree growing all across the world, and the branches are reaching to all four corners of this earth.
You know what I don't get is, we see that, like I've been in the debates on creation evolution for decades and never seen anything break through to people to believe in a creator than flat Earth has. But what I don't get is that people see in the conspiracy world that flat Earth is the one thing you can't talk about. Jimmy, I went through that in the message boards that you cannot talk about it. That should tell people something. It should be a red flag to a conspiracy theorist. And it's the same thing within flat Earth. What I was seeing right away is that as soon as people start believing in a creator, they're being turned away from one and only one religion and only one book. And people don't see the red flag again. They saw it the first time, some of them, seeing that flat Earth is the one thing you can't talk about, so maybe it's true. Same thing is true of the Bible and Christianity. It gets bashed in all the channels. People don't like the word bashed or hate, but it is always spoken of negatively, and no other religion or religious book is spoken of negatively. So it seems that although God opened the door to belief in a creator because of flat Earth, that Satan is trying to close it, redirect it, people coming in the door to the wrong creator. They're trying to get people to hate God for making this world. So that's why we need to be here.
Amen. And like I said, I want Mark Sargent to hear this. Him and I own a promotional company. I do ball caps, jackets, pen knives, hats, keychains, anything you could put a company name or a logo on. I want to start doing some flat Earth stuff. But Mark might like this. All of you people that are ball earthers that think that you're on a spinning ball rocket racing through space at 1,000,000 miles an hour, you do realize that you're an astronaut. If you think you're on a ball flying through outer space, you're on a ball rocket, and that makes you an astronaut. So you might want to call NASA and get your papers. See if you can't get a paycheck. You're on the Globe shuttle, and you're flying through space. So, if you're going to be an astronaut, you might as well get paid for it. You know what I mean, Jimmy?
Oh yeah, I mean,
that's what they're on. They're on a ball rocket.
Yeah, we could be inside the ship. Instead, we're on the outside, putting ourselves at risk. Where's our money?
It's crazy. 1,000,000. Listen to me, man. I said to somebody else the other day, I said, look, back in the cowboy and Indian days when the Indians, wanted to hear who was coming for miles down the path, they would get off their horse and put their ear to the ground. And trackers still use this method today. They'll put their ear to the ground so that they can hear the vibrations of what's coming, because the earth is vibrating when the horses are riding, right? And you can do the same thing. We used to do it as kids, put our ears to a train track and listen for a train coming. And miles and miles away, you can hear the train coming on the track if you put your ear to the track, the vibration. So if we're wobbling, spinning, rotating at 70,000 miles an hour and flying through outer space at 1,000,000 miles an hour, would it not make sense that if you put your ear to the ground that you would hear some vibration? Would you not hear some movement of some sort?
Well, plus the thing about speed, if everything in the universe is moving, how do you measure speed? You have to have a fixed point. And there's no way to measure, if there is no such thing as a fixed point in the universe, there's no way to measure how fast the Earth or the sun or anything else is moving through space, not just in an orbit, supposedly, but, through the galaxy or whatever they say the sun's doing. They're making up numbers.
Of course. Just like the dimensions is like 666, 66.6, 600.6. This is ball Earth, BAAL. BAAL Earth. This Satan is the god of this world. And, people think that Satan left the shape of the world out when he started deceiving the world. I'm going to tell you right now, he began deceiving us with the shape of the world. When God said to Satan, he was like, where you been, man? Where you been, Satan? Satan said, I've been roaming to and fro. Well, you go to and fro on a flat surface. You go round and round on a ball. So why wouldn't Satan say, I've been going round and round? Scripture tells you all over the place that we're on a flat surface. My biggest issue isn't with the non-Christian. My biggest issue is with the Christians that don't get this. How don't you get this? We are on BAAL Earth, ball Earth. And it's a satanic ritual that we're stuck dead smack in the middle of. And unless you get right with the Lord, I'm sorry, you're in trouble. But as
How about
far as
this, Ray?
Christians not getting this, it's ridiculous to me, man.
I'm 1,000% with you. It's the thorn in my side, but at the same time, it makes it that much more obvious. You know, it's like the person approaches you and says, well, what's the big deal about this? Then they spend the next hour and a half lying to you about it. Remember, there was no big deal, so why are you spending an hour of your life lying through your teeth about it? Seems like it's a pretty big deal. You are the evidence for why it's such a big deal. What other red pill do I have to make somebody turn into a foaming at the mouth, demonically possessed psychopath besides flat earth? There's nothing like it. And my big question, Rand, is to all these Christians going around asking if this is an essential, when they don't go around anywhere else to the other Christian hangouts asking if that's essential. When we're talking about evolution or Big Bang or you name it, they're not ever talking about anything essential, but they'll only question flat earthers. Isn't that weird?
It's crazy. That's why I say it's the pepper spray of truth. When you spray somebody in the face with this, listen, you could talk to almost anybody about 9/11. I could talk to, an 82-year-old Muslim smoking a crack pipe about 9/11, and he's going to be like, yeah, something ain't right about that. But you can't talk to a Christian about flat Earth. You bring flat Earth up to a Christian, you might as well be nailing Christ to the cross. The way some of these people come at you. And
I don't know if you've seen this, but I see it a lot. People don't seem to know the difference between a circle and a sphere, or round, I should say, and a sphere. Now, a circle and round are describing a shape. A sphere is describing a shape. In the Bible, does it not say the circle of the earth?
Yes.
Well, that's a circle, and a circle, you just draw it out on a piece of paper. Have you just drawn a sphere? No.
No,
It's with a 2D circle. That's all.
A pizza.
It didn't say
Yes.
a circular sphere. It said circle. So it's a circle.
Right, and the thing is
Use
about
the word. Yeah, just use the words that are given. Circle.
Yeah, and the thing is about whether it's Greek or Hebrew, the word they would use for something we would call a ball, and we get our word ball from the Greek word ballos. It means to throw. So a ball was something you could pick up and throw. And so that was the kind of word they would use for a sphere, because like anything else, it didn't have to be a sphere. If you could pick it up and throw it, it was a ballo. And so when the Bible talks about something that you can, a circle, it uses terminology that has to do with etching something in the ground. And so you don't etch something you can pick up and throw in the ground. So yeah, there's a difference. I mean, if you look at the language, whether you look at the Greek or Hebrew, you're going to have the same problem. And the thing that I go by most of all, though, especially with the argument of whether the Bible describes a sphere or a flat plane, is that however you want to take any given passage, whether figurative or literal, the fact is, and it's undeniable, that the Bible never describes the earth as something that is spinning and hurtling through space. It never describes it in those terms, no matter how you want to take the terms.
And if anybody knows, it's you. Word for word of the entire New Testament, you translated from the Old Greek?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's pretty in-depth in the King James Version, right?
No,
No?
I just Greek to English.
Greek to English, right. I'm sorry, yeah, duh. So, exactly. So, if there was anything remotely like the Helio model in the Bible, you would have seen it.
Right. Now, of course, I don't.
You're saying there's none in there. Nothing in
No,
there for the Helio.
Even in the Hebrew Old Testament, and there's a Greek Old Testament, but the Hebrew Old Testament also doesn't have anything describing the earth as anything but something stationary, immovable. It is something inscribed. It's not something you can pick up and move. And there's people who don't believe in either flat earth or young earth creationism who take the Hebrew that way and say, yeah, but if you take it literally, it's flat and it was created in 6 days. You know, there's just no two ways about it. You have to make it figurative or some other lesson other than being literal history if you want to describe it. You know, ignore what the Bible says and also keep what modern science and astronomy say. You know, you have to reinterpret it. You can't take the words as they are and get modern cosmology out of it.
Nope. I even, you know, I would take a shot in the dark here and say, if this whole deep space thing was real, I'm sure, as well as you, when you think about this, like, they would have sent out a, you know, like a probe like Voyager. They would have cameraed the hell out of this thing and had it broadcast right back to the Earth. So we would just have a channel, the space channel, you know?
Yeah.
Like, they would be showing off the moon
You're
channel,
right, Jimmy.
like Earth from the Moon channel.
It would be like that.
Oh,
right.
and the money they would make just on a pay-per-view of these things or whatever, at first anyway. Eventually it'll become mundane and boring and it'll be free, but at first these could be pay-per-view things. They would take back all the costs that it would just be, well, maybe not, because most people just take it for granted because they believe the helio model anyway, but flat earthers would probably spend money to see these things. I would, like, just to be curious, but somebody will put it on the internet for free anyway. But they would do this. They would do this. They would have probably, you know, like that stupid 60s sci-fi radar dish on the ISS that spins around like it's definitely not doing anything. But they would have cameras like that would do 180s constantly on the ISS. So we would just see it pan around. They'd have probably like four perspectives on the screen. One of them be like a 180 that keeps turning, and a still one or whatever. They would do that. They totally would do that, but they're doing the bare minimum to get away with it. And you tell, just when you bring that to the forward part of your conscious mind and you watch all that, you can tell they're doing the bare minimum to trick you.
You're right. It is the
They're not putting in that much effort. They really aren't. And they're not doing the things that we would do if, you know, the people that work at NASA allegedly are astrophiles. They love space. They love it. So they're supposed to be, yeah, what do you want to do? Well, I think we should do this. Oh, what do you think? Yeah, let's all do that. Like, that's how we imagine it is. That they would do these things, and they just don't.
Yeah, I mean, just think of how many times they say they've been to the moon, and the fact that they think they can send a drone to Mars and send us really nice pictures, but they never put something on the moon, which always faces us, to map out with actual photos of the whole Earth, the whole surface of the Earth, because the moon goes all around it, right? Once a month, it covers the whole Earth. We should have had high-res, crystal clear pictures, because there's no atmosphere, of the Earth from the moon for decades.
And can you imagine the dark side of the moon? Just, you know, you're in darkness, the camera's there. What a beautiful shot that would be of the Earth and the stars and everything when there's no light shining on the camera area of the moon.
Well, so supposedly, I mean, if we had one on the dark side, it would only see the stars, but that would be awesome in itself.
No. Like just before the new moon, you have it on the dark side, it's facing the Earth.
Oh,
The
you
Earth
mean the shadow?
lit.
Yeah, the shadow.
The Earth will be completely lit, and what just Time magazine cover type pictures that would be. It'd be amazing. And instead, we get crap. We get like cheap graphic CGI crap. And I've been waiting since the 70s for the artist rendition. I was waiting for the raw data image to be processed, and that's what I'd follow the missions, the Vikings and everything. And what's going on Mars? Oh wow, looks like somebody peed all over the film. That's great, you know. And then one day, I don't know what happened. Mars went from a red sky to a blue sky overnight, and it's like, oops. Well, now it's got a blue sky. And they were telling us it's red. They even did the movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger on Mars, Total Recall. You go watch that movie. They designed it based on those early Viking shots from Mars.
Well, the movie Red
Sky.
Planet.
Well, and his
Red Planet too.
Blue Skies on Mars.
There's blue skies on Mars.
I mean, that was in Total Recall.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't you remember they turned the air on, Jibby?
Yep,
Yeah.
they turn the air on. But that's all.
It's all good now.
Programming, because that's what they want to tell us that they're going to do on Mars. I got this feeling They're going to say, well, the terraforming on Mars went much faster than expected because the algae we laid down just replicated rapidly. And now it's kicked up so much O2. And then that's less fakery they have to mess around in their suits for when they fake the Mars area. You know,
Are you
they'll
saying
just
Mars
take it
is
on
flat too, Jibby? Are you saying Mars is flat too?
I have not investigated that fully yet, but I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, yes, Greenland is also flat.
Okay.
Go look at, I think it's Greenland. Sunsets from Greenland. A couple of people have already done this. They've compared the sunsets on Mars to the sunsets in Greenland, and the sun matches up perfect in size. Now, I think there should be about a 25% or so difference in size of the sun from one planet to the other based on its distance. About 25%. So that's how much change we should see in the size of the sun on Mars. It should be 25% smaller than the way we see it on Earth. It's exactly the same.
Well, it's funny you said Greenland because they also have a picture from Greenland where it shows the Mars is it shows the ground and some mountains or hills in the background, and then they have a picture from Greenland. It's exactly the same, just the colors
There are
different.
so many of those. There's some from Ireland compared to the hills on Mars and the moon or whatever. And every time somebody throws one of these out, I say, can we get the concrete proof right here? Can you get the source of the Earth image? And can you absolutely 100% get the NASA image? And if we can 100% verify the two images, game over. And I've been saying this, but why isn't it game over? I don't think anybody has actually successfully identified
Found that spot.
both.
Yeah.
So that could be just fake. I don't know, though. I don't know. That's all it really takes for people of sound mind to go, okay, something's up. When you show hills, rocks, or whatever from Earth, you compare them to the shots of the moon or Mars, which says that NASA.gov at the bottom. How is that refuted? How can that be refuted? That's a 100% bulletproof bust. Why aren't people doing this? You know, they're passing around these split down the middle images. Okay, well, who created that image? I don't know. I just saw it on Facebook or something. I don't know the source of it. Whoever created it, though, should have had links to both.
Right, but Jibby, we're talking about the religion of the coincidentalist.
Yeah, exactly.
So automatically, that's the point, is that, yes, it just happens to happen that way. Both times, that picture on the Earth looks identical to Mars. They're very similar. They're very similar planets, Jibby, so that makes sense. And two, we saw the rocket booster footage you found, and it's 45 times the exact same way. We'd expect that precision technology, it's going to be identical every time.
Yeah, you're talking seconds after release.
Yeah, you're talking to demons in the flesh. Yep.
Really derpy demons, I'll tell you. To not have a little itch of a red flag with 21 different missions, 42 different ejecting rocket boosters, both right and left, mirroring each other after 15 seconds after release, and they're tumbling in atmosphere, still boosting, and yet tumble and fall in such a way the exact same thing happens 42 times in a row, flawlessly, exact same angle, and to say that's just precision engineering.
I know it's frustrating, eh? It's like I was looking at today the Apollo 11 capsule floating in the water and trying to figure out how three men in those great big spacesuits with all that equipment and come on. Stop.
They do that. You go look at these things in the museums or whatever, and even in the lab, in the JPL labs when they're allegedly creating them, and then you go watch the camera inside these things version, and it's 10 times larger in there. Like on the way to the moon, these guys had enough room to they could have just put out bunk beds, and it's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah,
they should have been able to just barely scratch their ass. Barely.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then you look at the footprint on the moon, that popular footprint that they show of the tread marks of the boot.
People will automatically cite Mythbusters on this.
And then you look at the in the museum, they've got the boots, the entire spacesuit from,
And it's a different bottom.
and it's a different sole.
Charles Flat Earth Math says they left the outer boot on the moon. That's why.
Is that what he says?
Yep. You know, the guy just took it off and he's like, I don't need this. And he just tossed it. And they threw their garbage, McDonald's bags out on the moon. And then they took off 3 days pee and feces. Not a problem. They probably ate it and that was their supper. You know, it's not a problem for them.
And all the camera equipment and
yeah. And if you take the number of photos that were taken on the Apollo mission, somebody did this math. I did not, but it looked right.
it's crazy, bro.
It
And then
was
you
like
look
they were
at the
taking a picture every 32 seconds.
Just a second, Jimmy. I'm going to show you what I looked at today. Give me a second. Let me find it.
You take the picture every 32 seconds. Then you have to go to a safe area to change the film. Open it, close it, change it, make sure the radiation doesn't cook it, which of course it would. And to me, I think that you would have to go back inside the lunar lander to change the film, no?
Yes, and speaking of change, supposedly they had to wear basically adult diapers.
Right.
How in the world do you change those when you're packed? When you see those pictures of them inside the capsule, they're packed in like sardines. How did they manage that?
And where they put the dirty diapers?
Yeah. How did
Here.
they do that?
Look at this. Okay, here's how stupid they think people are. This footprint here looks like it's sunk in. Am I correct?
Yeah, that does appear to be the case.
And this one here looks like it's upwards. No? Look at this. It looks like something that's been put there.
Yeah. You know, with
Just-
Looks like the same piece.
Now look, but this looks like it doesn't look
Looks like
like
it's
it's
put
actually
down.
sunk in, right?
well, that with the closer up, it does look sunk in. It's the way a camera, does not a stereoscopic camera, so it could fool you up and down is easy enough to fool anytime you.
So here, I want to find.
The astronauts do say it was like an ashy surface and it only went down, it can only go down like a few inches because it made me go, well, then how did the flag stand? up
Okay,
straight?
so that's the tread they're saying, right?
Yep.
Like that. Okay, so let's find.
A shout out to 33 watching.
I've been seeing that number all over today on government sites and NASA sites and stuff like that. Comments 33.
Oh, and by the way, Jibby, I
Alex
know
Jones
about
33 comments. Yep.
that report of Eddie Murphy dying turned out to be a hoax.
Okay. I was like, this has to be. But it was on,
Yeah.
didn't I pull it from ABC News?
Well, I forget where I saw it, but it looked like a legit site. But it was, you do some digging and find out it's like, nope. These people
Yeah, I
were.
could have sworn this morning I
Fake
pulled it from
news.
ABC News.
Yeah, well, they may have picked it up by then and before it was found to be a hoax. But there you go with fake news.
Yeah. It's epidemic. People don't look past the title usually. They just don't.
It was funny that one person started saying hoax, and they pulled up an article from 2012, and then I had to go find one from yesterday.
I got a question. That module they took back, did they have to wear their suits inside it the whole, or could they take it off? That's the question. First question.
Allegedly, they had them off on the way
How,
back.
how about this? Could you take them off inside there?
That's
Or
the
could you
question.
even
Oh, yeah,
enter
yeah,
or
That's
my
exit
question.
with?
That's why I'm asking.
Could you even enter or exit the capsule with the
Yes.
suit on? No.
And
you
here's the
cannot.
thing: they had to pressurize and repressurize the lunar tweaker shelter every time they'd go in and come out. And it really, when you look at the pictures, it looks like a clubhouse with somebody took a part from a dryer and used the door, and it's like a little flap. They would just go in like you're going into your fort, and the flap door comes down. This does not look like any kind of thing. And they had battery power on the moon. Now, that takes power to pressurize and repressurize the lunar tweaker shelter. A lot of power. And if they did have to go inside to change the film that they took one picture every 32 seconds for, there goes all the battery power, no? Okay, change the film, get back out, come back in, change the film, get back out. Like, there goes the batteries.
They'd have to have so many cameras if they wanted to go the other route with that story.
Yeah, I don't care how quick it was. Like, they literally had to be Johnny on the spot, quick, changing the film.
Right, now if you
boom,
look-
boom, 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 take a picture, change the film, take a picture, change. Like, they needed a separate astronaut just to do that, to accomplish the amount of photographs that they allegedly took.
The laundromat door. So if you look at the laundromat door, I could barely
Laundromat
get
door.
through the laundromat door with a backpack on. And these suits are like 10 times bigger than any suit you could ever imagine. They're bigger than a Sasquatch suit. You know, I mean, so how do you get through? How do you get through the laundromat door, the washer dryer door to my
Like a
capsule?
golf ball through a garden hose.
Then how about that? Then you got to go to the bathroom there and clean yourself out in there like a sardine. You know, I mean, that's you can't
Where they
even
put it-
leave the thing.
Where'd they put the
All right,
baby
look at
wipes?
this. Can you see this? There's the footprint, right?
Yep.
And this is the spacesuit preserved. They're preserved, but look at the bottom of the foot.
Yep. And when somebody catches them on these things, they predate the answer, and they put it on their site with a
There's the
false
footprint,
date.
and there's the bottom of the shoe.
And they came up with the excuse that the exterior boot was left on
And
the
this
moon.
is Neil Armstrong's suit. See it?
Yep.
This is Neil Armstrong's suit. Look at the sole. There's Neil Armstrong's footprint on the moon. Look at it. There's the image. That's the tread mark. There's the bottom of the boot. Neil Armstrong's suit.
Do you really think he would have doubled up on his boots?
How stupid. Well, they would have been the same boot. They were standard. You don't go
But
buy
when
boots
you're
at
in that
Walmart.
spacesuit, now
What do
you're
you
gonna
think
put
they
a boot. You're gonna put a boot on top of your boot while you're you're screwing around in that spacesuit, and you're gonna take the boot off, toss it out on the ground.
You're right.
Come on, logical fallacies for real.
Oh, look at what's Ireland Von Vicious saying. That's not the shoe. Not the shoe. And they say it is.
Yes, they
Look,
say it is.
There's the footprint that they're saying Neil Armstrong left. And this says Neil Armstrong's suit. You think he had like a closet full of suits up there? They had one each. They weren't going out to a party that they needed to bring extra clothing. They didn't have enough room in that tiny little capsule to be bringing a lot of luggage. So this was the suit he wore on to the rocket. It's the suit he wore on to the moon, and it's the suit he wore in the capsule when he came home. He didn't have extra boots up there just in case he stepped in a puddle. Those are the boots, and they're all standard. You go to police departments and ask to look at standard police boots. They're the exact same. They don't have 15 different styles. It's one style. You go in the military, you're wearing standard issued military boots. These are standard issue astronaut boots. Those are the boots he wore. This is the print they're saying he left on the moon. There is a problem. It's okay. They lied. This is one of many lies. If you can't get this one and go, well, you know what? Maybe they did lie, and allow that lie to make you look a little deeper, then it's on you, brother. It ain't on us.
Well, all he had to do, Rand, was look up on the internet, debunk NASA space suit shoe problem, and then of course,
Metabunk for
now watch
the-
this. Now watch this. Now, so then of course, somebody like Talk Origins comes up and says, yes, refuting Christians. Oh, I meant okay. And then the next thing you know, all he had to do was read a sentence from somebody that said, yes, the astronauts actually used extra slip-ons and then took them off and left them on the moon. So therefore, that is wrong and that the astronauts are clearly legitimate. So sorry,
And
Rand.
you don't even need to like think past beyond the answer, because they're looking
whatever
for
it
answers, they're
says.
not looking for
Yeah.
truth.
Every time you talk to Charles, he goes, okay, debunk a flat earther, enter top. Like, that's all he does.
I want to. Could you guys do me a favor and get an answer out of somebody in the chat? His name is Gem Panda. It's a shame your research is so poor. Rand, you are incorrect. And then you have Globehead, and then you have Ireland Von Vicious saying he sounds like a gay porn star. He's saying those are not the boots. So I would love.
Oh, Gem Panda, what do we do? What are we saying? That's not true. We're going by
wrong,
all their
prove
information.
me wrong, and I'll admit I'm wrong. I'm okay with being wrong.
Yeah, I'm exactly. And please correct our mistakes. That only makes us better. It polishes.
Yeah, I would love
us
you
up.
to correct. If I'm making mistakes, I don't want to be lying to people. I'm against the deception. I'm trying to
Exactly.
bring truth.
I mean, if you're gonna say we're lying, please correct our mistake.
Yeah, just say,
We
Rand,
humbly
here's
wish you would.
where you're wrong, and if you can show me equivocally where I'm wrong, I'm gonna accept the truth, bro. I'm looking for the truth.
Till then,
I'm
he's
telling,
trying to
I
steer us
think I
off track.
found it there. I think I found it there, but if I didn't, just show me where I'm wrong. Don't tell me I'm wrong. Show me, and then if you're right and I go, holy, I was wrong. I am man enough. I will admit it. Make no mistake about it, brother. I have not got that kind of ego. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Just go ahead and say it. Oh, there's Cynthia. Look at Cynthia. And this guy knows gay porn stars because I didn't realize he was telling a joke. So I'm going to take that seriously and run with it. No, you're not. You're
They're trying to steer the car.
Oh, Cynthia. It's okay, Cynthia. I don't know any gay porn stars. I'm a married Christian pastor over here in the Dominican Republic. There's no reason for me to know gay porn stars. It's okay, dear. I'm not one of these people that's okay with all this gayness going on in the world. I'm anti all that stuff. So
Pillbox, is that true about helicopters leave bigger craters than lunar rockets?
Yes, they do.
I bet the SpaceX could land a rocket on the moon without leaving a crater.
Right.
okay, so is that individual Gen Panda 2013? I need you to. Okay, he says here for the Lunar Eva, they wore an overboot. That's what.
See, he went to Talk Origins. Ask him what website. He either went to Talk Origins or debunkingchristians.com.
Now,
Okay,
is
let me
that
just-
just good enough for you? I mean, yes.
Yeah, it just
but-
says it right there, Jimmy. It's obviously
Right.
true. It's on the internet. It says
Yeah,
it,
but look
right?
when it was made. Look at the date of the webpage.
Oh, we don't want to get the
Source.
details, do we, Brian? Do we really want the
If you need
details?
to, you
Come
can.
on.
That's all I'm saying.
Oh, they don't want the details. I guarantee it, Brian.
Okay, so
the photo
I
was
can
taken
show
for
you
soil
photos.
mechanics.
All right,
test.
show photos don't mean that NASA can show me photos. Show me. I'm already debunking NASA's. I just showed you NASA photos. Those are NASA's photos, not mine. You're not debunking my photos. You're going to debunk theirs. So go ahead and show me some photos. You're more than welcome to come into this hangout and prove me wrong, brother. But do it with truth. Don't just do it for the sake of trying to make yourself feel
Now,
smart.
Jeremy, there's the truth and then there's answers. And they're not quite always the same thing. And what we're doing is we're asking all these little detailed questions like the battery power to pressurize and repressurize to come back in to change the rolls of film on the Hasselblad camera. We're asking all these questions like a lot of people have gone over the fluids in the cooling system in the suits not making sense. According to physics and science, it just didn't make sense. It's been approached to Michio Kaku about this. They just will not directly answer, and they avoid. So it just stays in limbo. These conspiracies, they stay in limbo. This is why they don't go away. Because if they were 100% debunked, there's nothing you can say. It's done. They would go away. But what they
Right.
do is they give an answer without the proof to back up the answer is true, which means that the answer could just be a lie.
Well,
Okay, so he wants a link. Just a second. One, sorry. I don't give links to Hangouts for people that aren't members of the flat out elected Google Plus.
Jeremy,
Community.
he's
If you join the flat out elected community on G Plus, I'll give you a link. But I don't just give links to people that aren't a part of my community. If you
Oh, there you
join,
go,
if you
Jeremy.
join our family, because you're willing to learn some things, then I'll give you a link. But if you're just trolling, I don't roll like that, brother.
Yeah, I was just going to say that in general, when people say they have proof of something, what they are doing is actually just the fallacy of appeal to authority, because they want us to take what NASA says as authoritative, not as factual. And the problem is that proof, scientific proof, has to be more than just a picture from a trusted organization, trusted by some people, not all of us. And so whatever they could offer in the way of pictures is, first of all, most of the time, as you know, not usually pictures, but composites. And second of all, is not proof even if they were pictures, because as we see in the news all the time, you can have a picture of something that's put with a story, and you're led to believe that that picture is from that event when in fact it may be 10 years old. You know, I did that in my one hangout about the rock formations, where I showed that, I could put, these pictures, and I could put any story next to it and people would believe it. So in the same way, when somebody says, I've got proof from NASA that this photo is of the overboot from Neil Armstrong's spacesuit, that doesn't prove anything. It's a photograph. Maybe it's a photograph if it's not a composite. I think somehow at this point, I think they would have to do strips of photos to make a picture of a boot. But but yeah, it proves nothing. Anybody can get a picture of a boot and say, yeah, this was it, and it came from NASA, so you have to believe it. And like I said, that's appeal to authority, which is a fallacy.
We know one thing: they did steer us off course.
Oh yeah, so many ways.
Just now, I mean, even. We were on a path, and now we're addressing something that we already know isn't true.
Right, that's what trolls do. I mean, they want to change the topic. And then they cry that they can't be heard, that we're censoring the other side and we're afraid of the truth or new ideas because we're just turning away trolls who are trying to turn the conversation where they wanted it.
Right.
That's exactly what they do all the time.
Well, it's very interesting that, you read this chat. I don't allow. Here's how. Let me explain. Flat out elected. Flat out elected is for people that are endorsed by members of Flat Out Elected, and in order to be a member of Flat Out Elected, you have to join the Flat Out Elected community page on Google. You go to communities, Google Plus, then you go on the left bar and it says communities, and you look for Flat Out Elected. And if you are a member of Flat Out Elected, our channel, then we will allow you to come and speak. But I'm not just giving links out to people that feel like they got something to say, because I'm pretty certain Jibby has heard it all. I know Pillbox has heard it all twice. I know that Paula, Knowledge Scavenger, has heard it all enough times, and the same thing with Brian and myself. So it's not like you're going to bring anything new to the discussion. If you want to come on and talk to us and give us your opinion on a matter, that's fine. But you have to be a member. I don't allow non-members to just come up here and bow up their chest, because you won't last very long. Believe me when I tell you, Pillbox will kick you in a heartbeat to the cliffs.
Jeremy and I have done a dance, the NASA dance, many times, and that's why, like I say, it's a matter of believing the answers you're giving freely, without question. And it seems that that's what I see a lot, is they won't even second guess it. It just comes from NASA. It's like the word of God. Even if it's a logical fallacy, something that just sounds preposterous, like landing that stupid SpaceX rocket on a bouncy raft in an ocean. Just
But
the
there's a
concept
ton of
is
element to
ridiculous.
that, though, brother. I mean, think about this, Jimmy. People are afraid, man. You know what I mean? Like, people are afraid. They have subliminally conditioned humanity. Even little comments like from Barack Obama when he said, look, we don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. In other words, we don't have time for any stupidity right now. We're trying to do serious business. They have downplayed, mocked, and insulted the flat earth community for so long that people literally distance themselves from the concept of it, or even to be able to communicate within the idea of it, because they are conditioned in that you're an idiot if you believe this. These people will call me an idiot. They say, oh, Rand Campbell, he's an idiot. He believes in flat earth. They don't even know that I run and operate a business. I've been on the planet 57 years. I got 2 businesses, actually. I'm also running a drug rehab facility here in the Dominican. I'm in the process of building the very first Christian resort in the Dominican Republic ever. I'm also involved in another ministry called Hope, where we're building houses for kids to come from these small towns that are poverty-ridden and can't afford to get through school. But they have beautiful grades coming up to the high school, unbelievably intelligent people, but they can't afford to go to university. So we're doing that for them. We're providing the home and the financing, the tuition, the food, and everything it takes to get them through to the next level of university. And I'm doing all these things because I'm an idiot. You see, this is the whole thing, is that the minute you say that you're a flat earther, it's the pepper spray of truth. Because right bing off the bat, automatically you got to be a complete and total moron to believe that the world is flat. But what I would assert is this: you got to be a complete and total moron to not question it. I'm not saying you're a moron because you believe in a ball Earth. Okay, you believe you're on a spinning wet ball rocket, rotating, wobbling, and flying through space at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and you still manage to keep your hat on. Okay, that's fine. I believe that too. But here's the problem: you've never believed what I now know to be true. I used to believe what you believe, so you're not going to tell me something I don't already know. But I'm trying to bring you to a new truth. Go ahead, Paula.
Oh, sorry. I thought I muted. I had to do something. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, that's okay. I've been interrupted most of my life. But that's the whole thing, is that I think that all flat earthers can come to at least that agreement that, we're trying to bring a truth and try to tear down a deception and rip the carpet out from some deceivers. And that's the bottom line. This truth as a seed has taken root. You're not going to stop flat earth. I'm sorry. They 500 years ago, people believed the earth was flat, and they put an end to it. And they were probably like, whoo, that almost got away from us. Thank God we stopped that one. Because could you imagine if by 2015 people started realizing the earth was flat? Thank God we put a lid on that truth. Woo! Sign some treaties. Ain't nobody going over to the Antarctic. Let's just secure this lie. Let's secure this deception. Can't nobody know the truth, at least not this truth. Whew, were we ever thankful that we were able to contain that one. And guess what? They buried that seed in a deception. And that deception ended up being the very fertilizer necessary for the seed to grow. And that seed is truth. And this flat earth is leading the truth community now. 9/11 was the leader in the truth community for a long time. But guess what's leading the truth community now? What you're standing on. The very ground you're standing on is leading the truth community. Flat earth is the king of kings, the pepper spray of truth. It is the punch in the mouth, the slap in the head. It is the Achilles heel. It kicks the feet out from under you. It rips the carpet out from under the deceivers. And most people can't stand it, because when you find out that spinning wet ball that you used to spin in the classroom when you didn't see the teacher wasn't looking, and you were spinning it and then putting your finger on it to stop at the place you wanted to go with that little game you used to play with your spinning wet ball on the teacher's desk, that identified who you were. That's who you became. You became that deception. You literally think you're on a spinning wet ball rocket flying. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Flying through outer space at 1,000,000 miles an hour, but you feel like you're standing still and you feel like you're on a flat surface. But apparently your own senses aren't good enough, because there's experts and authorities that have more power over what you actually see and feel than you do. And so you identify with a deception, and we're trying to get that identity to change so that you can identify as an unbelievable creation of God.
It's not for everybody, Ram. What's going on, Paula?
I'm just sitting here like you guys.
Yep, it's a flat earth, and that's right, Ram. I mean, well said. We've already been there.
Been there, man. Don't try to tell me something I sat in a classroom for all those years and believed. I believed it. Look at, man. I can remember standing. I used to live on a beautiful beach in Canada when I had a home in Canada. And me and my buddy one day were standing on the beach, and it was a great big windstorm, and the waves were rushing in, and the wind was blowing so hard that it almost blew our T-shirts off. And we were standing there at the edge of the shore of the water with the waves rushing in, looking up at the moon as it was getting dark, and thinking to ourselves, can you imagine we're rotating around that big glowing white ball in the sky at 70,000 miles an hour. And with the feeling of the wind blowing and the waves rushing in, you could actually imagine that you were going 70,000 miles an hour. You could actually feel it because you thought in your mind you were, and you were convinced of it, and the waves rushing in and the wind blowing all kind of gave truth to it. But the bottom line is the wind was blowing not because we're going 70,000 miles an hour around the moon. It was the wind blowing. The waves were being moved by the wind, not because we were rotating at 70,000 miles an hour. It's most certainly not because we're flying through outer space at 1,000,000 miles an hour. They fooled us. They fooled us. I mean, the very first globe was designed in 1948, which is long before they ever went out to outer space to be able to look at the moon. Now, how'd they know the dimensions of the Earth and its absolute shape and where everything sits in order to make a globe years before they ever went to outer space and actually saw what they think they were making? You people need to wake up and realize it's a trick. And why do they lie? You see, we know the who and what. I mean, we discussed that, right, guys? We know who's lying and what the lie is. So now the question is why? Well, the why is very, very simple. You can't control somebody with the truth. You can only control people with a deception. You can't control slaves with truth. The minute the slaves wake up and realize the game's being played on their back, they're going to stand up and the game's over. And that's exactly what's happening. They hear this truth coming. The slaves are waking up. We realize the game's being played on our back. And until we stand up, that game is going to continue to play. And then you got people out there like yourselves that are afraid to look at the truth. They're afraid to stand up and go, hold on a second, this doesn't feel right. And when you come to learn the truth, you're going to be one more piece of that game board that stands up, and it's going to become harder and harder and harder and harder for them to maintain that game. Eventually, the game is going to crumble. But the game can't crumble until we stand up.
Yeah, they always seem to forget that we all had to learn standard cosmology in school. I mean, you go through all your school years up to college, all the mandatory, all the voluntary school, it's all force-fed. You know, the
And
globe
relearned
model.
it. Well, just real quick, and relearned it. I tried to go back through it again because we wanted to make sure we got it correct.
Right,
Well,
and it's the same thing like with the creation evolution debate. We all had to learn evolution. We had to pass it, learn it well enough to get through school. And then some of us became creationists, you know, and it's people don't think, they don't stop and think. They think we were all born believing what we believe right now. It isn't true. And then they say we're the ones who don't like new ideas.
Amen to that, sister. This, this world is changing, isn't it? People are really, really. This isn't a joke. People are really waking up. People are really going, what's going on here? People are waking up and their brains are saying, well, what is this flat earth? What is this cloning I hear about? What is this Satanism in movies and in music and Hollywood and all these celebrities? And what is this about DUMBs, deep underground military bases, and MK Ultra and what's going on? What is all this about? Why all of a sudden? Because 10, 15, 20 years ago, I was just watching my kid play ball hockey out in front of the house, or shooting basketball hoops with my friends, or going to the beach for a swim and check out some girls, or hitting a nightclub for a couple of beers, and nobody was talking about all this stuff. What's going on? What is really, really happening? Why is all this happening? Why are people talking about flat Earth? Why is this movement growing? Why is Donald Trump the president of the United States of America? Why are people saying that Hillary Clinton is an evil rapist, criminal, thief? What's going on in the world? What's happening? What is this? And people are actually going, I got to look into this. Something's not right. The world is upside down. Something changed. This isn't the world I was in 10 years ago. Something's happened. And people are courageous enough, because it takes courage. They're courageous enough to get out of bed and go, you know what? I'm going to be late for work today. I'm going to take a quick minute and take a look at that flat Earth thing. I'm going to drink my cup of coffee in front of the computer and just take an honest look. Or I'm going to look at this Pizzagate thing that everybody's talking about all these people involved with, pedophiles and kids and the politicians and these powerful people that are involved with. Let me look at this, because that doesn't seem right to me. But it not only does
it on for decades. The Reagan administration used to pretty much kidnap kids and ship them here and there.
Of course. But I'm talking about it's starting to really blow up right now. Like, people are really starting to information. We are literally where it says in Scripture that we are in a time of information. I mean, we are literally in a time of serious information, not just information. Like, it's one thing that you got some information that your buddy down the street got a new lawnmower. Who cares? That ain't information I need to know. You know this information. Oh, did you hear that the lead singer for the Bengals is going off on their own, and they're going to be bringing out who cares? I don't care. Hey, did you hear that J-Lo got a new boy? I don't care. That's not the information I'm talking about. I'm talking about this truth is the information Scripture was talking about, that we would be in a time of increased knowledge. This is some increased knowledge. This real knowledge. You see, the tree in the Garden of Eden was the tree of knowledge. And we're in a time of increased knowledge. The tree of life is growing. This seed grew into a tree. We are experiencing the tree of knowledge. We are being given the who, whats, and whys of the evils in this world. And some people are human enough, and they've come outside of this slave system, and they know something's wrong, and they can feel it, and they're looking at why is all this happening, and they're actually courageous enough to actually do a little bit of research. And when you get that type of courage, that you're able to pick up your mouse and click onto some channels and click onto some truths and listen and learn and read a book and come up outside of the matrix and actually look for the real knowledge, you're on your path to a wake up. And I don't know about you guys, but there isn't a dollar amount that would send me back. I would never give up what I know today to go back to where I was when I knew nothing. There isn't a dollar amount high enough for me to sell what I now know.
It's priceless, Rand. That's the thing about this, is that this gift of knowledge is given to you by the Creator. Rather, how high you go is obviously subject will vary depending on the user, but it is a different level of basically consciousness. Knowing this creation is the highest form of actual consciousness that I think God wants you to have, is to know His creation, build your garden, be a producer, and that's it. Preach the gospel. It's really simple. I probably made it too complicated. It's really very simple. And once you realize just a few of these things, just a couple of these things, you can't go back. You can't change your mind. There's no going back to being in shackles. But these slaves have no choice, and kind of for the whole kit and caboodle to work, you almost need the slaves. I almost want the scoffers. What I can't stand are the fakes. I can't stand the people that pose as skeptics and Christians and just make it really difficult for us to accomplish anything. Those are the real thorns in our side. Are the scoffers that are pretending to be skeptics and so-called truthers and things.
Yeah, well, they go from irritants to hurdles. I've said that many times. That back when I used to have a really big channel, and I had, you know, lots of people bothering me and pestering me and doing videos on me. I used to say, you know, you're an irritant. And then some of them would go from being an irritant to becoming an obstacle. And you would just have to remove them. And that's what we have in this community too, is that, you know, there are irritants because they're irritated. You can only irritate from the position of being an irritant. But an obstacle, that's purposeful. You are purposely blocking the truth. There is a big difference between an irritant and an obstacle. And when you come across an irritant, you could just have a little bit of fun with them and bat them around like a fly, because for the most part, they're harmless. But you get these obstacles, because there are true obstacles in this truth, especially in the flat earth community. There are people that are literally disinformation agents, and they're obstacles. They're trying to block this because this big. And guess what you don't do? If you're a thief, you don't break into empty houses. Why would you break into an empty house if there ain't nothing to steal? They're trying to come into this flat earth because this is big information. They want to steal this knowledge. They want to steal this information because it's got value. And the value is that if the slaves figure this out and wake up, the game is over. And so they're paying disinformation agents to be obstacles and to block this truth as best they can. But just like the atheists got the lowest numbers in the history of history, Satan ain't even letting them know he exists because their numbers are so low, they're not even worth having on the payroll. And the same thing goes for these obstacles in this truth community trying to block this flat earth truth. They're not even worth Satan telling them that they work for him. Satan's like, yeah, you're just an irritant, obstacle, loser, moron that doesn't even know I exist. You're still doing my work, so I'm just going to leave it at that, not even whisper in your ear that you work for me. And so the best thing to do with these obstacles is just block them. Just get them right out of the way, move them out of your way.
One hour left, Paula.
Then you guys can be yourselves, right?
Where'd Pillbox go?
I think he lost signal again.
Oh,
Yeah,
she's
you're
up.
back to go to bed.
Well, you know what Pillbox is like. He's here today, gone tomorrow. He'll be back. I'm wondering what happened to Rose and what happened to Arcane tonight. Well, we can leave this open if you guys want. I'm probably going to go to bed soon, but I can leave it open if you guys want it left open so you guys can hang. I don't know how long has it been running for, Jimmy?
It looks like it's been running for, it says 3 hours.
So you guys got 5 more hours left if you want to keep it running. That's up to you. I really don't care.
Well, Paula will turn in at midnight.
There's 30 viewers.
Well,
so I
you
hate
just
shut
need
it
to
down.
give us controls, and
I can't even give you controls, brother, because look, here, let me show you what happens. Just so you guys understand, there's an issue here. Can
The
you see
control
my,
panel's been messing up for the last few days with everybody.
oh, yep. Control room is not working. It's been broken Hangouts past few days.
yeah, so I can't.
I think they're trying to force us off slowly.
They lied about the sound effects if they broke them many days earlier.
Oh, yeah?
So I don't know. Every single thing I click on the side here, control room, there was an error loading your app. Sound effects, there was an error loading your app. YouTube, there was an error loading your app.
I've tried it in 3 or 4 different browsers. It's the same thing.
The only thing that works on the side here is the blue chat button and the green screen share. So that sucks.
And you notice the date it says that they're cutting everything off is the 25th.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Isn't
already
that kind
cut
of funny that they just did, they're holding that thing over in New Jersey going on from the 26th through? And the funny thing is, the government is shutting down for the next week at the same time.
Whoa,
Okay.
what's all this?
Exactly.
Yeah, the government's shutting down. They do that every once in a while for budget issues, and nothing usually comes of it. But
Paul, are you talking through? Your mic
You're
is a
muffled
little.
somehow.
Sorry, the button wasn't all the way pushed or something.
Oh,
But
there
yeah,
you go.
that's better now, right?
Yep.
Yeah, they have government shutdowns that, over budget issues all the time, and nothing comes of it. But this time is happening at the same time as a drill for an EMP blast in New York City, just after power outages in New York, LA, and some other place, I can't remember the other third city, that they tried to blame on
And that's along the same rift as the fall off would be. Okay.
right.
Go ahead.
Plus these, little things like these Google things that are given the same date to end.
Okay. Oh, hold on. Last year, that thing came on the national radio in New Jersey stating Trump this month, the 26th, April 26th. Trump, April 26th.
Yeah,
Well, you
National
know
emergency station broadcast.
Well, that's interesting because every time there's a Sandy hoax or a Boston bombing, don't they do a
drill.
Yes.
a drill like the week or so before?
Yes.
That's scary, isn't it?
Even more mainstream alternative news. The bigger alternative news channels like Zero Hedge is a fairly reliable one, although they're mostly financial. Even they are noticing getting into this conspiracy theory because they're saying, one of their headlines was, "Is this going to be another false alarm or a false flag?" It's going more mainstream to all the things that people are noticing about all these so-called coincidences. So
There's something about I can't say there's something there, but man, look at it. It's so coincidental. It's not funny.
yeah, and there's a lot more. There's the cosmic stuff going on with the alignment.
My neighbors,
Called,
upstairs neighbors, they're from the Coast Guard. Guess where they're going right now? New Jersey, New York, that area.
But yeah, there's in this, especially by the fall, there's supposed to be a 1 in 5,000 year alignment of Virgo and Draco and several other things that match up a sign in Revelation 12. There's a lot of convergence going on this year. Just a lot of it.
Yeah, I think me and Teal were talking earlier on Facebook about, we need to start really praying more, I think. You know what I mean? Like, this world is so desperate for just togetherness and for, love and prayer and honest concern for one another. It seems like, these people that are getting pepper sprayed with this flat earth, they're getting so angry, it's dehumanizing them in that they just feel like it's more of a benefit to aggravate and agitate those of us that have come to know that, sorry, we're just not on a spinning wet ball. I wish I could say we were. I actually used to enjoy that we were on a spinning wet ball rocket. It seemed fun to me. However, we're not.
It was fun, but very insecure.
Yeah, it was fun, but yeah, it was kind of edgy in a way that we were spinning and flying through outer space, and I could do all that without holding on to a tree. It was pretty cool. It was like, it was honestly like the Earth is the world's greatest skateboard in a sense. That we're just unbelievable. We're amazing, but
These sadistic bastards just constantly made us paranoid, telling us in the shooting gallery that we were in the Milky Way, especially approaching 2012. We were supposed to be hitting the rim of this galactic edge.
right.
That, in the 26,000 year precession, we move up and down like a sine wave, allegedly, across the Milky Way. And when we get to that center spot, which would be, say, the flatness of the Saturn rings, and being like the rings are the Milky Way spiral. When we get up to that flat spot doing the sine wave, we were supposed to hit a whole bunch of cosmic debris and cosmic winds and all these things. And my head was very heliocentric because I loved astronomy. So my head was going through all the likely statistical possibilities of disasters. And then you have all this prophecy about disasters. So it creates incredible insecurity in you if you're into this stuff. When you're just thinking about it, like we can get hit with an asteroid at any time and nothing we can do about it. And we're all dead because somehow the shockwave wraps around the ball. It doesn't, it moves straight out, but also wraps around the ball. You know, it wouldn't just go, I don't know, the speed of sound, and then here comes the curvature, and it just keeps going straight. No, apparently it wraps around the ball, as they show you in all these scary animations. And I was just paranoid, depressed, because things I was seeing in the sky weren't, like, NASA never talked about them, ever, and they never addressed them. Any questions, like out-of-the-box questions, they just avoid them. You know, they'll just, like, next question, it's like, that's it. They'll never address it. And then it stays in limbo. Nobody answers you, and everyone else in the mainstream just calls you an idiot for continuing to ask a question no one will answer. This is what they're doing with Flat Earth as well. I tell everybody, even today, I was like, you know, you guys are all about these theodolites and all these little picayune things to prove this curvature, yet nobody's answered our, like, first 5 questions that we approached everybody with. Where's the curvature? Where? Pictures of Earth from space, photographs of satellites. You know, like, these are the first fundamental questions that they danced around and off-roaded to all these other things. Well, look at this. Look at this giant 4 chalkboards of equations that prove this. Like, no, what the basic fundamentals that should exist in 2017, where are they? And they still are not being addressed. It's the same thing. They just don't address it. And now, what about this? What about that? You can't avoid the first fundamental things that brought us to Flat Earth. They do. And this is why the dance keeps going in the doorway of a whole new paradigm. I know people hate that word.
And it's gaslighting too, with that, which I think about some of that Mandela stuff is gaslighting. No, you don't remember that. That's not the way it was.
I'm so relaxed now about Mandela after I found C-3PO's golden leg. Because now I know that there is no solid, provable 100% Mandela. All the glasses and risky business now. That's kind of my new one.
Yeah, but I'm just...
they're fun. I like the Mandelas. They're fun. They're conspiracy.
How about the Ford Mustang station wagon? That one had to take you for a bit of a loop.
The Ford symbol, you mean? The little loop on the F?
No. Ford had a Ford Mustang station wagon. Here, let me bring it up for you.
Oh, I don't know if I remember that.
Yeah, in the 60s, right? Like a 65 or 69 or something?
They did. My dad had one.
Oh, Brian wins. Brian, good. Nice. Very good. Yeah, because a lot of people couldn't remember him.
Yeah, the thing is, I was just trying to... I shouldn't have mentioned Mandela, but I was just bringing it up.
But look at this.
Yeah, that's funny.
You don't remember that? Come on now. How do you not remember that?
Those wheels weren't an option until 2008, Rand.
Look
I remember that
Ford
one, the orange
Mustang
one.
station wagon. You remember that though?
Well, yeah, I kind of do. The orange one. I remember one that looked like that blue one. Yeah.
I don't. But who cares? I probably wouldn't have bought one anyways. I'm more of a Prowler kind of guy. I had a Prowler, but anyways. This world's crazy. That's all I know.
Yeah.
All I know is this. The world's crazy.
When the station
Look at
wagons
that.
were popular, a lot of the auto industry were trying to capitalize on the design. So there's different types of station wagons out there.
Like the Ford Mustang station wagon.
That's crazy. It's definitely like
I don't
rare.
remember. I honest to God do not remember this. And I was a car enthusiast way back in the day. I was old enough to drive this when this was out. And God is my witness. When I first seen it, I was like, how did I miss that? But apparently I did. Okay, no big deal. Back to Flat Earth. Pillbox, are you going to stick around or are you going to be in and out? What's going on? You treat this hangout.
I'll probably stick an out. Yeah.
Yeah, you treat this hangout like an old lover. I need you to be more loyal. Because I'm probably going to fade off. I'm going to probably go to bed.
Pillbox is because you drop in and out. That's all.
And there's going to be no controllability here.
See, that's just it. The lack of controls is. I mean, we can. It's just the things like screen sharing. Everybody would have to mute while the person sharing the screen talks and keeps it up. But it could be done.
Yeah, it's
All right, well,
manageable. No problem.
Yeah, you guys.
But if somebody takes control,
I'm going to probably just listen for a little bit. If I hear something really, really smart that I want to comment on, I'll probably come back in. So chances are you won't hear from me for the rest of the night.
You said your rule was no riff-raff on the panel or whatever, but when you
while I'm here, if I'm not here, you guys go ahead and do what you want. While I'm here, I prefer flat out elected family.
Gotcha.
If I'm not in the room, and even though my things, but if I'm in bed and you guys are just having a free for all, do what you want. I don't care. It's during my presence that I have a concern.
Okay. We'll use discernment.
Yeah.
Somewhat.
So does that mean we can't order the strippers when he leaves?
You gotta wait till midnight.
Oh,
yeah, you can't do it.
Paul is here. Damn it.
All right, guys, you have a blessed night. I'm gonna go chill.
Have a good night, Ran.
Yeah, I think tonight was one of our better nights. We had up to 40 viewers at one point. So
that says something with multiple hangouts going on.
Yeah, and it also says a lot about the panel because that means that the communication and the conversation was listenable. And I'm gonna guarantee you something. That is because of the lack of vulgar language and the arguing and the yelling and the screaming. When you have a good back and forth, a good communication, people tend to want to sit and listen, and sometimes they may be doing something else and just listening to this in their background. So at any rate, you guys enjoy the rest of the night and be blessed. I'm off to bed.
All right, Rand. Good night.
Now I can leave early if you want.
Are you kidding? Brian's gonna keep you busy asking about recipes till 12:30.
Oh, okay.
Like Rand said, the conversation, it's good, it's civil, it's calm. I think a lot of people, some people prefer the drama, some people prefer the action, some people prefer calm and quiet. This doesn't seem like to be an action channel. I wouldn't mind Gem Panda getting on the panel. He is one of the more civil Globers, and he does adjust himself to the panel that he's on, adjust his conduct, his language. I don't know. You have to put it up to a group vote, I guess. And I don't want him getting pillbox heated and just I don't know. Like and like Rand said, does anybody have anything new to bring to the table, or maybe even answer our first fundamental problems with the ball Earth and the anomalies we're finding with it? The curvature, the lack of curvature thing has been taken to such levels of instrumentation that it's kind of like you have to go buy all this stuff to prove it, when it's like, and is it enough proof to convince you? Not me. No, it took me a long time to kind of embraced that the earth is flat. And it's not a thing I was on the fence about. Like, I crossed the fence and made my way through all the information, swam through it all. I sat through hours and hours of things. There's a lot of Globers that say, yeah, I saw that, but they only really saw 5 or 10 minutes and made a conclusion, an assumptive conclusion. I would watch these things more than once just to absorb all the information, to make sure I was making the right choice. Because this is a very important choice to make, where we live, like what you believe in your heart and where you live. That's a very important choice. It's not something to be taken lightly, and it's not something to surrender your mind to someone else's opinions and someone else's fancy word soup.
Well,
I know-
that's yeah, we've
Ed?
run into that for all the time, all these years of people was just talking past each other. And once you get past the first wave of, discovering a new topic, you don't learn anything new. It's all the rest of it is just arguing for no reason, because it's not going to convince anybody after a certain point. And I think that's the same thing if we have how many times a day, every day for years have there been panels where they just argue flat earth, ball earth, and it doesn't go anywhere. I mean, absolutely no progress is made. And the problem, part of the problem is not just that we're all human and we make mistakes, and we're not very many of us are in fact scientists, but the other problem is that we're just not very precise with our terms. We say proof, and then we have a photograph, or we say proof and we have a drawing, a CGI, or we say proof and we have an appeal to NASA, and none of that stuff is proof. Proof is, if you're going to use a scientific method, is observe and repeat. And in the case of the shape of the earth, very few of us, if any, are in a position financially or time-wise either to actually demonstrate it on our own in enough numbers to create the scientific method's requirements of observe and repeat. And that's the problem. And I don't see how we can get past this impasse, because neither side can actually offer proof that's convincing to the other side if what we have so far isn't convincing. I don't know what to do about it. And I don't know how much more talking about it. It's just like, like I've said many times about how many years Christians go to Sunday school. What in the world do we talk about all that time? Well, most of it is just reinforcement of like-minded people and a social environment for like-minded people. And that's why I don't see the point of having another baller flat earth debate. What would be the outcome? I haven't seen anything change in quite a while.
Yeah, there is no debate, and everything in all of history has taken place on a flat stationary plane. So who has the burden of proof? It's obviously not us, and they don't have anything. You don't want to use that word proof. I will make claims as far as the shape of the earth. Yeah, I do know for a fact it is. It's never been about evidence anyway. It's just like evolution versus creation. They say, yeah, cats only make cats, and that's evolution. Well, that's not. So it doesn't make. They say it looks flat because it's a ball. It's never been about evidence.
Right. It's ideology. It's a religion.
Well, let's not say what they say, because they tell us we have nothing. We have no proof. We have nothing, and which is, of course, a false statement. And we say they have nothing. Well, they have something. They have answers and paper facts and things they don't question, which I won't say is nothing. It is something. And what we have is scientific method experiments we've done, amateur civilian stuff that's yielding all the same results. And if they didn't, I think it would show. And of course, both sides are going to question each other's ethics and methods, and did you use this filter, and blah, 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 blah. And when it should just come down to the fundamentals, like water, the physics of water, of what we observe water can do, and what it does here in the atmosphere, what it does, the fish tank, 10 feet across, 10 miles across. The fish tank water level is going to be the same. It's basic fundamental of water. We would need a 10-mile fish tank to debunk that. And then it would be argued, well, the humidity's curving the line for the. And it just seems like this dance of stalemating.
What about the Panama Canal?
Exactly, and they're going to go to the refraction excuse, and light bends up, and it's just. Then why can't we see around the whole ball then? If the
Well, by doing that though, they're admitting it looks flat, and that's the thing. So you're admitting it looks flat, but now you have another excuse to why it's a flat Earth, and that just doesn't work. It's a psychosis. It has absolutely nothing to do with evidence. We've had radars for 50 years, 60 years. When we track a plane for 300-400 miles, we track it going straight out. It doesn't go around and away. It's still in front of us. That's how we can track it. And there's radar systems in Russia, like the Steel Yard, that are, lack of better, many thousands. Yeah, we don't really talk about it too often, but you got radars out there that go many thousands of miles, and they track the planes. They can identify where they are located, which is at the horizon still. That's why they call it over the horizon radar, not over the curve-horizon radar. See how that works?
Jeremy's saying the Panama Canal is a big staircase. I guess that's the one that Red's giant tall ship must have went down in the tall ship going over the curve shot. That didn't fade in color as it went off into the distance. That was the shortest curvature I've ever seen in my life. You remember that tall ship?
Yes, you can see curvature in a body of water, but then when you get up in a plane, it goes away because you have to be in space, I think.
I think when you take off in a plane, you should start to kind of see a perspective of a little bit of a dip.
From left to right. No, from left to right. Remember, Jibby, from left to right. That's the big problem, is from left to right.
It's the left to right. We definitely see more that way. And I'm going to get a lot of left to right shots at top Mount Washington. It's June, and I'll measure them out. Right here next to where I live, I can go up this mountain and see Boston, like 70 miles away. And I'll get some shots of that. And I don't like land-based curvature tests because there are good arguments out there, meaning like, okay, it's just a flat part of the land, and it's okay. I can't debate that. It is a flat part of the land. But after a while, you're going to have a lot of flat tops on a ball. It's going to be noticeable. Like there's a curvature to make up for. We're not finding. We're just not finding it. And I wish we had the optics that could pierce that thick, dense water vapor atmosphere that we have to look through horizontally. And people say, well, why can't I see Europe from the east coast of the United States? It's in the water vapor atmosphere, vanishing point. If you even saw Portugal from the east coast of the United States, it would be like the head of a pin in size from where you are. You're distance away from it. Yeah,
a microbe. Japan would be a size of a microbe, and you got idiots asking me why I can't see Japan. Yeah, the islands that I need a microscope and a P900 and the Lucifer telescope. Might be able to see it.
I know. How can the Vatican name a telescope Lucifer and nobody?
Sounds legit.
Nobody's just ringing any bells on this one.
What's wrong with that? That's just a name. What's wrong with that? Wait a minute, don't tell me it's a big deal. Just because it took them 5 years to find the words that actually make the acronym work, what's wrong with that?
It's ridiculous.
Did you see what the acronym is? It took them like 5 years to find words to fit in the name Lucifer.
Oh, yeah. I love how they do that.
So stupid. That's what they did with NASA. They said, what means in the SHA, let's shorten it. Okay, here we go, National Aeronautical Space. That's perfect. Done.
Yep.
Okay, it's just a coincidence. It's nothing to pay attention to.
Well, Jim's like, Lucifer doesn't belong to the Vatican.
I know there's a technicality problem, yet it's still owned by the same people. Okay, it's fine. So we're going to worry about it now. Why don't we talk about the capabilities of the observatory, which is what I call it. Don't call it a telescope, because that, using the wrong terminology discredits the laws of physics. So that we can throw everything out, I guess, and magical balls are real. So I apologize to get the terminology wrong. Problem is that you got space cadets like Jem Panda saying, I've used my telescope and I can see things on the moon, such as mirrors and the lunar module. But it's like, wait a minute, I went to the Lucifer Observatory and they can't even see it. But for some reason, the internet heroes and the Irelands and all these, the flat Earth math, pseudoscientist preachers can all do things the multi-billion-dollar Lucifer Observatory can't. I find that suspicious, for one. Number two, can they call the Lucifer Observatory, and then, of course, they will receive their Nobel Peace Prize.
Which is also a joke these days. Nobel Peace Prize.
No, but they love them. They want one. I know they want one.
That's just, it's like a nobility title. Like, I'll give you land and title. It's the same thing.
Says it in the name.
It's the same thing. You're getting a prize. You're getting a title. That's it. It's just a reward for working for the dark side. And there's plenty of rewards here if you're willing to work for the dark side. In fact, that's basically how you excel here. The only way to excel here is to join the dark side. And if you're just a humble hard worker, an honest blue-collar hard worker, you are struggling harder than anybody. And you're being honest. You're living a wholesome, honest life, and you struggle at every turn you make. It's just not cut and dry. There's always obstacles in your way, always things breaking, there's always something to overcome. And it's because you just don't want to step on anybody. You don't want to hurt anybody to excel yourself. It doesn't feel right. You just want to work hard and do your part, do your share, and try to contribute to society and have a happy life, a fruitful life. That's all most of us want, I think. Some of us have delusions of grandeur and been tricked by the culture and the TV, and we want to be famous. And my God, for a little while, everybody wanted to be American Idol. Everybody. Just, I want to be a singer. I want to be a singer. I want to be a singer. Who cares about singing? Haven't we written enough songs at this point? Do we need any more songs? There's a song for everything. Like, let's just work with the songs we have and just play them all. I mean, I don't know. It's singing. Just the goals people have. It's just they're living in their entertainment fantasy. Entertainment should maybe take up 5-10% of our time, really, instead of 95% of our time. Of course, in a society where you're mechanizing everything, an industry, well, you have a lot more leisure time for entertainment, but we're living for entertainments now. It's kind of like living off dessert and not really eating much meal, I don't know. I have stupid metaphors. So yeah, what else is going on with everybody? Fighting a good fight out there?
Fighting something.
The dark side.
Yep, principalities, high places.
I've been playing with the trolls, as we know them, past week or so. Just hanging with the it's literally like a demon pit of hostility. They're all so angry. I just sit in there and watch. A couple of us been in there, Migmag, Ismael, just chilling out in there. YouTube, different flat earthers coming in there, and it's really interesting to see how these adults are acting. It's quite embarrassing too. Embarrassed for them, and I'm just trying to it's also kind of like watching people suffer. It bothers me. I would like to help them, and proving the Earth is flat is only making them worse. The more proof you come out with, the more opposite speak they do. You are even dumber than I thought. It's just kind of like, well, you have to reverse that to hear what they're really saying, because they're speaking through a mirror, basically. It's a projection thing. They speak through a mirror. So
that is absolutely correct, Jimmy. It's always been that. They're calling you the Dunning-Kruger when they're the ones pretending to believe in pseudoscience. That's exactly right. It's been that way for a long time. They have no choice. They believe in pseudoscience. So because you believe in observation, you're the one who doesn't like science. But they're the ones that don't even know what a gene pool is, or you name it. Everything they believe in is imagination. What causes gravity? Oh, you're so stupid. Spinning, mass. I mean, it's pathetic. Ask them to show it. Oh, you're so stupid. I'm not going to waste my time. Ask them to show you evidence for evolution. Oh, you're so stupid. Go to school. Read a book. Use a telescope. We've all heard it all. Yeah, it has nothing to do with evidence, and it's their emotional, their heartstrings. That's their religion, and they can't help the fact that you're destroying their religious beliefs.
And Pillbox, how did we get to the point where we're at in science advancements? How did we get here?
Because
Did
we're
we
on
just-
balls. It's because we're on balls. We had no science if we didn't have balls of Earth and the moon. And, yeah.
But did we just stop at a certain point when we got somewhere with something like we created fire? And did we just leave it there and said, hey, you know what? I can take that fire and put it into something to do something else. Oh, you're crazy. You're nuts. Like, no, you're advancing things along. You're questioning the method of the current model of whatever, and now you're trying to move it forward. Now, why are the globe Earth people trying to stop possible? Because you got to look at it like maybe we're going to bring something new to the table here. Possible advancement in
The irony.
this Helio model.
The irony is that even most heliocentric believers, if they actually are smart enough to look their own ideology up, they'll admit that rocket technology pretty much peaked 50, 60 years ago, and almost everything. The only thing that didn't peak was, of course, the automotive industry and computers. Everything in technology had already, as far as what we have today, was already here 50, 60 years ago. And that was to brainwash us, to make us think that rocket science was even relevant or is even complicated, when they're actually the most pathetic and inefficient machines ever. So they've gotten a culture of a society to worship this false technology as if it's great, when it's really garbage. And 99% of it, rocket technology, is obviously used for weapons. We know they're all actually killing machines. So of course, what do? It's not rocket science. We have it so brainwashed into our minds as if it's so amazing, magical thing that you have to go to school for 30 years and think that you're a magical chimp on a ball to figure this stuff out. It's all part of it. It's all a scam. The technological breakthroughs, they've known about these things. I mean, there's stories going back to the 30s about the Vril Society and the Germans and where they got their technology from. This is nothing new under the sun, but yeah, it's all a scam. There's no advanced technologies. We've probably far more advanced 3,000 years ago.
How you doing, Seth? Seth joining us on the panel.
Seth has entered the building.
And he's muted again.
Yep, Seth is one of those nice trolls. He's a nice guy, but he's got his quirks.
You know better than that.
Well, I mean, you did troll Arcane the other night. Remember, that was what you did.
No, not at all.
Oh, well, it's on record. That's all right, Seth. Don't worry. I wouldn't worry about it.
I came in and I asked a couple of questions, and then Arcane kicked me out.
Well, space is very hot. Space is very hot and cold. Water is very dry and wet. It's okay.
Straight lines
were you
also
making a
curve
point?
at the same time.
Straight lines do curve, correct, nowadays. Yep. Gay men are actually lesbians. I didn't know about this till recently.
In non-Euclidean space, I mean, straight lines would curve.
Why would they use non-Euclidean math or geometry?
If space was non-Euclidean, they would.
Right. So why would you use non-Euclidean geometry or math? What do you understand where the origins of non-Euclidean geometry and math come from?
Specifically, like.
Well, I don't know. I mean, how far do you want it? You brought it up, so I'm just trying to figure out what you're trying to say about non-Euclidean math or geometry.
I'm not exactly sure where all non-Euclidean geometry.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
From. There is certainly geometry that's non-Euclidean. I mean,
Well,
do you deny that?
Well, no. Real geometry is not. No. Non-Euclidean geometry is actually pseudoscience. That's my point. The non-Euclidean geometry had to make up because the real geometry would not work with pseudoscience. So they had to come up with it's like dark matter, theoretical physics, a new form of pseudoscience to justify this, heliocentric religion.
I don't think non-Euclidean math has much to do with the shape of the Earth, other than.
Well, you'd be surprised why they came up with that stuff. But anyway, what's going on with you tonight?
Why don't you tell me?
I just did. What? I just did.
Well, I mean,
you want to look it up?
That's why they came up with it. But yeah, well, why don't you show me?
Well, I mean, it is what it is. I'm just telling you because you brought it up, and now I'm trying to show you what you're talking about because you didn't know, Seth.
Proving that the Earth is round.
Well, you didn't know, Seth. I mean, you used the term.
Well,
that's my point.
I could have guessed that you would have said that, but I don't.
Oh, you could have done a lot of things. My point is, you're using terms you don't even know what you're saying, Seth. That's the point here.
I do. And besides which, I mean, like I said, I could have guessed that you would have said that they made it up to to say that they're round.
All right.
But you saying that doesn't actually prove the point.
Oh,
It's
I don't
it's
think,
just
I
a
mean,
baseless assertion.
I understand. We just got done talking about what is proof anyway. This has nothing to do with evidence. Your belief systems are because you have been told what to believe, Seth. You don't have evidence for your beliefs.
If you say so.
All right, I'll be right back. You guys do your thing. I'll be right back, guys. Thanks.
I missed that. Where are you going?
I didn't hear either. He didn't say.
I was muted making noise. I don't even know what they were really talking about.
Yeah, wait a sec. Just out of curiosity, Seth, I didn't really want to come back in. I'm just kind of relaxing, but
Hey, man, long time no see.
yeah, brother, how you been? Everything good?
Yeah, thanks for asking. You?
Okay. This whole flat Earth movement that has exploded, as I'm sure you have noticed. What are your thoughts on it? Like, just I know that you're a ball earther, but what are your thoughts on how people have come to a flat Earth belief? What are your thoughts?
I don't want to be too cynical about it.
No, that's fine. We're used to it.
I mean, I don't know other way. No, I don't. I really have any way to say it, but I do think it's kind of sad. I think that the shape of the Earth is pretty obvious. I don't dislike any of you, but I think that you guys have been bamboozled.
Hey, and that's exactly what we think has happened to the ball earthers. So that's quite the position we've got ourselves in. It's like you've got a gun to my head, I've got a gun to your head, and we're kind of just at this stalemate. So what is it that you think the flat earthers are missing when it comes to returning to? Because don't forget, we came from the ball earth. It's not like you came from the flat earth to the ball earth and we're still over at the flat earth and you're like, look, you've been duped. What we're saying is that we were duped too. We believed what you believe. We sat in the same classrooms, took the same information, spun the same globe on the teacher's desk. We did all of it. So what is it do you think that we're missing? What piece of information did you get in a classroom that we didn't get that maybe you could give us?
Damn it. I got to take this call. Be right back. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Did I say something wrong, Jimmy?
He's muted.
So I was muted. No, you didn't. I don't know. What did he say? You had to take a call?
Yeah.
Flat Earth Alaska asked for a link. I just added you to the call, Ron. You should be able to see your green camera thingy and whatever.
Okay.
Rand
that
gave
was
it the okay.
interesting. I thought he would have had an answer for that, but okay.
Yeah, that was interesting to listen to because he came in asking about non-Euclidean geometry and then didn't even seem to know what it was.
Yeah, and then all I asked him was for whatever the information was that we didn't receive in the classroom that the ballers of the earthers received. Maybe if you have that piece of information, we can all come back to the ball earth and this flat earth movement. But you know, the truth of the matter is this, that we've all been ball earthers. We all believe what you believe. It's not like you used to be a flat earther and now you're a ball earther. It's not like we were taught flat earth all throughout our lives and now we figured out it was actually a ball. No, we believed it was a ball with you all those years, and now we don't. We have come to a different understanding and a different knowledge and a different truth. And so what I would ask ball earthers to do is to sift through all of your information and find that piece of information that we obviously must have taken the day off school the day that information was given, or maybe we had the measles or the mumps or you know, we're off school for whatever day that you got a specific piece of information that we seem to be missing. because I haven't figured out what that is yet. And when they do, let us know. You'll end this flat Earth movement overnight.
Yeah, that's the thing is creation evolution debate also. We all had to learn evolution, and we all had to pass the classes like anybody else. We just decided that the evidence wasn't there to support it after a while. After we got out of school and nobody was looking over our shoulder ready to smack us on the hand with a ruler if we gave the wrong answer. We're free to investigate things for ourselves, and we actually question what we were told, and we come to different conclusions when we did that. And it's not like it was always an easy decision, because there's nobody more ostracized than either a flat earther or a non-evolutionist. Especially young earth creationists, that you're outside of every box when you're in those positions. So it costs us to hold these positions, and it would be so much easier to go back, to the way we were taught in school. So there must be something more to it than just, they can't write us all off as stupid. They can't write us all off as uneducated. They can't write us off as people who have never heard the other side. So I don't know what they hope to accomplish, other than just they can't stand it that we got out of the box.
That's exactly what it is. I think realistically, I don't even think I know a flat earther that I would say was completely stupid. I don't know one. And I'm trying to think in my head of all the people that I know that adhere to a flat earth, and honestly, I can't think of a single one that I would say you are an absolute moron.
Wait a minute. What about Jibby, Rand?
Is he a flat earther?
Yeah, right here, Jibby. Yeah, Jibby Jedi. Come on.
I was one of the first.
He's not very bright, but he's a flat earther.
Absolutely not.
Are you a Christian?
Me?
No, he's not, of course.
No.
Oh, then he's not a real flat earther. No, the point is that, most of the flat earthers I know are really articulate and really open-minded to some good conversation and a willingness to learn and a willingness to be corrected. And most flat earthers that I know are, they're educated. We're not talking about stupid people here. For me, that would be a very good clue that I might want to look at what they're looking at. Now, if it was all literally a bunch of redneck, tree swinging, beer drinking, high school dropout rejects that were flat earthers, I'd probably be like, yeah, that's not a club I'm looking to join. But when you look around the flat earth community, from all of them, look at Patricia Steele, look at Mark Sargent, Jerism, even, Arcane Logos, of course, you, Paula, Jibby, Bill, Rose, myself, that crew that I was on with recently with You've Been Exposed, Big Dread and his crew. These are some thinking people. These are people that are thinking. These aren't people that are just blindly adhering. And even Teal Summers is one of the smartest women, I think, on the internet. When you listen to her, when you sit and talk to her, she is an intellectual, a really, really smart woman. So I don't know why they can't just go, you know what, this is actually a very intelligent group of people. They're onto something. What is it that they're onto? What is it that what am I missing that these people have come to know that I need to know? Because I don't want to be deceived. And if you don't want to know, then you do want to be deceived. And if you want to be deceived, then you're perfectly fitting in this system right where you are. And it is a satanic system designed on deception, period.
Now, did you boot Seth, Rand? Because I was going to go get him a present real quick. He was pretending to be smart. He came in pretending to be smart. He used the term and he didn't know what he was talking about. But that's all right.
I asked him to give us the information that we're missing so we can all come back to the ball Earth. What piece of information did we not get through all those years of sitting in the same classroom as you? We must have took Tuesday off, and that was the day they gave that special information about ball Earth, and we missed it. And nobody was kind enough to share it. Tell us what we don't know so that we can come back to your ball Earth. And then I didn't hear a phone ring, but apparently he had to go answer a phone. So I'll look at the tape again tomorrow. I'll rewind this and listen to it tomorrow. Maybe there was a phone ringing in the background. I certainly didn't hear one. Did you guys hear a phone ring?
No, not me.
No, at any rate. Yeah, so, and he didn't like the fact that I had asked him to give us that piece of information that we're missing. And the reason why is because they know there isn't a piece of information we're missing. Flat earthers know the ball Earth better than the ball earthers. You know how atheists say, us atheists know the Bible better than the Christians? Well, flat earthers know the ball Earth better than the Christians, because when we came across the flat Earth, we looked back at the ball to make sure we weren't making a mistake. You have to take the flat Earth model, take the flat Earth dimensions, take the flat Earth logic, and put it up against the ball Earth so that you can see that you're right. We're on a flat surface. You don't just take the flat Earth surface model and run with it. No, you put it up against every single thing you know. And so these ball earthers have never really examined their information, their ball Earth, their faith, their belief. They've never examined it. They're just pointing at the flat Earth and laughing, thinking that that's going to get us back on the ball. And it's not. You want me to go back to the ball Earth, give me that piece of information I'm missing, and I can assure you there isn't a piece of information I'm missing.
Do you remember the godless girl, Gigi?
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. That person started questioning me, and I asked her 10 questions about her spinning ball. She did not have one answer. And then a month later, she's telling people how flat earthers are actually just posed. They're shills. And she couldn't answer one question for her own religious belief. You're not talking to normal human beings. You're talking to happy slaves that are so blind. You could show them right in front of them, and they're going to deny. It's a psychosis. I mean, she couldn't answer a single question, then goes and tells everybody, we're not real people, we're fake.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. It's like, watch. I have a brother-in-law here, and he speaks very, very little English. Like, we can barely get through a conversation. But I had mentioned to him flat Earth, and he kind of shook his head. And I said, well, don't believe me. Just go do some research. And he came back a week later and said, you know what? You're right. It's flat. And he started bringing up Bible verses because he's a Christian. And he was like, it's flat. We're definitely not on a ball. And that was a Spanish guy that really, had some obstacles in trying to find the information in Spanish so that he could come to a conclusion. And he put it up against Scripture and came back with the truth. So there's no excuse. If anybody that is not a flat earther by this point that has been in and out of this flat Earth discussion as a ball earther for the last 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 months, if you're not a flat earther by now, you've done no research. It's impossible that you could be in this flat Earth discussion as a ball earther and not be a flat earther by now. The only way that is possible is if you have literally done zero flat Earth investigating, period.
It looks like the wrong person joined the Hangout, Rand. But let me back you up on that. When we started talking to Charles, everybody's known him for a very long time, over a year. And I'll remember the date. I'll never forget it. November 17th, 2016 was months after Jibby and I have been talking to this guy. God knows how long, Jibby, a year. And the guy just figures out, because I told him to look it up, who Admiral Richard Byrd is. 8 months after we've been talking to the guy. That's wow. Charles, flat Earth math. That's Charles.
His level of, yes. Extensive research that he did not investigate Admiral Byrd, and he's been debating flat earthers for 8 months. Like Admiral Byrd.
The first guy you mentioned, right? Number one, right? Yeah. Day one, Jibby. When Rand brought it up to me 2 years ago, I said, "Wait a minute, what was that admiral's name?" And Rand goes, Admiral Byrd, the very first hour we started talking about it. I mean, that's how stupid these people are. And to boot, I have a witness of all people, Bob Xanadu. It was on his station. He witnessed it. He was like, wow. I mean,
The
so
only
you,
thing
there
I
it
knew
is.
of, the only thing I knew of Bird was Hollow Earth. It seems like
Right.
maybe they took Admiral Byrd and detoured any research on him toward Hollow Earth, which
Yeah, so that people would be
Yeah.
discredited, so it would be discredited. Okay, we got here Flat Earth, Alaska. How are you doing,
Yes.
sir?
this is Ron.
Hi.
How are you,
Hey
Ron?
guys. How are you doing?
I'm very good, thank you. Are you a Christian?
I guess if you actually looked at it from a holistic point of view, no.
Okay, so you don't believe that Jesus Christ died on the cross for your sins so that you could be saved, and that he was risen on the third day and sits at the right hand of the Father. Do you believe that?
No, I was well brought into that. I was a Catholic.
Boy, that's not a Christian. Catholics aren't Christians. But anyways, okay, I'm not gonna beat you up on that.
Okay.
I have
good.
some rules. I have some rules that all participants must adhere to.
right.
Rule
Very
number
good.
1 is there will be no bashing, mocking, disrespecting, or insulting Jesus Christ, my faith, scripture, or anything to do with my worldview of God.
I don't have any problem with that. I mean,
We can discuss all things. As soon as you
everybody
cross
has
that
the right
line,
to
you're
their own
gone.
belief.
Are you okay with that?
Oh,
Bill?
absolutely.
I want to ask my
Absolutely.
partner, Pill. Pill's an owner of the channel. So, Pill, are you
Well,
okay with it?
yeah, I mean, I got to be honest with you. I'm not totally sure because last night he basically pretended to piss on the Bible when I was talking. So I'm not too impressed with this guy. To me, he's kind of a sicko. The entire time during this hangout, he's mocking us, talking, is this a religious hangout? Oh, this is so stupid. Oh, Bible believers. And that's what he does. And I'd like to meet, if he were to, if I were to meet this guy in person, I would certainly like to hear those claims. But because people like that like to do it behind their computers, I don't have any respect for it. Sorry.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to ask. I'm going to ask that if you guys want to have a civil discussion, because now we've got a couple of non-believers, or we've got Seth, who is a non-flat
Whoa,
earther.
wait.
Are you a
Are
wait a
saying
second, are you
I'm
a flat earther?
non-believer in what?
No, wait a second. Are you a flat earth believer, Ron?
Of course.
Okay, so what I meant is Seth just came in. He is a ball earther. So this can be a really colorful conversation if you guys keep the mocking, insulting, and disrespect out of it.
Well, no.
And if you guys,
Why would you imply I would even do that?
I'm setting rules, brother. I always
Yeah, the games have already started, Randy. He's acting like you're stupid. Is why would you think that, Randy? You're stupid.
come on.
Here we go. Right away. You're stupid, Rand. Nobody would have told you anything about this guy, obviously.
Okay, so
Ran.
here's the truth. I set rules so that there's no excuse. That's why I set rules. So at any rate, I'm just going to continue with what I was saying uninterrupted. Just keep it clean. Have a nice conversation. I'm going to listen. I'm probably not going to participate any further now. I think you guys have a really good panel here for a good discussion. Just try to keep it friendly, keep it nice, and enjoy your conversation. Keep the insults to yourselves. That's all I'm asking. You guys have a nice time.
Ran, I'm sending out another join link to a Mark Bailey. I checked his channel. He's subscribed to Knowledge Scavenger and a bunch of flat earthers. So he seems to be.
Okay, that's fine. Hey, you guys can do what you want. At this point, this hangout is unmanned. So it's a free for all from this point. All I'm asking, out of respect, is that you guys keep it insult free, disrespect free, and those that are Christians in the channel keep it Christian positive. And you guys have a wonderful talk.
You too, Rand. Thank you.
Good night, guys.
Cool. Thanks.
And before you get going, I turn into a pumpkin at midnight.
So how do you make the bread soft? No.
I just
Where's
made the
Brian?
bread today. Yeah, it came out pretty well. Yeah, you have a recipe and you follow it, and it's also very scientific and stuff. And if it winds up being flat, it's because you did something wrong, and
Uh-oh,
then I
don't say
just
that.
turned on you.
Don't say that.
Yeah.
That's exactly
well,
what the Globers say. Yeah.
Exactly. See, I just proved it.
Oh, it came back flat again.
Yeah. But anyway, it is really late, and I need to get some sleep. So, what I don't want to do tomorrow morning is wake up and find out there's been another screaming match. So,
Oh, you know us.
yeah, that's the problem.
Hey, you know what? Chris Rock has a good voice on his vocabulary, doesn't he?
Yeah, there's some issues there with the whole conversation. There was screaming and F-bombs and GDs and a Christian and two non-Christians against one Christian, which I thought was an issue of its own. Because Christians, for some reason, sometimes like flat earthers, tend to shoot our wounded and side with the opposition for some unknown reason. And those are issues that flat earthers need to discuss privately and Christians need to discuss privately and to raise the bar. But, I just got pretty much run out on a rail out of a chat room for trying to raise the bar because people don't like Christians around who actually do raise the bar and say something when everybody gets vulgar or foul mouth or whatever. So anyway, I am going to bed, and I just hope you guys pleasantly surprise me tomorrow. I find out that you actually got along.
I get along with everybody.
I know you do. Well, most of the time. Sometimes you say stuff. It's like, didn't we talk about this for the last 2 years? And I don't know.
I'm
at
stubborn. I'm
Huh?
stubborn. I'm stubborn.
I know. It's frustrating.
All right, this is the
But
closest thing I could find to a pumpkin. It's in the chat, and yeah, not a lot of pumpkins on this thing.
Orange football? Okay, I'll take it. I'm an orange football. So anyway, I'm going to bed. See you guys. The good stuff always happens after I go to bed, so I'll let you go.
Yep. All right.
All right, we'll see ya.
Yeah, we'll talk to you tomorrow. All right, Captain Showbox. Okay,
Chill it, Jibby. Let's hear it. What you got?
Well, I've sent the link out to Mark Bailey, so he may be joining us. He says he's a hangout noob, so I gave him some easy instructions to follow before he joins to make sure his settings are correct. He seems to be a flat earther. And some of us have been accused of not giving a voice to new people, which is certainly not true. Like, I want new perspectives all the time. We need new perspectives. This is how we advance. This is how we will always advance. In science and in any field, you need new, fresh minds, fresh perspectives, different perspectives. You just need these things. We can't do these things by ourselves. It's two heads are always better than one. You just keep multiplying that, and then you get a whole insane asylum. So yeah.
I see.
Seth, was there anything?
Seth is back. You might want to start your conversation.
Yeah, Seth.
My conversation?
Yeah, what were you speaking of before?
I don't remember. I'm probably gonna have to jump out quite often. I'm at work right now, so you'll have to forgive me.
Oh no, that's fine.
Well, I appreciate you guys putting up with that.
Nah, it's not. We all got to do.
Oh no, I mean, don't humor me like that. It's got to be annoying in the middle of a conversation if somebody just leaves in the middle of it.
Compared to what we deal with, it's really a walk in the park.
Oh, I understand. Yeah, so I wasn't. So I mean, if Rand's asking me to continue with what I was saying, I don't remember what my point was. Or where I was going.
Don't worry about it. It's just the non-Euclidean geometry versus Euclidean. Not a big deal. We'll move on.
No, we already moved on from that. I remember that. We were talking about something else.
Yeah, I left to go get you a link. That's okay. We don't have to worry about it. Oh, Seth's in trouble. Hide the phone, Seth.
No, come on, Bill Box.
Well, I heard somebody in the background. I mean, I'm hearing voices.
He's at
Who is
work.
that?
Turn down the sarcasm to 9.5 from 10.
Oh, I've known Seth for a long time. The sarcasm is all across the board evenly. Dude. So Seth, what's with you lately besides the fact that we disagree on everything? What else can you do for it? We could talk about something else. Or that question, Rand. Oh, Rand asked you a question, Seth. It was what did we miss that we're not getting on this ball Earth? That was the question, I believe. Look at the time, JB. 9:05 west of the Rockies, home of the Grand Canyon, south of the 33rd parallel. Welcome to the Red October radio portion of Flat Out Elected. April 23rd, Sunday, beautiful day. I'm sure people got to tuck in their kids by now and that have a life. So, JB, what's your next experiment with the P900?
Trying to zoom in on the Mexicans crossing over the border into your yard. I figured.
Well, you got to come all the way down here then.
So, Flat Out Elected, is that a reference to Calvinism?
No, it's just people that want to know the truth are going to find the truth.
I mean, but you understand why I might think that it's a shout out to Calvinism, right?
Yeah, it's nothing to do with that. Yeah, it's a confusing kind of. I don't doubt it's kind of confusing as far as the name is, but it doesn't mean what probably you would think. Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
That's Rand's name. Rand and Rose Patton, I believe, came up with it.
Oh yeah, where is Rose Patton?
I don't know. She must be busy.
All right. So you're leaving it to me to drive this car? I'll drive it into the tree. You know me. Like, have you seen that the map of the North Pole area? I think it was Dave Hawaii was showing it last night, and there was that mountain range that went right around that rim at the center. Did you see that? Wonder what that could be remnants of. I don't know.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting. Yeah, and then was it the other Dave that found? Oh no, it was Dave Hawaii that found the. Did he do it? I got confused. Was it which Dave was it that found?
Yeah, it was Dave Hawaii.
Was Dave? Yeah, then he found that at the same time. Yeah, that's an interesting map. Obviously, it's just a map, though. I know people get really giddy, but it's not like I can even say that's how it still is now. It's kind of difficult.
Let's see here. I'm gonna try to screen share without revealing the link. There we go. All right, and where is it? We got the Parker Brothers version. It's always fascinating to me to explore this at North Pole.
Well, yeah, it's much easier to get myopic on the location since it's one spot instead of the South Ring, which is 1,000 areas. So, for the most part, yep, there it is. Look at that. Okay, I'm going to mute everybody while you're talking so that it'll only show your screen.
Oh yeah. That's right. We got to do it this way. And yep, here's this. This map most of us have seen. This was, I believe, a Mercator. And the Mercators, I guess they were just a family of map makers. So a Mercator map could be referring to a number of Mercator in the family. And of course, the four rivers that go into the center, and where it's all speculation here, but it looks like different climates even on each one. I don't know what to make of that, but there's this little ridge around the edge. Anybody who's still in the Mandela trees on a flat Earth conspiracy, this could be the outer rim of the giant home tree. I'm still playing around with that one, like the giant trees thing. So this is just
entertainment value, just fun way of just, I don't know. I play around with that conspiracy still. I haven't investigated it yet. Just online, like not, hands-on, but.
That's why I hate the name, because giant trees are real. I believe the Bible, obviously. So I'm going to say giant trees are real. And then you got the Olaf Jensen story. He's talking about the trees being 20 times bigger than a sequoia. So there's another firsthand account, saying these giant trees. But remember, the giants, though, were 10, 15, 20 feet tall, even though the trees were 1,000 feet tall. So it's not like the people were like, this and that. As far as every historical account, that's what we see.
Well, even back when we were still going to the bathroom outside, we were taking down trees much larger than we were. Now you just add some nice technology to that, and taking down a tree 30 miles across, possible. We don't know what kind of concentrated frequency laser beams they could make or whatever and slice it down. We don't know. I don't know. I think the government now has capability of tweaking frequency to the point where they have pretty much Star Wars laser kind of technology if they wanted to use it. It doesn't seem like
when you say Star Wars technology, are you referring to the Reagan program, or
no, I'm referring to the movies. Like they're just lasers, shooting lasers that can pierce metallic hulls, whatever you want.
But that's also consistent with the Reagan program.
I suppose. Yeah, they did call it Star Wars for a reason.
Yeah.
And like when you're using power, okay, you have power, electricity. Now you have sound, you have light, you have the basic fundamentals. Now you can just experiment with that and you can come up with some crazy things, especially if you've ever looked into like the Philadelphia experiment, things like that. Like they're playing around with the basic fundamentals and they're coming up with some crazy things. And the more electricity you can pull and crank into something, who knows? Now you got some kind of a CERN thing going on. So just because they don't tell us every single advancement they made in technology does not mean they didn't make it and they're just sitting on it. And you have to figure if they have the means to play around with sound and light and certain frequencies, they have played around with it. They have experimented with it. They have weaponized it, because they always weaponize something first before it's like, weaponize it or cure people. What should we do first? Okay, we're going to weaponize it first. Then 50 years later, once we trumped it, we'll pass it down to the people at a premium. It's how business goes. That's how they keep their leverage over us. Their control is they always have that extra advanced equipment, knowledge, whatever it is. Once they trump that, then they pass it down to us at a premium. And that helps fund the new stuff that they play with. This is not like a conspiracy theory. This is business. This is how they would conduct business. So they must have some advanced stuff that we can't even fathom. And they don't have to tell us. They don't. What contract did they sign? Some private corporation or whatever. They don't have an obligation to tell us what they've made. They don't. And they can put it in action and do all kinds of things and lobby for this and that, deregulation, do stuff in the skies, underground, whatever they want. And they do all the time. Not conspiracy theory. The end results, though, are conspiracy theory because they have to cover it up. It's, one mistake that they've made that has caused sicknesses or death. Well, the lawsuits alone wipe out that whole corporation. So they got to come up with some kind of excuse or runaround. And they'll wear you out in a runaround. You'll go around in circles all the time until you just drop from exhaustion trying to pursue a lawsuit. That's another tactic corporations do. They'll make a car that has broken parts or whatever, and your whole family gets killed in an accident because of a bad axle or something. Good luck. 8 years, 10 years later, you might win the lawsuit and break even. It's how it goes. That's the real world. It's not like Law and Order on TV or anything. Good guys always win or whatever. No. In this world, the dark side wins. You just keep going.
What's up, Jimmy?
No, Justin Bernard, what up, man?
What's up, Pillbox?
Good evening.
The dark side might win in the flesh, brother, but that's only one angle. That's also where they operate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the only way to get ahead in this matrix is to be on the dark side. That's reward
In the flesh.
In the flesh. There's a lot going on in the abstract as well. There's a lot going on in the electromagnetic light spectrum field of view we can't see. There's a lot going on with frequencies we can't hear that are having an effect.
Of course.
Can you imagine a dog whistle being blown? There's a dog whistle going off all the time, and things around you are being affected by it, and you have no idea what's going on. The dogs are howling, what's wrong with these stupid dogs? Well, what if something like that was affecting the trees or the plants or our cells? We can't hear it, so we don't think there's anything wrong. These things are going on as well. It'll come out in the wash. It all does. I just like to get a jump on these things before I have to do the wash with bloody rags and
Well, look, they wouldn't be attacking in the way they do if there wasn't a counter for that. There wasn't an antidote for that, Jibby.
There seems to be an antidote for everything.
It only works, you know how it is, if every action is an equal and opposite reaction.
Exactly, it's physics.
So I mean, yeah, in the flesh, in the money, in the fame, in this fleshly, tangible world, darkness is in control of that. But there's other aspects to it. You know what I mean? There's more than one angle.
Yep. Wi-Fi. I've seen in the chat. Wi-Fi. Yep. Wi-Fi is. I've mentioned this before. A couple people said they never heard of it, but have you ever heard about cell phones interrupting cellular
cell structure?
When cells split, what's the term? Replication. No.
Division.
Is division. Cell division. Well, cell division, like before cell division occurs, your cells communicate with each other and exchange information, and then the cell division occurs. They say cell phones, at the frequency they operate, that operates basically at the same frequency our cells communicate with each other, and the cells then stop communicating with each other because they sense a foreign invading signal. So they stop, they shut down communication. Cell division still occurs before all the, what do you want to call it, communication has been done.
Hey,
and then you have a lower quality divided cell that comes out of it. I mean, and then it's also tongue in cheek funny. They call them cellular phones, you know?
Yeah. I stuck in the side chat there since you're already sharing there, Jibby. It's like a 3-minute video. You don't even have to hear the audio, but it's kind of an interesting idea for an experiment.
On the site. All right, let me stop going down Pandora's box here. Oh, there it is. All right, this video is.
It's jams in, so you don't have to worry about it.
Okay.
But it's just a visual. Now, I think that this could be done fairly easy, especially with like Antonio's crew that he's got going on.
All right, so, oh yeah, you were showing, where did I just see this?
Well, he made another one today because I think the audio was screwed up on that one. But yeah, the idea is on the right, on a flat linear plane, you would have 180 degrees in your triangle. But on a globe, you would have less than 180 degrees in your triangle. And you could use the North Star or any point of reference that two people can see at the same time. Get your angles down. but not as far as, we've used this for like how far the sun and the moon might be away, but instead using it to prove if the ground is flat or not,
Okay.
Because on a flat plane, you're always going to have 180 degrees in every triangle, like the one he's pointing at now.
All right.
But the one on the left would be less than 180 degrees because those angles would be changed at the bottom and they'd be slightly acute, Just interesting.
Yeah, isn't this what Antonio did with the spaghetti on the globe? Something similar to that? Trying to show.
I'm not sure. I don't know if I've seen that one. But
that's like his break into flat Earth big video was, I think, the spaghetti on the globe. Put him on the flat Earth map.
But yeah, you can stop it now if you want.
Yeah, my brain is not doing the maths tonight. It's a little.
Dude, that hangout last night, I didn't even wasn't even a part of it or whatever, but I got so much feedback from that and freaking comments and subscribers and all kinds of stuff. I didn't even have the volume up for most of it. I was just hanging out in chat, hanging out with some people around town.
Pretty fun. Yeah, Justin, you should have been there. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, he should have been there. He was there, but he should.
Yep, should have been there, bro. It's fun. Yeah, you had a house party at Justin's. He's crashed.
I did hear a part where Jibby's getting back into a corner, but other than that.
Oh, that was nothing compared to what happened before. Jibby and I were locking horns.
Who was backing me into a corner? I don't remember that.
I didn't mean that. I meant that's the figure of speech I use, but.
Oh, are we doing that thing again where it goes down into the multiverse, where we're watching ourselves. Fractals seem to be a better. Fractals should be in science. It should be something taught in science, but it's just not.
Hey, Pillbox, I managed to go over in IPS's chat last night when I was showing my buddy what his message was and stuff. And I was like, watch, I'm going to make one comment and I'll see if he replies. And I put any church news. He didn't say my name, but he got down to it. He's like, any church news. Well, I think that about sums up for tonight.
You killed IPS last night?
Oh, it was odd. He stayed on, for fucking hours.
Oh.
While you guys were on, Our 20 viewers.
We were stealing.
Our 20 viewers to his 380.
If we just started bashing the Bible and talk, about Christians and how stupid they are, we'd have that many.
The thing of it is he's got a pretty good perspective in rap, and he's a damn good speaker, that's for sure, especially to himself. Yep. But
well, I mean, evil people, Satanists are usually pretty smart people. That's why they love themselves. Yeah.
The thing is that, I can wrap it all up in a nutshell. It's his message is about Jesus described as flat Earth, and you can take that for however you want it. But disguised. Did I say described? I'm sorry, disguised as flat Earth.
Isn't that the same thing? I don't know.
Well, to me, I don't know if anybody else sees it that way, but his message is basically foundation is about Christ, But I'm not trying to be judgmental in what I don't want to put no adjective behind that. I'm just leaving it at that,
Oh, is Mark right there? Hello, Mark. Welcome Mark Bailey to the panel. He is a newbie on the panel. You're muted right now, Mark. I don't know if you see the little microphone button that you click. If it's red right now, you click it again and it'll unmute. There you go.
Am I good to go?
You're good to go. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thanks. Hey, everybody.
Hey, how's it going?
So,
I have no idea what I'm doing, man. I don't know if I was gonna get feedback or anything. I've never done this before, so.
Sound good.
You're already sounding better than most people who just start doing this.
All right, cool. Thanks. I was just reaching out to this hangout. I've been watching a lot of the videos and stuff from different people, and it's like in real life, in my circles, I just don't have anybody to talk to about this stuff. So it's kind of like driving me mad. I mean, the Lord's the only thing I have to hold on to. So I figured I would just reach out and, you know, talk to people about it.
That's what we're all
Right
doing.
on, brother.
Yeah, and we're like group therapy for each other. It's good to exchange
Yeah,
ideas.
truth isn't always so comfortable for people to talk about, you know.
Yeah, when I first came, I'm not willing to say I'm like 100% there, like to say definitively and die on that mountain. The only thing I feel like I want to die on is the Bible and the Lord. But like, you know, as far as flat Earth goes, I'm there. But I just like, I want to put the brakes on a lot of times and just like ask the Lord, you know, just guide me into the truth and don't let me get like taken off into some, you know, crazy place. So I pump the brakes quite a bit, and I'm, you know, re-examining and testing and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, if I don't have anybody to talk to about it like you guys, then it's like, what do I do? It's all up in my head.
Yeah. Well, real quick, Mark, I don't have a bunch of time. I got to jump off here, but to me, it falls right into the evolutionary millions of years paradigm, you know, that is the alternative to creation and inevitably freedom.
Well, I mean, like, I never believed in evolution since I was a little kid. And I mean, even when I was in science class, I think that was the first time my faith was ever challenged when I didn't agree with their paradigm. But the funny thing is, you know, the rubber meets the road with your faith when you do get challenged and you don't know what the answers are, but you live by faith until the Lord brings you into a knowledge. And that's kind of where I was, you know, like in the high school science classes and all that. And then later on, the Lord, you know, revealed a lot more. But I think in the globe paradigm, you could still, you know, believe in Christ and all that, but so I'm not quite sure what you mean. Like,
well, no, I'm saying that without the tests and the experiments, just using spiritual discernment, it feels like it's the foundation of evolution and everything that is.
Definitely,
you know,
yeah, 100%.
Because without the heliocentric model, you know, that falls apart, dude. Just falls apart. So
let me tell you something.
But I don't think we can know, to be honest with you. You can know personally, but I don't think there's no way of proving it because I don't think that we're allowed to see it from that vantage point, you know.
You mean like prove flat Earth like 100%, like definitive?
Well, the only way to do that would be to get far enough away to take a picture of it, really. I mean, you could have all these proofs or whatever, but if without you know, you're going to change the world's mind just by having the hangouts and YouTube videos. You might get a lot of people to lose the heliocentric model, but as far as like, you know, being taught in schools, that's not going to happen, in my opinion.
And not only that, Justin, it's like Satan chose this specific plan for, you know, covering the wool over everybody's eyes. I mean, he's the God of this world. He's got everybody deceived, even intellect, if that was possible. So, like, if you're going to play chess with Satan, even though he's not God, obviously, I mean, he's smarter than we are. So how in the world are you going to out-chess Satan? So this globe model, this heliocentric model, is going to be hard to destroy unless you use Christ and faith in Christ. I mean, you could bring a lot of proofs, but in the end, Christ.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more.
I mean, when I first found out about it, and I don't mean to be like talking over anybody else that wants to talk. It's just like my first go at this. I'm super nervous to begin with.
Oh, you sound really great. You sound really good, dude. Calm down.
It's like I used to get up in front of the church and do the meditations. I used to teach youth group. No matter how long I did it, I just get nervous every time. And then it's like I just told the truth and went with it. But I was still nervous, you know. But anyways, it's just like when I first found out about the Earth possibly being flat, maybe, I don't know, a little over a year ago, I'll tell you what, I didn't think, okay, so first I freaked out. I'm like, oh my gosh. Like, God, I want to be with you in heaven and like in the universe, and we're going to like explore planets and you know, and then I was like, that's taken away from me? Are you smaller than I thought you were, God? And then not too long after that, I was grateful for the flat earth. I was like, this is better than the universe. Because like you're bigger than all that, and you're going to defeat Satan with his big fat lies. And like, you know, like you said, the evolution's gone with the flat earth. I mean, we'll do new age stuff, but evolution itself is gone. So I was kind of like excited that, you know, God would be justified and glorified in the end and Satan would be crushed in the end. But like, you know, wherever I go to be with God, I'm sure, I mean, I could say to God, well, could you have made a universe even better than, you know, what Satan presented? Of course he could if he wanted to, but to be with God is the number one thing.
Guys, it's your department, Justin and Pillbox.
Yeah, sorry, Jibby. I don't mean to be like.
Well, I mean,
like,
you know what? I have nothing. Let me just say that I have nothing to add to that. That is for sure. There's nothing I can tell him what to do. I mean, he doesn't need my help. Let me tell you, he doesn't need me to help him across the street. The guy knows what he's talking about. He's got the priorities straight. I got to hand it to you. I do want to say that if the flat Earth isn't provable, nothing is provable. That's the way I look at it. I think the flat Earth is the most obvious thing throughout all of history. Throughout, you name any old painting, any old observation compared to new observations. You could look at the photography from the Trident Flight Research Center. They only took about 150 million pictures in the last 50 years. They're all flat, you know. And then you look at the X-15, the spy planes, you know, those real rocket planes that people really had to put real astronaut suits on. The SR-71, it's all flat. I mean, that's the only thing. That's the only thing you're guaranteed in life. It's not death and taxes. It's life in a flat Earth.
Right. And I agree with you, Pillbox. I mean, I'm totally, you know, join you there. But I'm saying, like, as far as, like, you know, I just think it speaks of him, like, if you can't know and prove it, it would just, to me, speak of him even more, you know, like, what is this, you know? It's like the heavens declare the glory of God and the firmament is handiwork, you know, because we ain't up there checking it out, you know. That's for sure. But it speaks of him even more to me. But I think it's, you know, when you realize that not only have you been lied to, but secondly, it's pretty doggone hard to prove it one way or another, just as the average Joe. I mean, as far as like a revolution and being taught, you know, and stuff like that.
You're 100% correct, because they've taught everybody that it looks flat because it's a ball. So how could you possibly change their mind? You're 100% right.
But Pillbox, I just want to know what you think about this. But, you know, to us, it's obvious, speaks of him. But to the non-believer, if they would just come out and say, we don't know, I mean, how many doors would that open? You know what I'm saying? That
would be paramount. That would be the greatest thing they could ever admit to. That was my, you know, pretty much anybody's first comment when they're challenged like that. Since I didn't know, I had to say, wait a minute, I don't know. I can't make a claim. Proverbs 18:13. I have to look into this before I even say anything. So that's how I went, and that was written on my heart. I didn't even know it said that in Proverbs. I just knew, wait a minute, I have to look. Then, you know, a year later, I find Proverbs 18:13. I'm like, wow, that's written on my heart. So it's we already know anyway. Everything we already know that we have. You know, Seth knows that he has a creator. He knows that for sure. He might not know it's Jesus Christ yet. I can understand that, but everybody knows they have a creator. That's what I believe.
No, I don't.
Yeah. Hey, Jibby, and I just had a quick challenge for you. And you don't have to take it or not, but, you know, like everybody says that they come into the flat earth topic trying to debunk it because that's how we all did, because it came against our worldview. I challenge you to do that with scripture, man. And I know you're set in your ways, and I respect that totally, Jibby. I'm never going to fucking tell you you're wrong, because I'm no person to judge. But what I will say is that try to use the text itself to debunk it. You know what I'm saying? Try to find something in there that just doesn't make any freaking sense whatsoever to you. You know what I'm saying? And use the actual context of the writing and try to debunk it. You know what I'm saying? Because other than that, all you're going to get's people's opinions, you know?
And that's just it. Like, that's such an undertaking, and it's been done by so many people who have different, like, subjective interpretations of things that are can be taken literally, or is it metaphorically, or that's why I like Paula. Like Paula's gone back to the old Greek, so she's got an accurate interpretation, I think. What was that, Mark?
I don't think I said anything unless my microphone.
Yeah, it's his echo. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta mute when you don't talk, Mark. It's just an echo.
So whenever I don't talk, just mute. No, I don't mean that like an exaggeration. I mean like
it works best, especially if you're on a cell phone. But Pillbox, that's why I think this new thought that's been coming into my mind resonating with me. I just think it's so awesome because it's like, we're labeled already as judgmental, and we can be very judgmental because we're very defendant and everything like that. But the art, what I'm striving to do is to lose all that and realize that, hey, love my neighbor and forget all these rules and all this judgment and all this condemnation of everybody. And just, that's the only way you're really going to draw someone in,
Mm-hmm. No, well, that's the thing, is that sometimes we shouldn't draw everybody in, though. There's a time and place for every tool, and a true tool stays that type of tool. It's not like you can take a hammer and then one day use it for a screwdriver, so to say. It doesn't really work that way. The way I look at it is like this. A father loves his child because his father can discipline his child. A father can't discipline his child, he doesn't love him anyway. A father can't say, stop it, you're wrong. And if he doesn't again, then says, that's it, I'm condemning you. You are absolutely wrong, and I'm asking you to repent. I mean, if that's the worst thing I've ever done, that means I'm the greatest saint that ever lived, and that's not the worst thing I've ever done. That's what I've been commanded to do, which is basically call out things that are completely satanic. That's what some of us are supposed to do. Not all of us, but that we have different jobs. But like I said, if you're a loving father, a loving mother, you're going to discipline anybody that's underneath you, that's your child, that you. I mean, we're looked upon as if we have to have answers. All these people come to me and say, well, you're a Christian, so you have to answer to me. Okay, well, yeah, if you're not scoffing, sure. And if you're a liar, if you're some sort of weirdo that has all kinds of problems, which we've met an endless amount of lately, I'm going to call you out. I'm sorry.
It's psychology, Earth. This whole flat Earth debate that's raging online. It's a psychology education. It's like I don't know. I've dabbled in, I guess I minored in psychology most of my life, in school and whatnot too. Abnormal psychology, things like that. I've also worked as a counselor with mental health individuals and did all that stuff. And I got to tell you, like, this is some of the worst abnormal psychology I've ever come across in my entire experience in my life is the flat Earth debate. And it's coming all not from who you'd think, being the flat earthers who are so crazy and schizo. It's coming from the helio globe Earth side. All of it. 100%.
I feel you on that. 100%.
99.5%. There are some flat earthers who are a little zonky. Don't get me wrong, but for the most part, even the wacky ones are still civil and respectful. Until
I have to challenge you on that.
Well, they're reactive. They're reactive.
Well, no, I specifically, one of the last flat earthers I talked to said that he was going to train his son to slit my throat if I said that 9/11 wasn't not only an inside job, but never happened.
Wait, you got to drop a name, Seth. Who is it?
Adam.
Oh, he's part of the 0.5%.
Seth nailed it.
Yeah, but I've never heard somebody on the science side for
listen. Whoa, wait, Seth. Adam is a little schizo. You're right. He is. He's a little schizo. You're right about that. But now let's compare to the globe earthers. Largest group of mass murderers in the history of the world. Let's compare. If you want to compare, sure, we got a couple schizos.
Hey, Seth, let me ask you, Seth, what do you like about the globe and the heliocentric model? What do you like about it?
It's true and apparently true.
That's not a very good answer, though.
It is. I mean, I don't like any of these things.
No, I
just
mean, what's
think that they're
interesting
true.
about it?
I don't care if it's interesting. It's just likely true.
What's appealing though? What makes it so appealing?
What
is
do you
what
mean
I'm
appealing?
asking.
I don't. Well, I don't. Appealing doesn't
Well, there's
factor into it to me.
yeah,
Hold
it
on,
does.
hold
There
on, let me
is a
just explain. No, Justin, it doesn't.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't believe things because they're interesting to me. I used to be a 9/11 truther. I would ride my bike in middle school down to the Huntington Beach Central Library, and I would pick up books on the paranormal. I would read about John Hutchinson. I loved UFOs, and I still do love that stuff. It's very interesting to me, but I don't believe things are true because they're interesting and cool. I believe things are true because they are apparently true.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You have to realize that there is choices in life, and you're going to choose what makes the most sense. Therefore, it would be appealing to you.
What makes the most sense according to the evidence?
So it's appealing, like you said. It's because it's true.
I'm an absurdist. I wish it weren't true that we live in a naturalistic universe, but apparently we do.
So what makes creation more appealing than evolution?
I don't think it is.
Evolution's far more cooler.
So you think it?
Evolution.
No, Seth is claiming that the consensus of government agencies is all correct because obviously it looks like it is. That's what he's saying.
Even consensus reality has to be challenged to advance.
Stifling. All I'm saying,
questioning.
real quick, Pillbox. All I'm saying is that I believe this because it's apparently true. Just like you think it's apparently true that the Earth is flat. I don't think that you believe the Earth is flat because you want it to be true. Maybe you do want it to be true, Pillbox, but you believe it because you think the evidence is in your favor. And so when I say it appears to be so, that's what I mean. I mean that the evidence appears to be in my favor.
Yes, precisely.
Fair enough.
That's exactly how I feel. I feel like the evidence appears to be in favor of the flat Earth after an extensive, intense investigation.
But forget all the evidence just for 1 second. That's what I was trying to try his mind,
Oops.
Forget all the evidence for 1 second, and I just wanted to challenge you with the question: why is it appealing to you?
Oh, the flat Earth would be appealing if the flat Earth were true and everyone else believed that the globe Earth. It'd be a really, really sexy thing to claim to believe. To have this one up on everyone who thinks that the world is a different shape than it actually is.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, we wouldn't be having this conversation. We wouldn't be having this conversation if it was set in stone, right?
Yeah, I think we would.
If it was set in stone, what's the debate?
Yeah, there are lots of things there isn't much to debate, but I don't really think there's much to debate anyways. I don't think there's a debate here. That's why I haven't been talking much. I mean, yeah, I've said I've been busy, but also I'm just kind of listening to you guys because there's really nothing I really want to chime in on because the debate's not that interesting. It's very obvious to me. And
there's never been a debate, Jibby. When have you ever seen an intelligent globe believer bring any realistic or tangible or provable, replicatable, science to any of these conversations? It's never happened once.
To include all those words in the description you just gave, none.
Exactly.
They'll give answers. They'll give paper facts. They'll give math equations. But they won't give
That's what I mean.
Fundamentals.
It has to be appealing in some way because there's no picture of Australia or anything in the southern hemisphere upside down. There's no record of anybody circumnavigating the globe from north to south. There's all these things that just don't add up.
What do you mean there's no picture of Australia upside down?
Upside down, I guess what he's saying.
There's no real pictures of the Earth at all from any distance like that.
Yeah. So like
It would be
I'm specifically confused about Australia being upside down.
Okay, hold on though. If you think about it, pictures sell. It's worth 1,000 words, right? If they had the capability to be so far away, you could zoom in and literally take a picture of something in the southern hemisphere, a city or whatever, upside down, and it would be like the most brilliant, best-selling freaking picture.
I do think they have. Yes, exactly. I do think they have that capability of the million-mile away shot with some kind of super ultra, billion-dollar zoom, where you'll see the globe in its entirety. Then they can zoom in on the continents at the bottom, which would be apparently upside down from the ones that are above it at the top of the ball from the perspective of the camera, because everything is going to be relative from this ISS. So they can take a picture of Australia, but they're also upside down too. So to them, they are both right side up. So it's an it's an arguable type thing, but the million miles away type of zoom, that is the shot. Like I think they would have tried to get if they could.
I mean, if you just look at the moon, you can see craters upside down, craters on the face, and craters up on the top.
Exactly, like the way we see the moon. Yeah, why can't we get that shot of the Earth?
Because nothing is far enough away. Because nothing is far enough away to take that shot. Is the answer, Seth? And if it was possible, Seth,
any shot from a distance. Any shot from a
It's
distance.
impossible
like
to take any shot from any distance. I don't
Hey,
know.
from
Seth,
that distance. Seth.
you're changing the
From what
goalposts.
distance?
You're
What
changing the
goalposts?
goalposts.
I'm asking you a question.
No, I'm asking you one.
All right, what's your question?
Is that what is so appealing to the globe and the heliocentric model? Like if I had a picture of an upside down city, that would be very appealing to me, and I would be like, yeah, it's
Take a
freaking
picture of a
globe.
city and turn it upside down. What's the difference?
See,
I don't know what you're on.
Yep.
I'm examining your level of protection of your worldview here because
Well, what protection? I don't find it to be appealing.
Okay, so we're at a stalemate at this part. So let me go back to what else Justin mentioned. Justin mentioned the circumnavigation of the Earth from north to south. That's not the only problem. We all agree, no matter who you are, for the most part, I believe we all agree that there is a center point, an Earth pole or a North Pole in the middle of us. There hasn't even been a flight over the North Pole that we all know it does exist, let alone a flight over the South Pole, which doesn't. That would be my first thing. Like, why are we accepting, why would someone like you accept any of this, Seth, when there's never even been any such flight in all of history? Even Admiral Byrd, the guy who went there, Admiral Byrd even admitted he turned around and went back because the landmass is too far back. He said the area beyond the South Pole is at least as big as the United States, and he had to go back to the Cape Horn, because it was so big. So there's never been a flight in history over even the North Pole, let alone the South Pole, but nobody seems to care.
Why would that be a problem?
Well, that's right. For you, it's a problem. For us, it's not. On a flat Earth, there is no such thing. For you, it is. For you, it's a huge, because you can't do it.
Why?
Huge. You can't do it. How many times do I got to answer the question? You can't do it. You can't do it.
Our point, though,
you
Seth,
didn't answer me the first time. I asked
you can't do it. You can't do it, Seth. How many times do I got to look at this?
Can I respond?
Right, you can't do it. It's never been done. Okay, so you got to listen. So here I'm going to elaborate now because you're having a hard time understanding my answer. If we're on a ball, right? If we're on a ball, Seth, relax. If we're talking about traveling across the Earth, we're not talking about pictures. I could easily travel from Cape Horn, okay, which is South America, over the South Pole, and maybe end up in either Africa or New Zealand or Australia. And it's never been done in all of history ever. There's never been a boat, there's never been a plane, and we can't even fly over the North Pole for some reason. I mean, that's got to be suspicious. But I'm just a real skeptic, though.
Right, I don't see why that's a problem.
Well, because I'm a real skeptic. You have to be a real skeptic to see why that's a problem. That totally destroys any of your claims.
As a real skeptic, you should be able to explain why that would be a problem.
I just did, because you can't do it. Yes, that's the point. You can't do it because we're on a flat Earth. Yes, if we're on a flat Earth, it makes perfect sense. That's why it doesn't work.
That would be consistent with a flat Earth, sure.
Exactly. Yes.
But just right. But hold on. But all things that are consistent with a flat Earth don't make a flat Earth true.
Well, everything is consistent with the flat Earth. It just so happens that everything is consistent with the flat Earth and nothing with the ball. It's amazing. Just another coincidence.
Well, but if none of these things make you go,
why would it make me go,
Exactly. Why, Justin? Why would he care? He doesn't even. He doesn't
I just
even
don't
want
see, I
to
just
even
don't see
look
why it
into
would
the
make me
fact.
go home, considering the fact. Well, hold on, Pillbox. Let me answer his question. Right. I don't see why it would make me go when there's so much evidence for the shape of the Earth, and the fact that circumnavigating the Earth the hard way doesn't make any sense, considering the fact you'd have to take the boat with you across the.
We have planes these days, Seth. We have jet planes these days, Seth. You do know that, right?
Yes.
We can just fly. We should be able to just fly and just do it and get it over with in one day. It'd take 12 hours over with. The
Why would anyone need to circumnavigate it? I mean,
can't, because it would actually give you credibility. Right. Why would somebody need to give you
no,
credibility? I have
all
no
somebody would
idea.
do
Why
to
would you want
prove that-
credibility? Don't
all
ask
somebody would
me.
need to do to prove that is to just fly across the pole, not to circumnavigate the entire globe.
I know it's never happened. Can't even do that. Exactly. Thank
Well,
you.
I'm not convinced
No,
that
what
hasn't
happens
happened.
is
I've convinced that you think that hasn't happened, but I'm not convinced it
It's
hasn't.
an, I know,
business.
that's right. You don't
It's
even
a
know.
business.
Right. I'm
Check
I'm
it out,
not
Seth.
gonna
It's
take-
a
You're
business.
going to forgive me
If
for
it
not
doesn't
taking
make
your word
dollars,
for
it
right?
doesn't make sense. And these people, they're going to take the shortest route.
Right. That's the
They're
difference,
going to
Seth.
take
You
the
haven't
shortest
looked
route
into
from
it.
point A
And the
to point
shortest
B.
route
Because
is
why would
not
they
over
spend
the
more money on
pole.
fuel?
Right.
Did we lose more than one? Like, I guess I looked away for 1 second and I saw the drop. Oh no, we had 5. Okay, so he says he's at work, so he probably had a drop for a sec. Oh, there he is.
No, it's actually the cell phone. Sometimes when you're on a phone, it drops out. If anyone else is on a phone, I'd probably drop out the same time as they drop out.
Ah, I don't do them on a phone. I've never done them on a phone, so I have no idea what I even do it on a phone. I hear it's very, I don't know, security risk using the mobile devices on the hangout with the sniper crowd. That is, we're not like that here. But I've heard from people who work for cell phone companies. There's a lot of backdoors to get into their phones, and it's been done where people have been doxxed. You know, they're public information or private information has gone public from people.
I'm not a
hacking.
secretive person. The name on my profile is my real name.
Nobody's going to
You
do
can
that
look
to
me
you
up.
here. I don't even know how to snipe. I could have learned. I just don't. I don't care to play in that energy, that nonsense. It just feeds into it. And if I go snipe somebody, that's just going to trigger more sniping in the future. And if you want peace, you go to peace. You don't go to war. We've heard that before. Like, so I want peace. I'm not going to fire any shots.
Ah, but to secure peace, you must prepare for war.
Yeah. Well, there's a limit on security, and personal security is all we can really do. We can't secure a group. You know, it is what it is. You know. Pillbox, Justin. Oh, Justin left too.
Shout out to Arcane Logos in the chat. Appreciate Big Dog showing up. He can come in and whenever he wants to. Appreciate him coming by.
Gem Panda wants to join again, and I'd rather have a panel consensus on that one.
It's a little late to deal with the space monkeys. I mean, it's up to, I don't know, whatever you want to do, Jimmy.
Arcane just said he had to ban like 20 socks of Jeremy's yesterday. So if Jeremy was being a hard jerk off yesterday, I don't know if that should be the kind of thing should be rewarded. You know, I don't know.
That's
I wasn't
true.
here.
That's true. No, you're absolutely right.
You know, if he wants, I would say anybody who wants to get on a panel of any channel that I run or whatever, if you come correct, you're welcome. And if you conduct yourself like a jerk off, that shouldn't be rewarded and forgiven quickly, especially without remorse or apologies. So maybe if Jeremy wants to apologize for whatever he was doing yesterday, I don't know, take it into consideration. But I don't like to reward that kind of behavior with, you know, just walk right all over us, you know, anytime you want. We'll just overlook it. You know, that's, yeah, I know we're the bigger people for doing it, but it's like letting a child like never learn a lesson, you know. They should, how do you get a child to be respectful to somebody without, you know, showing them what it's like to be disrespected too? I don't like to do fire with fire, but
You tell them if they don't behave, you'll burn them in hell for all eternity.
that'll work on a
I don't
large
think
group.
Jimmy can make that claim though. I mean, he does play with demons and he might have some flamethrowers, but that might not be the true story.
Oh, I do play with the demons. They need help. You know, they're screaming in pain that maybe a lot of people can't hear. But in psychology, you see these things, and I hear it, and they're in pain. They have a lack of information like we have. They know their foundation for that Helio model is not secure to a satisfaction that they like. There are some who do feel very secure in it. And those are the same people that usually go with consensus agreement for their facts. It's like, well, the majority believe that the sky's red, so I'm going to believe it too. Like I don't want to go against the grind. There's people like that. And that's sad, but you're going to get lost that way. You're going to get duped, tricked, sold, snake oil, probably get sick. I don't know about you guys. There's a lot of people I know dropping like flies. Like family units. Like it would be like the grandmother, and the father,
gorilla.
the aunt, and the sister, or whatever. Just we all sick at once, all at the hospital at once, or all really something going on
Hey,
at
does
once.
anyone know what happened to Inventor Gorilla?
Yeah, bro, he died.
Yeah, right. But what I mean is,
Duh.
what happened?
Yes. Man, that poor guy, bro. Man, I think he was an evolutionist too, but hopefully he figured it out with Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, but does anybody know why he died?
I think Randcam knew. I don't know if he's listening. I think he might know more than me.
You know, other than the obvious that he's mortal.
Well, you never know when it's going to happen, do you, Seth? Be prepared at all times.
No, it's nice. See, that's not a real apology, Jeremy. He's in the chat. It's not sincere. it's really kind of.
Would he say something like, "Sorry, you're such a jerk face"?
I'm sorry, yeah, Arcane is a fascist who desperately clinging to a belief, and on and on.
That poor guy, man. Yeah, he's made some interesting claims saying that helicopters should leave bigger craters than lunar rockets. He's an interesting guy.
We also got another request for the panel by Epistemology for Truth. Now, he's a hardened glober, but he does have control of his behavior, emotions, and conduct. So it's another one I'll put to you guys out there.
Yeah, he had his chance the other night, though, Jibby. He blew it and lied 5 times in a row the other night, though. We need to give them a week off if they're going to just habitually lie, I think.
No habitual lying going on in any panel that I'm on. Ask Timmy Osmond. Every sentence comes out of his mouth that's not true. I'm there to ring the alarm. He's not getting away with it while I'm on a panel, and neither is anyone else.
Jibby?
If you're going to make a statement of fact, have something to back it up. Otherwise,
Can
say,
I
think, it's my opinion, then make the statement. And when
Seth,
it comes to
yes,
religion, that's I
wanted to say that, like, honestly, I don't like Arcane very much either. I think he might be a fascist too. But
Oh, boy.
but I think that your rule is actually pretty fair in allowing him to come back in if he were to sincerely apologize.
Well, for the record, though, real quick, though, you did troll Arcane the other day. You interrupted him a couple times. We warned you, and I was advocating for you, Seth. I was trying to get people to allow you to stay, but you blew it. I mean, so how could I look at? I mean, what did Arcane do? We warned you over and over again. You keep trolling.
No, I asked a question twice.
I know, but then you were trolling.
It's
I know.
recorded. No, I wasn't trolling at all.
Okay.
I mean,
All right.
You could,
all right.
you could say that I was trolling by interrupting, but I asked very politely a couple of times, and then I did interrupt the third time, and I didn't realize it was Arcane. Arcane changed his profile picture. I didn't recognize him, and I said, "Oh, it's Arcane," and then he kicked me out. I think Arcane's a little sensitive.
Well, why do you? I mean, you
He's
do
a
interrupt a
precious
lot, though.
snowflake.
I mean, you interrupted Jibby like 8 times, but he just keeps talking. But anyway,
I was waiting for a moment, but I just wanted to ask him a question.
Oh, what was the question? Sorry, I was dealing with chat.
I lied. I didn't mean question. I meant to say it was just a statement about the apology being fair.
Sincere,
Sure.
Well, it means that you realize
something you did wrong. You know, that you are, you do acknowledge it, you do realize it, and you know, it's not going to happen again. You know what I'm saying? Like, sorry has become so cheap, you know, in our society. It's just, people just say it just to, it's a band-aid, you know, but they don't really mean it. I don't know. There's not much integrity in people anymore like there used to be. And when you're in a debate, something like this, come in it as a gentleman. You know, don't resort to lies to try to get leverage on your side, because it's going to crumble. Especially when you repeat the same thing over and over, you're giving a false testimony to a false witness. If you've never seen a rocket take off, do its thing, and land with your own two eyes, and you're giving testimony that that's exactly what happens, well, no, you're saying you saw the rocket take off, then it went out of your sight, and you don't know what happened, but you're speaking as if you do know what happened for a fact when you can't verify it yourself. And in this game that we're playing, where the suspects are being called out, meaning NASA and whatnot, you can't go to them for the evidence. Try to build a case without, like, the accused is on the stand. He can't just come down and be like, okay, here's my evidence. Where, like, no, that evidence is now red flagged. And if you can't prove what they're explaining without their, it's kind of like Monsanto testing itself, you know. Oh, well, we did tests on our GMOs and everything's A-okay, and that's just fine with everybody. NASA says this is real and it's A-okay. You don't need a second opinion. You don't need an outside whatever. And any outside agency that comes in is bought and paid for by a friend of a friend. So it's all like, you know, there is no peer-reviewed civilian. That's what we are right now. We're doing the peer review of NASA and their information, and it's coming up stinky. That's what we're doing. We're not bought and paid for by a corporation reviewing a Monsanto product or whatever, giving it a thumbs up. It's a fluoride, A-okay. As long as you only poison them a little bit, then it's good enough. They can be rat tails and turds in the food up to 8%. That's A-okay. Like, come on. How much do we put up with? Let's come at it from an honest civilian point of view. That's all I'm saying. And there are things with flat earth evidence that is an alternative explanation that works. Yeah, the helio stuff makes sense in the explanations. The flat earth evidence makes sense in the explanations and the visuals.
Yeah, I'm not really concerned with heliocentrism versus geocentrism because, I mean, under relativity, neither you're really right.
Relativity, like, isn't that a theory of relativity?
Yeah.
Right. Well, people need to address these theories, Big Bang, evolution, relativity, as what they are. And if they're still theories after hundreds of years, I think they're going to stay theories.
Well, theories don't become anything else.
Usually not.
Never.
No, sometimes they do. You get a theory about something you're working on, investigation, and then it can come to fruition as true.
Not in science.
Well, that's how science is advanced. You know, we didn't stay stagnant on one thing. Somebody had a theory to advance something.
There is no scientific theory that is no longer a scientific theory, like it advanced to something else. That hasn't happened. That's not how theories work. Theories are predictive models and explain scientific laws. Like, for example, I mean, you would probably assume that we have a general idea on how electricity works. But if you go to a community college, you might see people walking around with a book that says electrical theory, because electrical theory is a model about how electricity works.
Right. I believe they can't even explain what electricity is exactly.
It's electrons.
That came from
atoms.
Oh, the atom, the 99.9% empty space stuff.
Yes, except for the electrons and protons.
Again, where was the origin of these things, though?
It doesn't really matter. The point is, you have a good idea of how electricity works.
Yes, how it works.
origins, how it came into existence, no. But in Flat Earth, we're asked, what's the origins of how is this? Where we're asked to break it down to the DNA molecular level, just because we seem to have busted up some mistakes. Therefore, we should know how the Flat Earth model works in every aspect whatsoever, and the workings of this flat universe.
But you should know the obvious stuff, right?
The obvious stuff is what we do.
What is if the flat Earth model is true? What's a year?
The tropic sun moving from tropic to tropic. It's how we measure 1 year, where it starts, goes back to the other tropic, comes back again. When it's in the exact same spot, there's 1 year. Which is measurement.
You don't know why the sun does that, do you?
No. We think it's electromagnetic, some electromagnetic kind of pinball, I guess you would say, because it's kind of going dink, donk, dink. But the moon does the same course over 1 month.
On a flat Earth.
It doesn't do it. No. The rotation, too, that's a whole other argument. I have to work on that a little bit more with my solar filters. I'm going to expand on the rotation of the sun. And in regards to field rotation, the difference between the field rotation and this rotating sun on a polar perspective versus equatorial.
I've never really heard it satisfactorily explained to me. Where does the sun go at night?
Where does it go at night?
Yeah, I've heard explained.
Well, you got to think of it like you're looking for your keys at night in the backyard with a flashlight on the ground. That flashlight's only going to illuminate one section of your yard. As you move around the yard looking for your keys, you're taking the light with you, and that light's a local light that's illuminating the entire ground below. Now, from a baby ant's perspective, that entire illuminated area is a country.
Right, but from the ant's perspective, you could always see the light.
Not necessarily.
Might not be illuminating where you're at, but
no, not necessarily. At ground view, it will disappear into the vanishing point of the perspective in the horizon of that ant, based on its height.
You're saying the ant will see the flashlight dip below its horizon.
Yes, and disappear. Now, any objects above the ant will be receiving that light source reflected upon it, like apparently we're seeing with the moon and whatnot. So anything above this flat plane is getting hit by that light that they're always in constant view of. So anywhere that you see the moon being lit, pointing towards where the sun is located on the flat Earth.
Got to let him finish, Seth. Come on.
No, I get what he's saying.
You still have to let him finish, Seth. I know. Let him finish. You just got to stop interrupting.
He just did.
I understand, but you were interrupting before he was done talking. Just say, if you don't even care to hear the guy out, what are you doing here?
I heard the guy out.
Try better.
Sometimes I can speak faster, but yeah, I pretty much finished that point.
No, I don't see how you're imagining the ant seeing the flashlight just up below the horizon in that scenario.
Well, I've done this experiment myself where I put a camera on the ground upside down because of the way this camera was. The lens is at the top of the camera. So by putting it upside down, it is as close to the ground as possible. I did this at night with a flashlight. And when I got about 20, 25 feet away, you could no longer see the flashlight from the camera. Is that pillbox? Is he going to do the experiment right now?
At what height?
It was not, I don't even think it was it was about an inch off the ground.
The flashlight was an inch off the ground?
No, the camera lens was the flashlight was about 12 inches off the ground. And it's about 20 feet or so. And then I no longer could see the flashlight. And, you know, there's that example. Just put a flashlight on the ground in a long, flat area and walk away from it and record. And you'll see your legs start to disappear as you walk further and further away. And the bottom of you disappears melts into the horizon. This is what we see with the distant buildings, like the Chicago skyline. It looks like it's going over the curvature. No, it's just melted into the horizon, the way you would when you walk away from a camera that's on the ground. It does get to that point.
but the lens really has to be close to the ground because that height makes all the difference in how far you can see along the flat.
The light would also have to be really close to the ground.
Now watch this, Jibby. This is Jibby. You see
Letting
this?
people finish.
Yeah, I started the same time you did, Seth, and I overruled. I'm sorry. So look at this, Jibby. You see this light? Look at this. I just 12 inches away. It just disappears. Just 12 inches of movement. This is a terrible experiment, but in 1 foot distance, it can do that in 1 foot.
Are you on the ground right now? So explain what we're seeing.
No, I'm on a table, and I'm there. Here's the bright light really close. Now, as it goes away, it appears to be getting lower and smaller on a flat surface. It's that simple.
You're on a totally flat surface, but
Sun
how
doesn't
come it
appear
looks
to get
obstructed
smaller,
right
though.
here?
And that's one problem, but I mean.
We can do this 1,000 different ways. I mean, when you drive down the highway, do you think the street lamps are going into the ground as you drive away, and as you drive up to them, they're coming out of the ground? No, they're remaining at the exact same height, but as your perspective changes, as you go farther and closer away, they seem to change as far as where you're looking at them. If a plane is above you at 40,000 feet, and then I know, you just relax for 1 second. I'm going to finish this real quick, Seth.
Right,
I
but they
promise.
never dip below.
I know you got to relax. I know. So as the plane flies away and it stays at the same altitude, it appears to be going lower, but it's not changing altitude at all. It's just understanding perspective. That's all.
Right, the perspective would never put the light below the horizon.
Yeah, it just did it. I did it with 12 inches of travel. I don't know why. I mean, you can't be that stupid. You did it with 12
I'm
inches.
not going to take your word for it, Pillbox. It looks like you put the flashlight under the table.
That's what they're saying in chat. Pillbox has said epistemology is saying you put the camera under the desk. I don't think you'd do that. Can you light up that area so we can see the camera's location and whatnot?
Listen, the camera is at the edge, right? The point is this is a flat surface. Do you understand? When it goes away on a flat surface, it's appearing to be going smaller and lower. Do you see how it's disappearing? Look at that. Look at that. And this is 6 inches of travel. Look at that.
Do you notice that?
Does that not look like a sunset? Does this not look like a sunset?
And what we're seeing here is that the light is staying basically the same size as it disappears.
Look at that.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, Roger that. What's
I
up,
have no
buddy?
idea what you're doing, Pillbox. All I see is a bunch of lights and blurs.
There is no doubt about you have no idea. We understand that. Go ahead, Arcane.
No, it's not my fault. What you're pointing at is.
I understand that straight lines are very complicated, Seth. There's no doubt. This is hard science.
That and you're asking me to take your word for it. I'm just not willing to do that.
Yeah, I know this table might actually be curved. It could be a trick.
There are
You
other
could also be
videos
putting the
online
flashlight under the
doing
table.
this. There's other videos online. Just put in flat Earth perspective, and you should see. You should be satisfied by the time you get to the bottom of page 1.
Yeah, and when I've seen them, I've also seen people actually debunk those by putting the ratios that the flat Earth proponents suggest into that scenario, and what they show doesn't happen.
I'm sure they're not tilting the scales a little bit because I've seen that been done with the tall ships going away or whatever. They're raising and lowering the camera to try to trick the observer. So
I gotta take this call, guys.
All right. What's up, Arcane?
Yeah, Seth will never accept reality, bro. It's a sad thing to watch.
Yeah, just Pillbox. They're just saying, well, epistemology and I guess Seth.
Oh, I'm so sure. So
You're
now
being
watch
honest.
this. Now we're going to do the opposite, Jibby. When this light goes away, it should appear to go higher. Okay, let's see. Huh, that's so weird. Look at that. Now it's higher, but the altitude never changed. Now it's lower. It's down here, and now it's higher. Wow, this is really complicated, guys. Wow, this is very tough. I'm sorry.
So hard to understand.
I totally get it. It's kind of like a paper feeder. You have the 2 rolls on each side, and as you stick the paper in, it pulls the paper in, and this is kind of like you put the roller at the top of the horizon point and the other roller at the bottom, and it's like the sky and the ground where it meets is just being fed into like the paper shredder or whatever. It just melts into the horizon, and as you get closer to it, it's like it's growing from the vanishing point. Here comes the poles raising up, the buildings are getting taller. It's because you're moving closer to it.
All right, Jimmy, I know this is very complicated. We'll do one more experiment, maybe 1 or 2 more. So as I get closer, I predict that the light will not only appear to be going higher, it will leave my field of view. Let's see what happens. Oh, look, the light, I can't see it anymore. I guess that light must have changed altitude. Obviously.
I didn't know you had a NASA Juno piece of equipment in your house.
That is the real satellite, bro. Yep. Paid good money for it.
Collector's item.
The monkey can understand it.
That's a tough one.
I noticed that with the camera above the table, the light never goes away. Unlike the sun, even the top of Everest.
Right, because the sun travels 25 inches to its sunset. That's brilliant. Yeah. Oh, man.
We do have to do scale here. And he only had a very small.
Yeah, I'm moving my arm 6 inches, and the light gets lower or higher in 6 inches of travel. And the sun travels, I don't know, thousands of miles, but apparently they know better. But here's the deal. The sunlight never goes away. That's why Stinky Cash posted that video at 40,000 feet. There is no pitch black. The sunlight never goes away because you're at altitude. And that's not possible if the sun's on the other side of a ball. Thanks for playing.
And the sun's a local light source, which we can clearly see and prove. Go watch Dwayne Kellum's balloon videos. When the sun is about to rise or about to set, all of that bright light condenses at a convergence point of where that sun is disappearing. But you look at the Helio model, the Himawari, all these things. There's the Terminator line that goes from North Pole to South Pole. And it moves across like a nuclear blast, moves across a plane in a big straight Terminator line. Boom. Well, we don't have sunrises and sunsets like that. It is clearly a local low light. And I mentioned this last night with Chris Rock when I was on a hangout with Jeff Stewart and Chris. It was right before Nathan's first track, The Sun. I was in pure daylight. I was drenched in daylight. Jeff is in the same time zone as me. I'm in New Hampshire. He's in North Carolina, and he's a little bit west of me. If you were to go by the straight line up and down, he was a little bit more west. I did the math, and it was 45 minutes. I'm drenched in daylight before he started to have daylight, and that didn't make sense because doing the math, it should have only taken about 5 to 10 minutes for that Terminator line of daylight to hit him and to reach him. He should have been seeing daylight only 5 or 10 minutes after me, instead 45 minutes, which can only occur as this local low light is now moving more south, more southeast, southwest. It's taking the light with it. Now he begins to see the light from the sun, the local sun, as Canada is seeing it. So it does shine a significant area on the flat below, but when you're outside of it, now it's just going to be this little pinprick of light coming up on the horizon, carrying all of the light with it, like a local light, versus a very distant light with a whole Terminator line going across the ball uniformly. This is not uniform at all.
Right, you don't see a line, you see one tiny location. I have 11 degrees to 15 degrees on my horizon instead of 180 or 90 or something big. It's a very tiny, minute spot. And I mean, that's it. It's a localized sun.
Now, Tim's in the chat. And yes, we are an echo chamber of something that's not being acknowledged. You want us to stop talking about something and repeat it, you got to prove it wrong. I mean, prove it, not explain it wrong. Prove it.
First, you got to learn your own religious beliefs, too. You actually have to answer to your own beliefs, which they can't anyway. None of those guys. That's why all of those guys say the globe doesn't matter. You can't prove it's flat. It's a psychosis.
You take a light with a basketball across the room, you'll see that uniform Terminator line from the top to the bottom of the basketball. And yes, you do see a hot spot on the basketball. That's not what we're seeing on the ground. We're not seeing a hot spot with a local. That light is spread across from north to south on that ball across the room. Yes, it has a hot spot, but it's still drenched in daylight along the Terminator line north to south. The hot spot is not, it's not the same thing that we're seeing in real life, in real reality. It is exactly like there's a giant looking for his keys, walking around in circles with a flashlight. The whole earth is drenched in darkness except for that flashlight. And when it comes by, it lights everything up. It lights up all the gases in the air, the blue sky, all of that science is good. Not saying it isn't. There's a lot of good science that we still use. We're just 180ing these things because that seems to be what they do. They just 180 the truth. So the truth becomes so outlandish because it's 180 opposite of what we're being told that it's ridiculed, and then the lie protects itself. It's a very common tactic and technique that happens to work. But you got to question it. You got to keep busting through that wall of cognitive dissonance and personal subjective belief of what you want to believe, because you guys are cherry picking your evidence. We cherry pick too, but we have orchards of cherries, so we can pick a lot of them because there's so many. You guys are really selective on the cherries you have to pick. And if you find a curvature in a video, great. Where's the other 5,000 videos that should exist right now with the curvature also? If one video of what maybe a curvature exists, that's a red flag, because there should be thousands. It's the lack of the amount of these things that we don't have right now that's raising the red flag. And you guys should be questioning it too, because that doesn't make sense. When I was a ball earther, a helio, and I was presented with that, to be honest with myself, I was yes, that's a problem. That lack of photography is a problem. I wasn't trying to make an excuse for NASA, but that's a problem just on the surface of it. And the photography that they do have, which they don't call it photography, they call it images, because they know that an image encompasses all forms of whatever you're looking at. So they use the correct words, that they're not lying. Yes, there are lots of images of Earth from space. That includes cartoons and crayons. Those are images. Composites, artist rendition, those are all images. They're not photographs. And a composite.
These people love cartoons, man. They love anime and they love Star Wars. So that's proof to them.
I know, and they got adults watching cartoons. I mean, I like Family Guy and South Park. I'm still watching cartoons in my 40s.
But not My Little Pony. My Little Pony is not.
Hey, don't talk shit about My Little Pony. You know, they have one called Derpy, and it's a retarded pony. For real. For real, I have it. The kids gave me Derpy, the My Little
and the
Pony.
angels rejoiced, yeah.
It is insane. My Little Pony, there's something going on with that too. I don't know what it is yet. No, Arcane took care of Tim.
Yeah, he's bye-bye. Yeah, he's bye-bye.
He's nobody's surprised. I mean, that's like his, I don't know, third, fourth, fifth account.
Now let me show you this real quick, Jibby. So I'm going to do this to show you the satellite setting. Okay, so this is the satellite setting, right? Okay, see how it's getting lower? So apparently it's changed altitudes. There it is. Now I can see it. So I walked away from it. My satellite changed altitudes. I get it now.
Anything that's up in the sky like that is going to be. Yeah, he dropped off again. Anything up in the sky, above, like the baby crib, the things hanging down from the baby crib. Well, if you're the baby, are you going to fashion in your mind that you're on a big giant letter T or a big giant letter X, or even if it's the little space balls above the baby crib? Are you going to think that that's what you're on because that's what you're looking at up in the sky? Like, that's a fallacy to just compare skylights to where you are. Because I was a DJ, I worked a mirror ball. I'm telling you, just don't ever go by the ceiling to determine the shape of the floor. It's just nonsense.
Wait, are you saying that all the other planets are flat too, Jivy?
You know what? Before I jump to like answer number 50 about what a planet is, I want to know answer number 1. What are these things really? When we can establish that, then we can guess about what they're doing, what they're made of, how they do this, how they dance, how they retrograde. Let's figure out what they are first.
Well, I saw Venus, though. I saw Venus near the sun yesterday. Could you please explain that on a flat Earth?
Actually, I don't even know what's going on with that, because that was a night planet. That's all of a sudden now a morning planet, and it did it really quick. It was trailing behind the sun every day, trailing behind the sun, and taking its time, because I was capturing Venus for a couple of months, and it was just slowly gaining on the sun. And maybe 3 weeks now, a month later, this thing's already in the morning. I don't know. Again, we're trying to guess the motion of things that we don't even know what they are really. Luminaries, that's what David Weiss calls them, and I like that name for them because it's very non-committing. It's they're luminaries. That's all we know right now. That's all we know we know. We think we know they're stars and planets and balls of fire. That's what we think we know. We know they're only luminaries right now. We're working on that, and give us, 1 day of NASA's budget, we'll have all the answers. 52 million? Oh, we'll have most of the answers. That'll fund a North Pole expedition, so we'll see what the hell is there. Now we have the middle of the puzzle done, and we can send a couple out to the outer reaches. Boom, we have those answers, and we still have millions of dollars left to send shit up in the sky, closer to those things. And that's it. That's it. It doesn't require that much in today's technology.
Yeah, I'm wondering how come one of these globe heads haven't gotten in a private jet and just went over the South Pole yet.
Well, did you not hear Seth? Why does that matter? That's what I asked him 35 minutes ago, that very question. Justin brought up plane routes or, circumnavigation. I said, why can't we just fly a plane over the North or we can't even fly one over the North Pole? We all agree that exists. And he goes, why does that matter? Well, there's my answer right there for who you're talking to. That's all the evidence I needed to know that I'm talking to someone that thinks that none of it matters. I'm going to believe what I want to believe, and everything you think doesn't matter.
Pillbox, the new echo chamber going on in Earth discussions, and epistemology is doing it now. Why does the sun travel in a straight line over the equator on the equinox? And they were really parroting it today like crazy. And
Why
I
don't
said,
these
I don't
people
know.
come in here?
What's that?
Why don't these people come in here and prove their ball?
They're going to explain their ball. They're not going to prove it.
Well, they can explain their imagination. That's what they do every time. How about the guy the other day? Were you there, Jibby? If you were watching, Arcane was there. We had a so-called Christian, which you know how I feel about that, saying that when he laid down on the earth, he could feel it move, kind of.
I did a couple times too after whiskey.
Oh man, it's a special type of reprobate, bro. I don't know what to tell you. You can claim that you feel the earth move, and you can. That's it for me.
Oh, that's the overactive imagination, clearly, but.
No, he actually also said he could lay on his back and see the earth move. Yeah.
Yep. Maybe he's a Power Ranger also.
He's a
epistemology's asking to come back in. What do you think?
No, like I said, we have to do it once a week if you're going to be that type of habitual liar. If you do 4 lies in a row, you got to take at least 4 days off. So you're going to have to take a break. I gave him 1 minute and 45 seconds before his first lie. He hit it right on the nail on the head. Then I asked if I could show you this evidence. He says, no, that's not true. I said, what if it is true? He said, oh, it can't be. I said, okay, get out. So it's over for him.
that
I'm
was
sorry.
that was
him.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
That's how stupid. He raised the bar of stupidity, bro.
Yeah, these guys are epistemology. These guys are captains on this channel. I'm just like a corporal here, so they outvote me.
Well, I wonder, what kind of record time it's going to take him this time to come up with something like that. Let him in. Why not?
It's just like Charles, that you'll ask these people, well, what will it take? I mean, if I can show you this, if I can show you that, they can't even say yes. If you can show me any of those things, it would change. They'll say no to everything because they're obviously a little bit, there's a spiritual thing here, Jibby. These people are possessed by demons. This has nothing to do with anything else. These people are literally spiritually controlled.
Is this epistemology guy a Christian, supposedly?
I doubt it. They seem to be atheists over there.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But I don't know. I wish that one of these science people would acknowledge intelligent design when they see it. Clearly, it is intelligent design. I think that's quite undebunkable. Yet to say a cosmic force, in theory, created all of this is pretty much, I don't know, quite insane. Is that, I don't know. It's goofy, it's wacky, it's zany, it's just silly. It's really silly. It seems like something children could believe maybe, but not critical thinking adults. You're all working off theories, and you're calling it fact. You build off a theory, and you call it a fact. That's not right. It's not intellectually correct or honest. To say this is created is actually more scientific. Like the Big Bang, that's a religion, because it's totally based on faith of something that is pretty much never been witnessed, never been duplicated. It's just kind of poof, abracadabra.
But a
That's
white
religion.
guy with a lab coat with some letters after his name said it was science, bro.
Science is coming to a logical conclusion about something. Like, let's see. This is intelligent design because this is very intricate. Just the root systems and plants and just the circulatory system, just the biology of all the mammals and fish and just symbiotic relationships between the ecology of areas. This is clearly intelligent design, clearly. And that's science to come to that conclusion based on observation. So everybody's got it backwards, 180. Like I said. So the truth is so absurd, it gets laughed at. Now
Yeah,
we can
bro.
only speculate on what created this. That's where I'm at. You guys already have your answer. I don't. At least
Yeah,
one
man. I
that
guess machines can create themselves. You know what I mean? Just say science right before you say it, and it's believable.
in a way, this is like a machine. And that's like saying a machine created itself. Yes. That's perfect, actually.
Every living organism is a machine.
It is. It's a biological machine. And that it created itself is, I don't know.
We can't even create machines that are in our bodies yet. They think that it happened willy-nilly with enough time and dirt. So you can't reason with that kind of stupid, yeah.
Right.
You have to want to believe that something that fantastic. It's not something that you reason to. It's something that you chose to believe.
Yes, yes. You're definitely choosing to believe it.
Right. I highly doubt anyone sat down and put those pieces together and say, yeah, they fit perfect. This stuff came together by accident. I think people coming into it want to believe that it came about by accident, and they look for reasons to justify that a priori assumption.
Everything
So-
who everybody is formed on this helio model foundation. It forms who they are, their identity. And to say it will throw up your shields automatically to say like everything that you built your identity on, the foundation, is all a lie. That's gonna receive a lot of what's happening now.
Yeah, it's a kick in the head, man. It's a chin check. A lot of these people aren't conditioned to deal with that sort of chin check, man. They need helmets. You know, they like the new kids in class walking into a new school, a new town. Everything's new. They need guidance, but they're too prideful to reach out and say, "Hey, can you show me where the locker room is? Can you show me where the cafeteria is?" They'd rather walk around dumb and aimless, banging their head on the locker instead of asking for help. But you know, we're here. We'll take our time. You know, we ain't going nowhere. We'll hold your hand for a little while.
If this sun travels on some kind of a circuit above us, perhaps on this equinox, over certain areas, it does take more of a straight line. I don't know. The point is, it's not enough to erase all of flat Earth proof and evidence. It really isn't. You gotta have to do scales here. We have scales going on. And the flat Earth proof and evidence is weighing
Jimmy.
the scale down.
Well,
you can't
Jimmy-
take one Dwayne Kellum video and one little anomaly thing here in a flat Earth kind of working model and put a couple of little things in the scale and think that that's going to tip the scale on the 200 proofs plus all these other things, these argument points, plus the NASA fakery. You know, like, we got a lot in that scale.
that is not being counterweighed.
Why
about
do they
this,
want to
Jimmy?
talk about everything but the dang Earth, though?
Exactly. How about this, Jimmy? What I'll do is I'll take. First of all, they don't even know where these lines are. That's the point, is that there's no such thing as even people understanding the face of this earth, for one. Number two, what I'll do is I'll put them all out there in a boat and give them each a globe and say, find your way back, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, exactly. Navigate with that globe.
Arcane.
They're dead. They won't last 2 days. They're going to be dead. That's why it's called Out of Reckoning. It's why you have to use an azimuthal equidistant projection, a flat Earth map, or you die. It's kind of important. For 5,000 years of ship travel, it's dependent on it. So I'm sorry, there's nothing they can do about it.
Arcane, I see you been 444. They've been in here for a while. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, he's
Wait,
gone.
what happened to 444? I thought he was cool. What happened to him?
No, he said he was going to come in under a fake name and say some stupid comments and then snipe.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Well, according to that person, he said because he's a cunt. Can I restore the message where they said
Yeah, I
that?
can see it right now.
Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, that's why he's.
I don't know, but he has he at the end of it. Could have been a joke. Could have been said in joking context.
Well, you should watch what you say in these hangouts.
I put LOL at the end of some of my statements, similar, just to show like I'm joking.
Well,
So
that language shouldn't be becoming of the side chat anyway. So
maybe a timeout.
Yeah, it's too extreme. Arcane's right. Yep. Can't have that.
Okay. Well, I'll unblock him, but I'll keep an eye on him. And if he keeps talking crazy, he's out of here for good. How about that? Since you know the guy, your word carried some weight over here, Jibby.
Well, all right. I mean, I'm not gonna give him the keys to my house, kind of know him, but he has been hanging in this chat now for a few hours. That's this person dedicating their time to listening to us. I mean, we can't just discount that.
No, you're right, Jibby. To 444 Truth, just pretend you're in church, bro. We're just trying to keep it clean. Come on, man.
Yeah, it's somebody else's
Yeah, man.
house.
Yeah, be respectful, yo.
Yeah, fair is fair. I would even say the same for a Glober, though. I don't hate anybody because they have a different belief than me, and I think most flat earthers are like that. There are some not, Adam, and a couple others. But generally, that's what I'm seeing is the flat earthers are not requesting the noose for every Glober immediately. It's like, hi guys, F this, F that, you're stupid, you're a moron. It's kind of like how you walk into these places. It's like, what? Why so vigorously? It's almost like the Hulk. It's just instant rage. It's like flat earth, the eyes turn green, the shirt starts ripping. What? That's some serious cognitive mental issues going on.
Well,
Isn't it the greatest topic ever? Go ahead, Arcane.
No, it just means that their mommies and daddies, aka the government and NASA, lied to them, and their Star Wars isn't real, and their movies aren't real. That's what
Mark's
that
been
means.
quiet. Mark, are you?
Yeah, who is this guy?
Mark,
What's up
you
there,
can-
Mark? You feeling okay?
You can chime in anytime you want, Mark.
Hey, sorry about that. I got psyched out. I just
Oh yeah,
learning,
Mark,
like the rhythm of these chats is like learning how to ride a bike, man. I just got to get used to it.
that's cool. You're doing fine. But
I got like
feel free to
40
always jump
things in
in.
my mind, and I don't know when to share. I don't want to break in at any time and like mess anybody up.
I'll tell you, like a trick is don't overthink it. Just kind of like feel the flow of the chat, feel the flow of the hangout, and just
Like, was
jump right in.
it the same way with all you guys? I mean, like the first time you get on, was it like awkward?
Yeah, it takes a little bit, but then it just comes naturally.
Gotcha.
Is that the real Mark Sargent
Yeah,
in the side chat?
I think it is.
What's up, bro?
He was
Good
here
to see you,
earlier.
man. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, for sure.
He's just doing a fly.
Yeah, man. Keep it light.
He does. He's got a lot to watch every day. I'm sure every week, and he calls them the dailies, and that's you got to go see the dailies. Flat Earth Today, in the search. Yeah, I used to do that. I can't keep up anymore, Mark. I don't know how you do it. That's probably
Yeah,
why
he
you
was
can't.
one of the first,
you can't stay for more than 5 minutes because there's that much to go through.
Oh, really? He was one of the first people I subscribed to when I was looking into stuff when I first started. So, shout out to you, bro.
Yep. This is
You're welcome anytime, anytime.
anything I do now, send the bills to Mark. Anything I break.
It's all your fault, bro. Look what you did.
You sent the Jedi out on them. That's it. No, we're just doing the. I don't know what we're doing anymore.
Well, I'm just observing, man. I want to see what's happening next. I want to see what new discoveries are coming next. I mean, the flat Earth is pretty much, in my mind, proven, and we're just watching everyone else squirm. So I don't know. I'm curious. I want to see what the next move they're gonna make is. And yeah, just watching them squirm, man. I got the popcorn and the water. I'm chilling.
It's like we're actors in the movie watching the movie.
Exactly.
We're participants in the movie. It's the virtual reality. It's from a game design standpoint. Well, I was like a virtual reality earther before I was a flat earther. I already made that transition to where the evidence was kind of pointing towards a virtual reality earth. I still thought it was a ball though. So I'm still kind of a V-earther. V-earther.
Yeah.
Flat V-earther.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Neo when he was snatched out the Matrix, man. I was given that pill. I mean, I could see from the outside and yet still be a part of the inside.
Yeah. And eventually, though, he had like the power of Superman. And I hope that doesn't happen here. Can you imagine all these immature people with, X-Men powers and yeah, with great power comes great responsibility, comes great wisdom. And that's why a lot of this great knowledge and power and wisdom is not handed down to just the general public, because it can be used for nefarious purposes by people who are way too immature or just don't care or evil. You never know. So, I mean, I do think it's justified that the government does keep certain things under wraps. Unfortunately. But some things they shouldn't. Like advancements of the combustion engine and whatnot.
Oh, exactly. Once you realize the government is just for profit of the corporation of the United States, and it has nothing to do with for the people, by the people, et cetera, then you'll start to see why certain policies are in place, why certain laws are in place, and why we aren't moving in certain progressive directions, right? Like, why are we still using fossil fuels and this kind of thing? You have to follow the money and see who's protecting those business interests. And 9 times out of 10, when you look, it's a government law or a bill or, somewhere in the shadows protecting these big corporations. So once people realize that part, the rest of it just starts to trickle into place. You start to see the flow of information and who controls it.
You gotta follow the.
But not everyone can see it though, JB. It's like some people are either under a
My
spell.
thing's about to crash. My thing just crashed. I'll be right back. It just crashed. I gotta reopen it.
All right, bro. Yeah, people are under a spell, man. They can't wake up. Mind control got them by the balls, man. But since the garden, the serpent has always known what we wanted. He could appeal to what we desire. Our lusts, our lusts of the world, our fleshly desires. So it's easy to manipulate men when you flash a little bling bling in their face. So to think that the governments and the people in high positions of influence haven't been influenced by money or greed. Say you're very naive, my friend. Say money, the love of money is the root of all evil. When you follow that money, you see who's letting who get ahead and who's letting who not get ahead. It's that simple.
Yeah. Follow the yellow brick road.
this thing on.
We're off to see the wizard, man.
And it does turn out to be that way. Like, it's just a lot of the NASA footage. It is just like hand cranks and pedals, and it's so, I don't know, like low cable network CGI quality.
It's laughable, dude. But
Yeah.
I believed it at one time, Jibby. So it worked on me. So I can.
We believed it because we weren't critically thinking when we were watching it passively.
Right, exactly. But it worked. You know, we were looking somewhere else. What's it called? The Kansas City Shuffle, where you cause a distraction. You look one way and then your opponent goes the other.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah, you get the point. We've been hit with that Kansas City Shuffle, man.
But I really feel extra duped because astronomy was my thing. Like,
yes,
I really feel stupid.
I thought I was smart, man. I could name all the planets and tell you where they're gonna be. I had my little telescope, man. Dude, I was a nerd.
Me too.
Heck yeah. Except I think I wasn't a big movie head. You know, I didn't get into the cartoons or the comic books or the movies like some of my buddies. And I can see how much brainwashing is in those.
I didn't get into the comic books, but I got into the movies. And yes, severe brainwashing.
Yeah, man.
But I don't care what they say. Jedi are real. The Force is real.
But that's the thing, though. They make it so, like the movies that come out about deep space and about planets, they all play off of Einstein's relativity and heliocentrism. Right?
Yes,
so they try to make it as real.
Yep, they adhere to 20th century science and physics in the future.
Yes. So yeah, it plays a part into their psyche to where like that's all they know is, you know, from so when they watch a movie and they see the science and then they hear Neil deGrasse Tyson talk, it's the same sort of paradigm. So they're brainwashed, yo. So I just thank God I never was a real big movie kid or nothing like that. So I didn't get that extra dose of brainwashing.
Yeah, it doesn't really go away. You just have to incorporate it with the new information. I still watch sci-fi. I watch for a whole new reason now.
Yeah, now it's fun. Now I'm like, whoa.
It's so stressed out. Every time they come out with a space movie, I get more stressed out and paranoid about flying aimlessly through the Milky Way, approaching, you know, clusters of debris and asteroids. It's like you need Pepto-Bismol every day just to calm your stomach. It gets you so upset. Ancient Aliens, you have more questions at the end of that show than you did before it started. It's just
Do you have Netflix?
Netflix? Yeah, I got better than Netflix.
Have you seen the show Ascension?
I heard about it. No, I haven't seen it.
Oh man, it was pretty cool, man. It's got some flat Earth references, some dome references. Some
was that the
baking outer
one?
space.
No, there was one that was actually called. It had dome in it or whatever, and wasn't a city domed up or something.
Under the Dome.
Maybe that's
Yep. Yeah, I never watched that.
You telling me like the timing of these shows with Flat Earth is some coincidence? Come on. I can see why some people call it a psyop because some of it is just too stupid breadcrumbs laid out like that. Like, come on. You know, Under the Dome, of all years and times for that to come out, like it's just, come on. It's too much. I don't know. It's sometimes I'm even like, come on, man. This is totally some kind of.
Well, look at the amount of outer space and alien movies that they've been making over the last, I don't know, couple decades, decade and a half. It's been increasingly more driven towards outer space and aliens and finding other Earths and populating other worlds and savior alien races that come to save us, all this stuff. And that's fascinating to this new generation, yo. They love it.
Yep.
New age stuff.
I was UFO hunting for years.
Oh yeah, man.
Seen hundreds, thousands of UFO videos, and most of them are fake.
Yeah. And who knows what the military has, dude? We don't know how much. I mean, they could have some saucers and stuff we ain't never even thought about. So,
Well, they've had those since the 40s, Arcane.
Allegedly.
Well, I would have to say that it's pretty extensively obvious that they had some sort of magnetism manipulated 0-point energy systems in these vehicles, and that, these are the things the Germans knew about too. So of course, once we took over, then we were the ones that now have this hidden technology, and they crash landed one supposedly in 1947. But it's funny because even my dad back then was like, I bet it's from here. I bet it's our technology. And he was right. Technically it is ours. It is terrestrial. But it's interesting because that's where it all comes from. That's like the first time the Foo Fighters, World War II, they were already these amazing flying they've never been, there's no more advancements than what the way they were describing them in 1945 is exactly how they describe them in 2015. So there's no improvement.
Right. I'll be right back. I go coffee and I go fill my pellet stove up.
I go coffee, yep.
I'll be back 5 minutes, guys. I'll be back.
Word. So what do you think about Hollow Earth, Pillbox?
I think it's certainly 1,000 times more probable than a ball Earth. That's for sure. That's I tie it to the Olaf Jensen story, not really Admiral Byrd, because there's no mention of that. People like to tie that in, but Olaf Jensen talks about being inside the Earth. I don't know if he's telling the truth when he meets the giants from the Smoky God giants. When he goes to the North Pole with his father, and he meets a giant race of beings averaging around 15 feet tall, and his father's like, "Yeah, we're underneath England right now." I don't know why they thought that. I don't understand it. They just went to the north, so I don't understand how that is exactly going into the Earth. I don't necessarily believe that, but there is certainly something going on at the North Pole. I mean, how could you explain it? It's impossible. But what he described, if I'm just going to take him seriously, and there's some very interesting scientific things that it doesn't seem a lot of people seem to notice. But anyway, when Olaf Jensen goes there and meets this giant race, and they have this advanced technology and a monorail system that is hyper fast and silent, and their boats travel as fast as the fastest railroad he ever saw. What he never mentions, and I noticed that when he goes to the table, he says these men were giants, and they had to modify one of their chairs for him and his father to sit at the dinner table with them. And I thought, wait a minute, shouldn't you have booster seats for your kids or something? Wait a minute, what's going on? And then he's mentioned, oh yeah, the children stay in school till they're like, they don't go to school till they're 30 or something like that. He describes children, or he describes youth in one sentence, never mentions it again, never mentions even seeing a youth, never mentions seeing a single old person, never mentions seeing a baby. This is not a reproductive culture. They are Nephilim. And it just matches up perfectly. But no one's noticed that. There's no babies in the Olaf Jensen story. They're a race of giants. There's no old people and no babies. And that just sounds like Nephilim. That makes sense to me. It sounds like angels are spiritual, but they have to have humans to reproduce or whatever, so.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he said his father stood 6'4" and was barely at the waist of these people. So I don't know. I mean, that guy went to jail for something like 20 years for telling that story. He went to jail for 20 years. It's not like he got paid for it. He lost everything for it. Why would he do that? Why would he tell this story about him and his father? His father died. On the way back, his father was taken by the ocean, obviously, and he made it back by himself and survived. And I think a vessel picked him up. And then obviously once they heard his story, they said, "You're going to get locked up. You're done."
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to imagine that there wasn't giants on the earth when you look at some of these statues and blocks and stuff, I mean, unless you think that they had anti-levitation or something like that, which is plausible. But I mean, I don't know, man. When you got 60-foot Goliaths walking around, you know what I'm saying? And you got them under some sort of spell. Hey, go pick up this block and set it in place.
Yeah, they might have had, yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't see how a bunch of monkey men coming out of caves could build this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Makes more sense to me. There was big dudes walking around that could build it.
Yeah, I think we can sometimes be a little bit ridiculous when we think of a giant, though. I mean, if you see a 10-foot tall person, that's an absolute giant now, and that would have been the smallest of giants then. So, then again, you know, the Olaf Jensen story, 15, 20-foot tall max. In the Bible, I know that there are some, very rarely though, of like people ridiculous sizes. Like obviously, you know, human hybrid Nephilim monsters that are supposedly a couple 100 feet tall, but obviously that's a rare deal. That's not the commonality. So yeah, I think there is giants of all sizes. Olaf Jensen also describes trees many times bigger than the sequoia or the redwood. He describes giant tortoises, and he does not say turtles. It's very interesting. He talks about tortoises at the beach. And what's funny is he gives a very detailed account. He describes their long necks coming out. He says as if they're a sea serpent. And that's actually what tortoises do. Tortoises, when they're basking in the sun, they have a long neck. And it'll come out, you know, almost half the length of their body, above their body. Turtles don't do that. So he's specifically describing, and he's saying they're like this bigger than elephants, like they're 12 feet tall or something. I mean, that's a 50,000-pound tortoise. Why would you make that up?
Right.
Why would you tell somebody that? Or he's talking about elephants here. I think he said the elephants as well were like 4 times the size of normal elephants. Why would you make that up? That is really weird. So yeah, I think that's where the if I were to predict that Satan was cast to earth and he was going to inhabit a land, it makes sense that he would inhabit the Garden of Eden since man was banished from it. So if the Garden of Eden still exists at the North Pole, and it's now, of course, it's very probably similar to the Atlantis kind of things that used to go on back then. It is the lost civilization, the old world that is still there, that we are banned from, that is now, of course, inhabited by the fallen angels. I don't see how there's even other options.
Well, it's getting quite crowded up there at the North Pole right now.
It's quite extraordinary, Jerry. Beyond the South Pole, there's a Quaker State lube place where you get a good burger and a foot massage all at the same time. It's quite extraordinary.
Oh, yes, I've been there. It's called Jibby Lube. Yes. The fallen angels go there quite frequently.
Yeah, they can even get their toenails done.
Party at Asgard.
What does that mean? The most important line, and you got to realize, and Admiral Byrd is cracking smiles, and he's just trying to, wait a minute, I can't say that. You can see the look in it. He is like, beyond the South Pole. Oh, shit, I shouldn't have said that. But what does that mean, beyond the South Pole? That doesn't make any sense. You mean north of the South Pole? You mean north, right, Admiral Byrd? No, beyond the South Pole. That doesn't make any sense.
On the other side of the South Pole.
Right. Instead,
from
he said
this direction.
No, beyond. It's beyond the South Pole.
Beyond.
God,
it insinuates there's a whole other thing going on.
Right. There's something. And he admits he had to come back, though. He had to go back to Cape Horn. Where's this flight over the South Pole? The guy got 300 miles, 500 miles. What are we talking about? Let's get real.
An area the size of the United States.
You couldn't even do it. You couldn't even back then. You couldn't even fly a plane that far. Like one way, they could barely go across the Atlantic, right? I mean, barely go across the Pacific. We had to have aircraft carriers for a reason. I mean, we still do. But back then, the flights were many times shorter. And they claim this guy flew across the South Pole. It's like 1% across the South. What are you talking about? The guy flew right back to South America, genius. If he would have ended up on Australia or Africa, he'd have a claim. Come on.
We got guys in the side check losing their minds.
What? Got some space monkeys out there getting upset. What's wrong with them, Arcane? Are they going to just show us some cartoons? We can accept those. Let's get them out.
Try to imagine.
What's this monkey say? He says, explain why the moon is upside down to people in the southern hemisphere if the earth is flat.
Oh, I can't believe he asked. Let me get back inside and we'll do this experiment.
It's one of the easier things to explain.
But he's pretty confident though. His chest is puffed out, I'm sure. Go ahead.
Well,
he's in for a rude awakening.
We will explain it and show you visually.
Well, let's see if he accepts it though. That's the thing. Let's see if he accepts it. And why are y'all talking about the stars, y'all? Can y'all talk about the Earth at all? Can y'all show any curvature of the Earth?
It's a common thing to gauge the floor by the lights on the ceiling. It's very common.
It's retarded, man. Golly.
Okay, let's see if this works. Arcane, can you see my screen, or Jivy?
Oh wow,
it's beautiful. Let me
I
present.
didn't know Juno has the crescent moon design.
Yep, there it is, right there. There's many moons here. So I didn't even need to draw this face. It's because I'm stupid, but we have a face and we happen to have a crescent moon right here. They're both.
Hold on. Let's make sure that the Helio slave is watching. Are you watching DXP? All right, keep going.
Okay, well, it looks like we have a right side up face and a crescent moon that I would say is facing the right side. So I'm north of the equator right now, and we're going to get on a little plane. We're going to go to South America and get some bananas, Arcane. So let's fly to South America. Oh, good. We landed in South America. Look at this wonderful foliage. I'm going to turn around and look at the moon now. Oh, man, the face is upside down, and now the moon's facing the other side. Wow, that's amazing. Just like the moon in real life.
You must be on a ball, bro.
I think my kitchen floor is the shape of a ball, yes. Man, that's a tough experiment, JB. I don't know what to do.
And we're seeing. No.
I promise it wasn't CGI. It's not a composite. I mean, I just did this in my kitchen. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, here he goes. He says that explanation is flawed because the moon is round.
We're explaining how the upside down moon works on a flat Earth.
Oh my God. Yeah,
Wow.
the way it works in reality. I know this sucks, but yeah, the face, if you noticed it, it wasn't right side up anymore. So remember the question was why? Yeah, the question, Jibby, is why, and the next word is upside down.
Now,
Why
what we
this is
just did
complicated.
from a non-sarcastic, haha, we win perspective, we just gave a working explanation of how the moon's perspective works like this on a flat Earth. That's what we did. It's a second working explanation. There is
Hey,
one.
Pillbox, you got mods?
Helio models one working explanation. Here's another. And there's more.
Pillbox, you got mods, Joe?
No, I don't. What's up?
I was going to present you to everyone.
Yeah, we can't
Yeah.
even do it. I guess Rand got locked up. Couldn't even use the mods for
We
some
can't
reason.
use any apps. Nope.
Oh, shabby.
So no,
Well,
it's
he
not.
said it was a flawed explanation because the moon is round and your propeller blade isn't round, I guess.
Pathetic. I mean, it's just if you're that stupid, I certainly don't want you on my side. Please stay where you're at, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah, please and thanks.
It's that easy. I mean, just that excuse just shows how stupid these people are. I mean, you can't help that kind of stupid. There's nothing you can do for them.
Well, this guy, Epistemology for Truth, I sent him the invite. Now he's calling us cowards. I guess I don't know who's calling a coward, but that's your last time calling someone a coward.
Oh, yeah, I call them cowards all the time. I have good reason to.
Yeah, he has no good reason to, so he's gonna.
All right,
be
so
out
he's
there.
been added. Yep,
Yeah.
I see him. You have the green camera. You can come in anytime. So I
Yeah.
think we're more than fair, and we certainly are more than fair than his home base of ED and the other channel.
Oh, but he will get round two with Pillbox when he comes in, since Pillbox handled him last time. So he's yours when he comes in, Pillbox, because that was just pathetic. Also, what if I did show it to you? What would you say then? Well, you can't. You wouldn't. So, oh, okay.
Right. That's the flat Earth math Charles answer. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. It's this. Okay. So
Yeah,
what
doesn't
could I just ask them? What could I possibly show you to make you understand the flat Earth? I'm like, if I can see Japan from my house,
Pillbox now. Pillbox on your Juno spacecraft. Explain how the light refracts 45 degrees upwards and how this works on a flat floor. And now you have to explain all the lights and the electricity on your ceiling and everything to explain how the floor is flat.
Correct. Yeah.
Now
It's going to take me a while. I have a lot of math sheets to give you.
I mean, the sky is not, unless it's made of a mirror, it's not going to tell you what the floor looks like.
Well, the skies, that's another thing, Jibby. Do people know why there's a white line above the horizon in daytime? It's because the light continues to go after that, and that's why it looks white. That's why there's a white line at daytime, because the Earth is flat. Everything we've ever seen, tested, and observed is on a flat Earth. It's just too easy, bro. It's a psychosis from these people.
Oh,
I guarantee it. Give them about 2 minutes and 45 seconds. We're gonna have some nice, ridiculous pseudoscience lies.
Lights on a ceiling.
Yeah, they weren't the right. They weren't the right shape.
Jibby,
So.
you mentioned that you've had telescopes over the years, right?
Yes.
Were any of them equatorial telescopes?
No.
Do you understand the principle under which an equatorial telescope works?
Explain, please.
Well, on an equatorial telescope, you match the axis of movement of the scope with your latitude. And then if you have a motor drive, you can keep any object in the sky within your eyepiece for as long as you want until it sets. Like if you're doing a long exposure photo or something like that. Now, any object in the celestial sphere, it will shift 1 degree for every 69 miles that you travel north or south. If you have an equatorial telescope, this is really evident because when you go from one location to another, especially if you live in the city, you have to usually drive pretty far to get to a nice dark sky. You'll notice that you have to make that adjustment on your equatorial telescope because you're no longer at the same latitude that you were before.
Have you documented this?
Yes, I've owned many equatorial telescopes over the years.
How
This
do you
is
document
like,
this?
What do you mean document this? This is.
Have you done this? Have you done this and recorded it and proven it instead of just telling us this is what you've seen?
I haven't, but there's whole industries based on this. I mean, if you look at.
Nice claim. I like it. Continue.
Wait, so are you making the claim? Are you making the claim that?
Do you have any primary?
Wait a minute.
From you, info.
What do you mean primary for me? I'm telling
Like,
you that this
you're
is
giving secondhand
this is
information here. You
this
can't
is like
validate.
saying, do you have proof that there's freeways that people drive on?
How about you argue the points? That
Yes,
you can
yes.
verify and
Jibby,
validate?
myself, and Arcane have all been on freeways and driven on them. Yes, it's not going to end well for you, buddy.
Well,
you're
actually,
kind of
I can do
arguing
something
for
you
another
guys if you'd
industry.
like. I can
That's
do something
hilarious.
for you guys if you'd like.
Oh, I'm sure you could. Oh, I can't wait.
Show you an angle measurement on my. I'll do this in the next week if you guys will accept it as evidence. I will drive 69 miles and show a 1 degree shift.
Weren't you
in
supposed
Polaris.
to? Weren't you supposed to film the ISS Friday?
The ISS.
Oh, ouch.
No, I was filming the Jupiter transit.
Oh, I thought I just.
My bad, Phil. I didn't mean to mute you.
Yeah, and I did do that, by the way. Did you drop in to watch it?
I couldn't. Is it on your channel?
It's on ED.
Oh, it's on.
Yeah.
I like that we're talking about everything but the shape of the
But
Earth,
no,
though.
no,
It's a
hold
good
on a second,
conversation.
hold on a second. So
wait a minute. I was
Okay,
just
so-
talking. Excuse me.
hold on,
Excuse
we're-
me. Yeah,
we're
thanks.
on-
I was just talking and you interrupted me. I'm sorry you haven't learned your lesson, bro. You're gonna get kicked. But anyway, I like the fact that you can't talk about the shape of the Earth. So go ahead and continue now. You can start talking again. Thanks. We'll give him a minute. He'll figure it out.
Can someone screen share that picture?
We can't. We don't have controls here because.
Oh, okay.
Not
yeah,
your
it's
control,
broken.
sorry.
It's broken. I know.
Yeah. So
Yeah, it's
you
been
can
broken
screen
for a few
share
days now.
and we can mute, and you talk and it'll stay on.
Well, you
screen.
guys can just click the link. Let me know if you guys are able to see it. I put it in the side chat there.
I'm looking at it, but it's a drawing.
Yeah, it's a
And
drawing.
it's-
This is a drawing I made actually.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
So Polaris, it will move 1 degree for every 69 miles that you travel north or south. I can actually document this for you guys. If you guys say right here, right now that you guys will accept that as evidence, I'll make the document.
Oh, no, absolutely. No, let's just skip that. Yeah, when you move, when you move away or closer to Polaris, it does not stay in the same spot because obviously your perspective is changing, and that has nothing to do with my argument. All right,
No,
you're
hold on
not
a
letting
second.
me finish what I'm talking right now. I'm gonna mute you. Okay, relax. Okay. My point is, yes, if I move away from something, it's not gonna be in the same place anymore. Congratulations in kindergarten math. Wonderful. Dear
And I have
Lord.
a question. How high up is Polaris according to this reputation model?
Well, this is based on so in the heliocentric model, we know that Polaris is over 1,000 light years away.
Are you applying that same concept to the flat Earth model and then claiming to refute it?
No, what I'm showing here is that on any flat Earth model, if you do trigonometry, which is what he was getting at, that it's simple math, there is no, on a flat plane, the ratio will change between how many miles you travel and how many degrees that object moves. That's what I'm showing here.
That depends on its altitude. No?
At any altitude on a flat plane, you can do the trigonometry for it. You'll see that for any altitude that you put Polaris at. In this case, I did it for it to match the heliocentric model at 10 degrees. Because at 10 degrees,
well,
when you go 690 miles south from the North Pole, Polaris will be 10 degrees from the zenith, right? So
Well, that's
it'll
where
be
you failed.
80 degrees above the horizon.
Well, yeah, that's according to the heliocentric model. That's not according to the flat Earth model. So that's where you fail.
Well, this is empirical. You can ask anyone, like someone that lives.
It's not empirical.
There's no one that lives
but it's
within
not
10
even going to
degrees,
help
but you
your
can ask
argument.
you can ask someone in Barrow, Alaska, to measure Polaris, and they'll
Yeah,
tell
it's
you
not
that
going to
it
help you.
matches
It's
their
still
latitude.
not going to help you. It's not going to help your argument. Watch this. If I don't move, if I put something on the ground and watch
you don't understand,
Yeah,
though.
oh,
Can
I'm
I
sorry.
finish?
I'm so sorry. We were taking turns talking. I'm asking you a question now. If I stay on the same place on Earth and watch the stars and I don't move and I'm just on the Earth, is Polaris going to move as I observe Polaris and I won't move? I can just stay there for years. Will Polaris move?
Well, there's precession of the Earth, so Polaris will ultimately move. But
I knew that you know. I'm sorry it doesn't. That's the lie I wanted you to tell me. Thank you. See, when I don't move, Arcane, Polaris will never move. If I do move, guess what? I'm moving.
Right, but the question isn't that it doesn't move. The question is the fact that Polaris
doesn't
moves
move. Sorry.
a specified degree for every 69 miles. It moves 1 degree per 69 miles.
According
That
to
will
your
only occur on a
heliocentric
curved
model.
surface. If you do the trigonometry, which I did in that drawing, you'll see that as the angle gets closer and closer to the horizon, you have to travel much further distances to make it move 1 degree.
Okay,
It doesn't
we
move
understand
69
that.
miles for every degree the way that it does in reality. Like, for example, all the people on this panel right now that live in the northern hemisphere, they can go outside right now, measure Polaris over the horizon, and it will correspond to their latitude. And what we can do actually is see how far north or south those people are, and we'll be able to perfectly correspond to the fact that Polaris, for every 69 miles, it moves 1 degree.
Seems to work just fine on a flat Earth. I mean, that's absolutely right.
No,
yeah,
'cause if
we
you
on
do
a
the-
flat
I did
Earth.
the
If I move,
trigonometry. Look at the
if I don't move,
trigonometry.
Polaris doesn't move. I'm sorry.
No, no,
yes,
no.
if I
But in
don't move,
trigonometry,
Polaris
here's the
doesn't
problem,
move. I'm
though.
sorry.
Here's
It's
the
not a problem
problem,
for me.
though.
It's a problem for you. I'm
No,
sorry.
no. The problem
yes,
is.
I'm sorry. I'm
well,
sorry.
the
There's no
problem-
moving.
What are you talking about? The
There's
problem
no
is.
moving. I'm sorry.
What do you mean there's no moving? So
That's
now
right.
you-
If I
you-
don't
so you
move,
have no
Polaris doesn't
reputation for
move.
this.
Checkmate. It's over.
You have,
I'm sorry.
You have no reputation for this. So you're just
Yeah,
gonna
when I walk away from my truck, Arcane, my truck's not in the same place anymore to my vision. It's crazy
Yeah, but
when
the
I walk
question
away from it.
is,
It's
if you
unbelievable.
measure exactly how many degrees Polaris moves in the sky,
magic. It's
you'll
science.
know that it's 69 miles for every degree. That's impossible on a flat plane.
Yep, doesn't work for you, buddy. I'm sorry. When I walk away from my house, it's no longer in the same place when I turn
Show me
around
the
and look at it.
mathematics.
Sorry.
I'm showing you the mathematics.
Yeah,
in
you
my
need
drawing
math,
here.
right? Well, I don't need math. I have
And you need to
reality.
stop cutting him off for one.
Yeah, we
because
have reality. It's all
We're
good.
trying to go back and forth for two.
Let's
This
not
is an
talk over each
experiment
other.
you've never done. You've never documented this. You're just making claims. For three, you brought in a model that's based on the heliocentric model of where Polaris is and saying it won't work on a flat Earth model. That's fallacy number 3. So do you have any more you want to add to your pile?
Yeah, you know, when I walk away from my truck, Arcane, it's not as close as it was because I'm on a ball. It's crazy. It's insane, dude. I'm on a ball. My kitchen's on a ball. I mean, Jibby walks on a ball. That's that's how it works.
My cat's a sphere.
Cat's a sphere,
GoPro
right.
glasses. It's all.
Well, wait a minute. What's the shape of your parrot? Because your cats might be shaped like parrots. So
It's pear shaped.
oh well, makes sense.
And
I see the
also,
similarity. Pear and parrot. It's very similar.
Also, I mean, he has to keep in mind that according to the flat Earth model, not only would the stars be significantly closer to the Earth, they would also be moving around Polaris. So
you guys have no explanation then for why Polaris is able to keep a constant ratio of 1
your
degree
last
for
strike,
69
you're out
miles.
of here. Yeah, see you later, buddy. You're
So you guys have to kick me. You guys have to kick me.
kicking you because you have to cut me off as if. See, he won't listen. Why don't you listen?
Just don't speak over each other, and it'll be fine.
Yeah, why don't you listen? Stop cutting people off as they're talking.
I know the thought wants to get out of you, but hold it in until the person's done with a sentence, and that's it. Very easy.
Right, like Pillbach said, the pole star remains over the North Pole. It doesn't move if I'm staring at it stationary. If I move from the position I was initially looking at it from, our perspective of it will change if we're moving away from it. It's common sense. So unless you can document this and prove it, I don't see any reason to take you seriously. And then on top of that, we're not even talking about the shape of the Earth right now. You're talking about a vantage point of a star that you claim to be light years away and saying that that somehow proves you're on a ball. That's just fallacy after fallacy. So can you show us anything about the Earth being a ball, some sort of measurement you've made, something, regarding the Earth?
There have been
I like people who are down to earth.
There's flat earthers who use like a small pipe and they aim it at Polaris and they look through it each night, and Polaris is always right with it, in that small pipe.
Yeah, it's always there.
You guys, all on this
altitude plays a
panel,
role.
you guys can all make yourself a makeshift sextant using a protractor and a couple straws, and you yourself can measure the altitude of Polaris over your horizon. And you will see.
Measure the altitude.
If you make the measurement correctly.
How do you measure anything when you don't understand the radiance of such a thing?
No, you're just measuring the angle. You're measuring the angle from your horizon, right? Where 90 degrees would be straight overhead. Where 90 degrees would be straight overhead on your zenith.
Right.
And 0 degrees would be on the horizon. Assuming that you're not obstructed by mountains or something, right? And you will see that Polaris the angle of Polaris over your horizon in the northern hemisphere will match your latitude. And if you go 69 miles, it will move 1 degree.
Okay.
If you have a precise enough way to measure that.
Why can't this be done in a planetarium?
Because in a planetarium, you're still on a flat plane, and that measurement will not correspond. You have to be on a curved surface.
Yeah.
For that.
Well, that's the funny thing, Jibby, because hundreds of years ago, they all admitted all of this works on a small, with small lights above us, really close, or with everything very large, very far away. They admitted the models work both ways. It's just a pathetic argument. They have nothing, so they have to talk about everything.
Even in the geocentric model, they knew they had to be on a curved surface.
Yep, sorry, doesn't work that way. For 5,000 years, they knew it worked on a flat Earth only. I'm sorry, buddy.
This is a fact.
I'm sorry, buddy. You don't have facts. You have pseudoscience
Now
and
you're
cartoons.
interrupting
I'm
me.
so
Now you're
sorry. No, you interrupted
So
me.
you have
I'm
truth.
sorry. You interrupted me. That's
So
how
you
this
have
works.
truth.
You interrupted me.
You have truth,
interrupted
but you
me.
can't
I'm
actually
very
refute
sorry.
me.
It doesn't work that way. I'm very sorry.
You have truth, but you have no
I know.
explanation.
I'm very sorry.
You have nothing but a claim, though, at best. Come on, get out of here.
Well, this is what I was saying. Like, bring something primary that you or a friend of yours, somebody you know personally, has done an experiment with it. Otherwise, you're parroting the big corporation narrative, which is just repeating the thing that we're arguing against. You just, nope, it's this. Or we're saying it's not, nope, it's this. Nope, it's this. And you're just repeating it instead of, like, trying to see our perspective.
He has nothing to show.
So this is an observation that you guys can do yourself. You can draw out angles of sight on a flat plane with a ruler and a protractor.
How far is the pole star away?
And you can see how on a flat plane, the ratio of how much something changes as far as your angle to that object changes with regards to the distance of the base of your triangle.
Right.
It's not going to be a fixed ratio.
Right. If something is closer, is the
real
ratio
world,
the
it is a
same?
fixed
Right.
ratio.
Right.
That
Is the
only occurs
ratio
on
the
a
same?
sphere.
Right. Is the ratio the same if something's close? Boy, this is
The
just too easy.
ratio is
Arcane.
only going to
This is
match
just too
up.
easy. Yeah,
The
if
ratio
something's
will only
close,
match
is
up
the
for one
ratio the
observation.
same? Notice you can't answer the question. Is the ratio
No,
the
the
same?
ratio
If
is
some...
not in the same.
Exactly. That's why things change when they're closer. They work differently. Yes,
That's
I'm
what
so
I'm
sorry. You
saying. I'm
can't.
telling
Yes,
you,
that's
on a
why it
flat
works
plane,
with
this
things
doesn't
very
work.
close. Yes, it does. Right. I've already experimented. When you drive down the highway, do you think the lights are coming out of the street, or are the lights remaining the same height?
Okay, well, you guys are going to dodge. You
Thanks
have
for
no
playing.
explanation.
Thanks for
You've
playing.
got
That's what
no
I thought.
explanation.
It's that easy.
That's
Yeah.
what I
When you're
thought. You have
driving
no
away. Yep.
explanation.
That's what I thought. Thank you very much. That's what I thought. It's that easy.
Can I chime in for a second, guys?
Yeah, man.
What's this guy's name? Epistemology? You still there?
No, he's out of here.
Oh, snap. This was for kind of like for him, too. I was just going to mention, like, did he consider atmospheric distortion and refraction and how it's kind of a problem for both models where nobody knows all the variables? Kind of like, with the Hubble constant. In their model, if they got the Hubble constant wrong at all, which, they're going to have it wrong, they're way off on everything anyways, even in their own model. So with atmospheric distortion, we're going to have like apparent sunlight, an apparent sun position. Rob Skiba, I think, was doing stuff on this.
Yep.
You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, Mark, but Mark, that's the point, is that he's not opened up to anything, even though all the ancient scholars and all of his slave masters have admitted it works just fine with everything very close on a flat Earth. They've admitted this.
I got you.
So there's no argument. My problem is that there's no argument anyway. They've already admitted it works just fine on a flat Earth with everything close, or on a ball with everything far away. That's why I said, does the math stay the same if everything's close? And he goes, because obviously not. There is no argument here. And it doesn't change the shape of the Earth, no matter what you do. None of this is going to change the shape of the Earth. I'm sorry, guys.
And not only that, they were navigating using flat Earth maps, using the stars as reference points, using the pulsar as reference point.
Yeah, the stars that are always
So-
changing. That's why we were using them for 5,000 years. Makes sense.
Well, that's why they used the North Star too. I mean, as far as they could use it, right?
Right, and then
Like they're traveling.
once you're too far south, you got to go by the other constellations, and you know where the other constellations are once you've mapped out long enough. Like it took me a year, but I know how to get the idea where, if I look at the Big Dipper, I know where Polaris is. Period. I just know. You become accustomed, and when you actually do these things, you observe these things in real life, like us flat earthers. There's no going back. We've actually seen these things now. It's just there's nothing you can do about it.
Like I tell these people all the time, I've seen the Southern Cross from Dallas, Texas, and they look at me, no, you haven't. No, you haven't. Because according to the ball, I guess you're not supposed to see it, but I've seen it with my own two eyes. So I'm going to have, next time I go, I'm going to take a picture of it.
And this is just it. It's kind of like, we're bringing primary testimony. They're bringing parroted testimony.
Yep, secondhand.
Well, here's the thing. Like he's saying, well, you can do this yourself, but he's never done it.
That's the same old claim, Arcane. They say that every time haven't you just done it? Have you? And have you done it? Well, no. Why would I have to? Do it? It's like, oh my God, please.
Right. Well, I can go down there and take the picture of the Southern Cross from Dallas, right? And I could go live if I needed to and show you all my coordinates and say, yep, this is where I'm at. And I can show you the Southern Cross in real time. They can't do nothing like that. They can't show you no real-time demonstration of a curving Earth or anything. They could just give you some sort of reverse engineered explanation that we can't test. So it's pathetic. Yeah, so he had to go once he started doing that. See you later. Bye-bye.
I mean, he's saying he has to set his equatorial location. How about, you ever see a top spinning and the tip of the top moves slightly? Not a lot, but everything spins around the central point. Maybe we're inside a spinning top Earth. The point is, the floor and the ceiling are not the same thing. Just because there's a fancy pattern of the lights on the ceiling, whether they were going loop-de-loops or whatever, would that mean that we're in a loop-de-loop Earth? You know what I'm saying? Like the pattern of the dancing lights in the sky to determine it doesn't make sense. Just the concept doesn't make sense to me. To think like that is solid proof of the shape of your floor, defying the laws of physics on water. I mean, you're going to defy the laws of physics on water. You better bring something besides magic to explain it.
No kidding. You can't reproduce that, man. But they swear they've seen it. But this DXP dude is still harping on the moon. He says the moon appears to be round in both hemispheres, but it's upside down. They have no explanation.
That's
on
how
that. So
stupid
maybe,
he is. You
maybe
can't be that
Pillbox should
stupid.
draw a circle around that
You
smiley.
gotta draw a circle around a smiley.
That
face.
would change the entire experiment, wouldn't it? That's gonna see. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do, guys? We're just gonna go back inside. We're gonna draw some circles, and we'll see what happens. I expect worlds of differences.
And
Oh,
from what I've
boy.
seen in telescopes, and if you've looked at epistemology, if you've looked at stars through telescopes, would you put your life on the line and say that those stars that you see are spherical balls of fire? Because you can't. No one has seen a spherical, what looks like ball of fire as a star. They're actually quite irregular shaped. If you can get a tight enough sharpness, low contrast, sharp look at one, they're dancing light. I mean, you have too much atmosphere to get a nice, tight, solid shape to these things, because the friggin' atmosphere just makes the light dance like plasma. So it's very hard, but you can get some nights, you can get kind of a crisp view. And you're not going to find anything remotely like a spherical ball of fire or anything like that. It's very irregular shape.
You see
A couple of them look like, a couple of them strangely look like, I'm not Christian. A couple of them look like angels.
Right.
I don't even know how to explain it. Like, I saw blue and white, and just the shaping of it. And maybe because the angel image is in my head, that's what I'm seeing. I don't know, but that would it kind of freak me out. So
I mean, if they really
it's
were-
inconclusive. I don't know. I just don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if they really were angels, nobody on earth could say that they weren't, except for a
I
bunch
don't
of crazy.
believe in it. I don't
But here's
really
the-
believe in the angels thing, though. I don't believe in that the angel came in the hospital room and took off on camera, and I don't know. There's something going on with that. I not enough evidence or proof to me to make it conclusive.
JB, we're going to do this real quick so I can get this over with. I have the new moon here. Let's get a close up on the moon and check the face. Okay. This was kind of hard to draw upside down looking at my ceiling fan, so excuse it. It's probably not as close as the oblate spheroid that we all know. This is the moon. See the face? See the smiley, the kind of grumpy face? I got an arrow pointed north, arrow pointed south. So we're looking from the I would say northern hemisphere in their model. So I'm going to go South America to the jungle. Let's go with me, Arcane. Here we go. Okay, we're in the jungles of South America. All right, I'm going to turn around, look at the moon now. Oh my gosh, it's upside down. Oh no. Hold on, let me try this again. Okay, one more time, just for the reference, we can see the face. Okay. Okay, going to South America. Okay, yep, Colonel Fawcett, thanks. Turning around, look at the moon from South America. Oh my, it's just, I don't understand, Arcane. I think it's demonic possession, I have to be honest with you.
It has to be, bro. If he doesn't understand that, he's just dead. I don't know what else to say. He's just going brain dead. So yeah, that was pretty clear. You saw the same face upside down in the north and the south. So DXP, I hope you got that. Said you're viewing it from the same location directly underneath it.
And that's why it changed. I was in the same location, Arcane. That's why the face is different. That's brilliant. Yeah. Wow. That's a slow suicide. Okay. But I guess that's what happens when you got to, protect your weirdo criminal, scumbag mass murdering criminals. It's going to do something to your psyche or your spirit. And there's no way that you can protect these types of criminals over a long period of time without starting to turn into one. That's the truth, Arcane. I'm sorry to say.
Take the Juno fan blade, raise it up much, much, much higher. Have one person on one side of town with binoculars, no person on another side of town with binoculars. You're just making a different scale version.
Right. I know. And then what would the next excuse be, Jibby? And what's the next excuse? Oh, well, that's not right either because what you used isn't the right material. Okay, and then we go do that. Oh, that's wrong too because actually on that day the moon would be. There's always these perverted criminals. There's a never-ending mantra of stupidity from these people. It's nothing to do with evidence, Jibby. I did the same experiment, and now the excuse is I'm in the same place. I'm in the same place, and that's why it looks different. That's just not intelligent. That's a person that's already dead. You're already dead, buddy.
Yeah, he's gone.
And this
Next.
was brought up on Globebusters with the star trails. When you take a, I don't know, 2-minute perspective, like it comes out 2 minutes, takes 3 hours, but you see 2 minutes of star trails. Every star is traveling at the same rate as all the ones around it, which can only happen from our perspective if they are the same exact distance from us. Each and every one is the same distance. Otherwise, there would be a parallax happening in a 3D perspective. Right. Some stars closer to us would be making longer trails, and the more distant stars would be making shorter trails.
Yep.
And we would see a parallax. This is a 3D model perspective of the helio astronomy. There's they'll show you the Hubble telescope deep field in 3D. You're seeing distant lights, close-up lights. Now, in a spinning situation, you're taking trails, star trails. The lights closer to you are making bigger circles than the distant ones far away. They're making little ones. And that's my perspective. This whole channel was trying to point that out to people of how the sun is close versus how the sun is not far away. Based on like balloon camera perspective. He whips up the 3D program. He does the camera thing like the balloon or whatever, and you see how it pans in the perspective of a close sun and how it reacts when the light source, the sun, is made distant, and it's what we see on the balloons. I mean, these balloons, they look like they're right near the sun sometimes. I've watched like all of them, just about all the high altitude balloons. The ones with the funhouse mirror lens, they make me a little sick, but I'm just gauging this sun and its location. This is clearly, it's close by. Now, if this sun is 93 million miles away, when it gets to its 90-degree point of the balloon, it shouldn't take a slight breeze to get the balloon to rock back and forth, and then boom, there's the sun right there. Like that sun is directly overhead. So that balloon is going to need to turn a lot more than 45 degrees to be able to see that distant sun above it. You see what I'm saying? If the sun is much lower, it won't take that much of an angular turn of the camera on the balloon to catch the light of the sun. It does seem close. I was estimating 100 miles up.
That is close.
But 100 miles up doesn't make sense on a flat plane as far as how far that light illuminates the ground below. This is where I'm stuck. 3,000 miles, whatever, anywhere in that ballpark makes a lot more sense to shed light on Canada, the entire U.S., South America. That makes more sense. You got to be higher up, obviously. You got a sun only 100, 200 miles high. This is not making any sense to me. Unless, I hate to say it, it's concave. I mean,
well, hotspots prove that it's close.
I'm not seeing any curvature either way on convex or concave, but on a concave, you can illuminate multiple countries with a low hanging light a little bit better than on a flat plane, I think.
Well, I would say it would make more sense than a globe, but it's not going to make more sense than a flat plane. I mean, I can see what you're saying, but the fact of the matter is that, all of the arguments that destroy the globe also destroy the concave Earth. There's just no way around it. There's no curve either way. But I want to talk about the parallax. People don't know what parallax is. I'm sure DXP and the space monkeys have no idea anyway because they have a hard time getting out of the house. But if you ever walk through a parking lot and you see cars from a distance and you can gauge them and you can see the parallax difference. As you walk through the parking lot, the cars do not stay in their same clusters and formations of their shapes that they have combined it. It's just so stupid. Takes 5 minutes.
Drive along the highway, look out the window. That is parallax. The distant mountains or whatever, they're barely moving by.
Right.
But the street signs, the grass right there, the sidewalk is zooming by, zing, zing, zing. But the distant things are that's parallax. Now you do that and you hit slow motion, those objects closer to you are really moving quickly. And the distant objects are moving slow, left to right, as you travel down the road. This is what we should be seeing in a 3D perspective with these stars that are, this one's 1 trillion miles away. This one's 200 trillion miles away. We're going to see a parallax.
Yep.
There's no way around it.
No, absolutely. Not only is there no way around it, that one notion, that one fact that the entire sky rotates uniformly except for the wandering stars absolutely destroys the heliocentric model alone. Nothing they can do about it.
We're looking at a 2D sky as if they are gems embedded into a dome cover or a flat cover. I don't know if it's flat or
Hey,
sometimes it
can
looks
I
like a
break
flat
in, guys?
sky. What's that, Mark?
I was going to say, can I break in, guys? Before Jimmy, you just mentioned something I kind of want to get on was the sun's luminescence.
Yes.
I was wondering what the panel thinks. And by the way, hi, Arcane. I've never met you, and then you were asking who I was earlier.
Yo, what's up?
Jimmy was nice enough to see me in the side chat and let me in. I'm a complete noob to all this stuff. So, anyways, what do you guys think if like the sun was completely spherical? You think that cause any problems on the flat Earth model? Like if it illuminates or reflects light in a spherical manner?
I don't have a problem with that at all.
What like reflections off the dome, seeing it farther from like say a balloon in space?
That's just it. If the sun is spherical, there's going to be a reflection off the dome of it from above.
Now, wouldn't that affect people that are already past their time zone for darkness? In other words, a luminescence in the sky itself, kind of like when the sun's going down, but you know you can't see it no more, but you can still see luminescence from it.
Right.
Because a lot of people are saying it's more like an aimed flashlight, like you guys were referring to earlier. So if you guys, your opinion is if it's illuminating spherically, it doesn't affect anything as far as the model goes?
I don't think so. I don't think so, because the light is only going to go so far up from our perspective. It's only going to illuminate where the gases are in the atmosphere, and then it goes right to black. And you get there on these balloons, and there's the sun, but as soon as you get back in the atmosphere, it's all lighting up. I mean, you can see it from that side. Those balloons are really, you learn a lot from them. And the Dwayne Kellum ones, when he catches the early morning sun or the evening sun, I always see some kind of a bounce bank shot light pattern where the light kind of is like it's going up above and arcing. And so it's like you could be in darkness, right? You can clearly see the line in the sky where you'd be below it and you're in darkness, and there you are being illuminated by it. It doesn't make a lot of sense on a sphere. It doesn't. It could be bouncing off the ground, low light, bounce off the ground. That could be how it's low to the ground and illuminating such a wide area, is that it does a bank shot off the sky, lights up the gases further away. It's possible. I'm trying to figure it out. Like, it is definitely not 3,000 miles high. It would not be in the frame of the camera next to the horizon. It's usually in the frame near the horizon, and you cannot stick the United States from ground to the top of that light. That's 3,000 miles. It's not going to work. And you're only 20 miles up, 25 miles at best. That's not that far up, you know? You tell me 2,900 and something miles to go, it doesn't make sense.
Gotcha. Let me ask you guys this. What about the, I'll just call it the ether for lack of a better term right now. So we got, take your whatever flat earth map you guys like the best, think is the most accurate to date, consensus wise. And you've seen those models of it going around their circuits, the sun and the moon, right? Where it'll show luminescence and all that.
Yep.
Now, if you were to take, I think Pillbox earlier had the flashlight and was aiming it sideways. All right, so if we're thinking the sun can illuminate sideways just as much as it can straight down, how far do you guys think that thing could go? Like if you put it clear to the edge of Antarctica or anywhere you want, and then you're on the opposite side. I mean, do you think that like the ether can just block out immense amount of lumens? Like, is there like, besides Christ himself, is there like anywhere you think that you could gauge how far they could go through the ether itself, and in effect, refraction, distortion, everything that the moisture in the air. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it could be worked out with the atmospheric conditions.
I mean, do you think you could just see it like 12,000 miles across if it was aimed right at you and you were high enough?
If it was high enough, yeah.
Kind of like the stars or something. But see, the stars, there's no light to.
Even the stars have a cutoff point where you can't see a certain star. The more south you go, and it converges into the vanishing point, which says it's only so high on this kind of perspective. Because when you like it works on both the flat and the globe, but it works on a flat with a lower ceiling. That's why we can't see. You know, they kind of vanish off. You can't see Polaris from South Africa or whatever. It's just out of your line of sight down the road, but it's going to be a much lower sky.
See, the problem is we're starting from scratch. I had to start from scratch.
Yes, we all did. You had to burn the old chalkboard. Yeah,
I've got 40 years to become a scientist in every field. That's probably got a bunch of distortion in the math, anyways.
Yeah,
to correct it and find the truth.
Yep, and we have more of an uphill struggle than anybody starting from scratch because we have a whole garbage pile mountain of lies to sort through besides starting from scratch.
Yeah, well, I like Brian Mullen's Force the Line experiment. I don't know if he's still got that going for or whatever, but I like that one a lot because it's like, let's get on the ground and use curvature.
Yeah, they argue it.
Yeah, Ecclesiastes, bro. Why come in here to ask a question and then scoff? You know what I'm saying? We answer your question and you say, well, have fun. It's a dead topic. Are you just another scoffer, bro? You can go on with that, man. Come back when you actually want to know the truth.
Or you want to at least be
what is going on with Matthew? I mean, I don't understand that at all. That's really weird. First, he asks about how do seasons work on a flat Earth, which is, I don't know, something we probably talked about a year ago. How many times have we talked about this, Arcane? People don't realize this. In the Bible, the sun moves, Arcane, and when it moves, it goes in a circle, and sometimes it's closer, and sometimes it's far away. Do you know when hot objects are closer, they're hotter, Arcane? Isn't that crazy? I mean, when the hot object moves away, it's cooler. Isn't that crazy? The science is just so extreme and complicated. For one. Number two, then the guy goes, how was Hitler the good guy? Wow, that's not stretching it, because obviously Hitler is the center of the flat earth debate. That's all we've ever talked about is Hitler. I mean, what goes into the mind of somebody that goes from that topic, which is a ridiculous to pretend that, it works on a ball anyway, which is already what he's doing. And then let's talk about Hitler. That's brilliant, man. I mean, I got to be honest with you. I mean, if I see somebody's doing something like that, that shows that there's a problem. And where there's one cockroach, there's many. There's something wrong with that type of statement, Matthew. That's kind of crazy to say something like that. It's disappointing, to be honest.
Poor guy, man.
Flat Earth. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, I asked these people, these Christians, Arcane, how many people have they turned to Christ recently? You know what I get? Crickets. That's what I get from these people, Arcane. These so-called Christians. Who are you preaching to? Who are you talking to? I get crickets, and then they'll come to us just like Matthew and they'll say this isn't essential, and everything they've ever talked about on the internet is also not essential. Isn't that weird? It's so freaking weird, man.
I like how their research better than our research. Yeah.
Oh, this is a dead topic.
This is a dead topic. Is better. Yeah, it's a dead topic. Yeah, that's just gaining numbers every day. But
yeah,
once they declare it's dead.
Jibby, it's only woken up about 5 million people just this year in 4 months to God. No big deal. I mean, this is like the number one greatest awakening in the history of mankind. But when you're too scared to go against what your friends believe and you worry about what people think of you and you're not interested in the truth and you put the truth second, you will ask questions like that because you're not interested in the truth. You are interested in keeping your friends.
It's just stupid high school peer pressure. And I'm telling you, like, these guys think that, their cheering section is other buddies. But just say, you know what? This flat earth had made sense on this one point, and bye, the cult will get rid of you. It's a cult. They're not your friends. You guys have the same hates in common. You don't have the same likes in common. What kind of foundation for, and they turn on each other all the time.
Unless
They're
you
always
like being a monkey on a ball. Some people like that kind of thing, man.
Well, if it makes sense to them, that's all they really care about. If it just makes it makes sense. Why don't you just go with it? It makes sense. Like I can't live like that. I mean, some other people can. I can't. If it makes sense and is not true, it's not good enough for me.
We got
I'm
another
living a
scoffer.
lie. Yeah.
DXP is scoffing again. Says you're not interested in the truth, Pillbox, because you gloss over the flaws in your explanation. Because you gloss over the flaws in your explanation. Like, bro. Like, come on, bro.
If we have a planetarium dome above us that's fairly low to the ground, I think we would yield the same results as we're seeing.
I think so too, and I think that's exactly what the astronomers said when they made the models. Even Copernicus said it's not necessary that this be true, it just is necessary that the calculations fit the other calculations. And he actually said it'd be stupid if anyone takes this model as certain or true. So the king dingaling of their theory is telling them not to be so dogmatic, yet here they are tooth and nail. So like I said, I got my popcorn, man. I'm watching the watching the squirm. It's funny.
Yeah, and the cherry picking has been going on for a long time, and they cherry pick certain things and leave out other things, like what you just said there was obviously left out of our books, and we only get the pro agenda version in the school books. How people deny that this happens in everything.
The same people that deny evolution, no less, and all of that. The same people bringing you evolution are the same people pushing the ball.
Only evolution.
In fact, they need the ball for evolution.
They're forcing.
No, it's a dead topic,
evolution.
Arcane.
They're forcing a scientific evolution. Actually, a de-evolution is what they're kind of. Monsanto with the fluoride. Fluoride's cumulative. Like dumb parents will raise dumber kids, and those kids will raise dumber kids, and see, we're getting a de-evolution. It's being manufactured from industry, and the food and the water supply is the easiest way to distribute anything to the population. That's exactly what they do. Like, you want to talk about national security or whatever, it really, really, really is the easiest thing in the world for any terrorist to go up to any town's water drinking supply and toss in a vial of death, black plague, and there goes that town. Why wouldn't, if real terrorists exist in the way that the CNN likes to tell us they do, this is what they would do. Because they would, clearly that's what they would do. They wouldn't put on some extravagant Hollywood movie show. You're talking, making tapes. Yo, I'm coming for you or whatever. Like, they're not doing that. Like, they're going to be very hush hush on the down low, and yeah, they're going to take responsibility, bravado, all this shit. Come on, man.
People only believe what they see on TV, bro.
And how many Osama bin Ladens did they put out to the public on camera? There was one clearly not Osama bin Laden. Clearly, it was a completely different guy. Doesn't matter. It's just people overlook lies. People overlook so many lies. Coming, like, you go to this one source for your answers, but they've lied to you so many times. You keep going back to them. Who's the idiot?
It's insanity, isn't it? By definition.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you go back to the people who have habitually lied to you forever, and then you're like, oh yeah, we're on the right team. It's freaking nuts. Poor guys, though.
Yeah, that's.
Are you saying George Bush flew the plane into the Twin Towers, Jibby?
Are you saying Barbara Bush is Aleister Crowley?
Yep, that's not right. Wait a minute. So you're saying George Bush launched the missile into the Pentagon? Okay.
That was a quote perfectly. Exactly what I said.
Right, okay.
Thank you for quoting me precisely.
No, I think it was Michelle Obama who had the missile.
Oh, dear Lord. No, man. I don't want to go there. I just stay away from that. I just can't stand this whole trans thing. The gay, I don't care. It's all gay to me. I don't want to. I just can't stand this topic lately.
Yeah, I got you.
Just don't tell me Raquel Welch was a man, please.
Oh man.
She's old enough to be your grandmother.
I know, but when I was a child and I saw the black and white cave lady with the dragons, that was the most beautiful lady I ever saw. And that's probably why I became a man. So I got to be honest with you, don't take my Raquel Welch. Just please leave her alone.
He's traumatized.
Don't talk. Don't tell me. If you figure out something, I don't want to know, please. And Kelly LeBrock in Weird Science.
Yeah, Russian Vids did a number on you, didn't he?
I just can't. It's just so ridiculous.
There's a couple of guys. I gave one about 4 minutes of my time, and then he started to say, like he was saying, Princess Leia was a man. And of course, they take cherry pick pauses from video where they're making some kind of a weird face. Look at this man, like cherry pick pauses. And then when they get Megan Fox as a man, that's where I just drew the line. I'm like, that's it. That is it. If a man cannot tell what a woman is, like innately, there's a problem. You're gonna tell me Megan Fox is a man? Like that was where I just like, this is nonsense.
If you look at Grandma Bush, though, come on, son.
Grandma Bush, that's a different story. That could be Aleister Crowley.
No, Ghibli, I bet you if I gave you that test, you'd fail it.
If you're giving me a test of like 12 or 13-year-olds, where sometimes little boys look like little girls, like the little middle kid on Hanson, yeah, I might get it wrong. But you show me adults, I probably won't get it wrong. And not choice pauses. I need to see them in motion.
No better than chance.
I need to see them in motion. You can't take a cherry pick pause.
In motion, I feel you, bro. Let me hear him talk.
No, I'm not going to judge if someone's a man or woman based on a still image. A still image could be Hollywood done up, makeup, whatever. I need to see them in motion.
Yeah, let's start with DXP. Let's start with DXP. I know that's a transvestite.
Oh boy.
You have to see the way somebody moves. You have to see when they talk. You got an Adam's apple action happening.
That's quite a bit different than innately knowing.
There are
sound like it'd be so easy. Now you need video.
Well, of course I need video because I'm not gonna like do a decision like that based on any still image. I would, if I'm gonna get with somebody, it requires minimum interaction of a certain type, and a still image only is not that's not cutting it for me. It does for some people. I need to see them on camera. I need to see them.
But I don't think it's so cut and dry if you can't tell via still photo.
With still photo, no, it's hard to tell with a still photo. That's why I would need more.
I'm granting you that, but then I think it's not so cut and dry then.
You might be right about something for a change, Seth. This will be interesting.
Yeah, still photo. That can, yeah, you can make a dragon look like a turtle. I don't know. It's just anything's possible with still photo.
Come on, JB, that hurt.
And that's why these tranny videos are popular because they're using stills in them.
Filters.
Look at this one. This one's a man. It's a cherry pick still.
They got filters built into the iPhones now.
Yeah, no makeup day or something, whatever. Yeah, no laundry day, no makeup. Yeah, it's a man all of a sudden. Like
Catfish City, bro.
It's just tiring. Just like.
Hey Seth, are you into that? I'm just curious.
Into what?
The whole transgenderism.
What do you mean into it?
Do you like trainings, bro?
I like people. Are you asking me, am I sexually attracted to transsexual people? No.
Oh, okay.
You're not swinging that way yet?
So you don't have a bone in this dog fight, no pun intended.
I don't know what you mean.
I got you, bro. Just making sure.
Yeah, I think that's a distraction is the tranny stuff, and I think that they're just making it such a nonsense pool of disinfo. It takes the heat off the real trannies like Michelle and the Williams.
Well, I think there's some legitimacy to the tranny thing because the Baphomet is depicted as a tranny.
And and it's a game mafia run in Hollywood.
It's all about perversion.
Baphomet isn't transsexual. Baphomet is ambiguous.
Well, it's a he, she.
Ambiguously transsexual, Seth?
No, because he's not one than the other or the other than one. He's both. That's the point.
Yeah, whatever you want to call it, hermaphrodite.
Yeah.
Grasping?
How about that? Yeah, hermaphrodite. Is that better for you? Didn't want to misrepresent your idol.
What makes a Cerebus? Because that's the next type of human.
No, just because I think you're wrong about something doesn't mean that the thing that I'm saying you're wrong about is my idol. It's pretty.
No, I feel you. I was just punching you in the face. My bad.
By reasoning poorly. Okay.
No, it's just, I assume the worst in most of you until you show me otherwise.
Yeah, that's fair.
What about Bruce Gender, Seth? Bruce Gender getting Woman of the Year. What do you think about that?
Yeah.
What's the joke? Men are better at
I'm
everything,
asking a
even at being
serious.
women?
No. So Bruce Gender, didn't he get Woman of the Year? I think he did, didn't he, Jibby? Or is that a joke?
I don't follow that crap.
I thought somebody said Bruce Gender was like I don't know what it's called, Seth. I don't pay attention to slave training, but he got Woman of the Year. I mean, isn't that kind of weird? What do you think?
Yeah, I don't really care. Why? I'm not sure why you care.
I mean, this is your society, so I'm trying to figure out what do you think about it, since you're not part of any sort of God believer, or you're not awake, you're not a skeptic. So what is it? Someone like you, who's a secular believer in all uniformitarianistic and ridiculous pseudoscience, what do you think about men being called Women of the Year? Does that do anything to you at all, Seth? Does that strike a chord? Or maybe that might be wrong.
I would consider myself a skeptic and not accepting pseudoscience, but let aside all of the quips that you want to levy against me on baselessly. I don't care. I don't care. I'm not sure why you do.
No, well, that's a good answer. I like the honesty. Now, Seth, what do you care about anything?
Yes.
That's good. Okay.
So what do you care about, Seth? Why are you here? Just curious.
Why am I here, like on Earth, or why am I here in this room?
In this room, but if you want to talk about your overall existence and why you're here, I'd like to hear that too. Why do you think you're here?
So I'm in this room because I happen to like most of you, not so much you, Arcane, but I'm always willing to change my mind about that depending on how you act on a daily basis. And I like the conversation about great topics and lesser topics such as flat Earth.
Okay, so how much flat Earth research have you done? Just curious, how much flat Earth research have you done? How many hours do you think you've done researching it?
I don't know. I haven't counted that.
Good answer. Now, who's the people you're hanging out with these days, Seth? Back in my day, when I was walking through the snow, it was the J.D. Kanes and the Alex Bottons. Who's out there nowadays as far as space monkeys that are doing anything productive?
I've never hung out with Alex Botten. I've been in a room with Alex Botten maybe twice.
You're not part of like the Steve McRae, because you got the little sects and groups like the Steve McRae's, and you got the other group, the Fionas and the heretics and the Satanists and the reptile. Like, what do you hang around to any of them?
Yeah. I've no shame in being friends with Steve McRae and Ozymandias Ramses. Well, I wish I could say as a friend of Ozymandias Ramses. I'm not really sure if I could.
Yeah, it's kind of a weirdo.
Steve McRae.
Okay, so Steve's your guy. Anybody else that that knows you, Seth, that I know?
Well, he's not my guy, but he's a friend of mine.
But that's your group, kind of. If you were to hang out with any group, that would be the Steve McRae.
No. If I were to hang out with any group, it'd be either you guys or some other believers that I can talk to and have opposing views than mine.
Right. You kind of bored with the monkey talk, or what?
They don't really talk about evolution that much. It's kind of a foregone conclusion.
Really? Every time Steve McRae pops up, man, that's all I hear him talking about. Huh.
To other people, yeah.
Weird.
Do you
him and
agree
True
with him
Pierce.
that he's a monkey, or are you on a different clade?
I don't think monkey is a clade.
I'm asking, do you think you're a monkey like he does?
And then you asked if I belong to a different clade, and I don't think monkeys are clades.
Are you a monkey or not?
I'm an ape.
So you're not a monkey? He says he's a monkey.
Monkeys are a subset of apes that humans do not belong to.
So he's wrong about being a monkey, right? According to you?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Does
you don't
he
know
say
about
that we're
evolution?
literally monkeys?
That's what he said?
It's my understanding that monkeys have, tails and live in trees.
Hey, me too, bro. I'm just asking if you agree with that guy.
But I mean, you would also say we aren't apes, but we share all similar features with apes. Apes don't necessarily live in trees, as we don't, and apes don't necessarily have tails, and we don't. We have dry noses like apes. We have opposable thumbs like apes.
Here's a question:
Morphologically, we're apes.
Is a Volkswagen a Ferrari because it has 4 wheels like one?
That's just
No, but it's a car. There's a subset of cars that are Volkswagen. There's a subset of cars of Ferrari.
Mammals. We're both mammals.
Right. So just because they both have wheels doesn't mean that they're related, right?
Basically, because we're the same. Like we're both cars. We're both mammals, but just because the model of us is kind of close to the model of them does not make us that model.
That's right. So he's wrong. You're saying he's wrong. You're not a monkey.
Hold on. Can I respond to Jimmy? So yeah, except for the fact that that's how morphology works. When you're classifying things according to morphology, you're classifying them by their body structure. So if we have certain body structures, we have fur, dry noses, opposable thumbs, no tail, we walk upright, we have certain hip structures, and those are all of the things that other apes have, and that's what classifies morphologically as an ape. That would put us in the same grouping as apes, morphologically, whether or not we're related or not.
We can't maneuver like them at all. I mean, like length of arms are different. Like if we try to bounce around like an ape, we're going to be like, this is very inefficient.
Right. The same is true with domestic cats and tigers.
But you're not a monkey. That's good. You're not on that level. Okay.
But I mean, like, is this all like we're in a school and we all graduate to another form?
But Jimmy, I'm saying a very simple thing here. There are certain rules of your form or of an animal's form that if those rules are applied, you belong to that group. And for apes, humans apply.
What rules?
Whether or not you think that we have shorter limbs than some apes, yeah. And most house cats are slower than leopards, but they're still both.
So what are these rules? Are these just arbitrary classifications based on an already preset theory called evolution, or is there some sort of objectivity to how we classify things? Because you could just say, well, it has a tail, we can classify them together, but
objective.
Reptiles have tails.
Well, it's a nested hierarchy, right? We do belong in a group that with like all other creatures that are that have like 2 limbs and 2 legs and are basically symmetrical. Those are tetrapods, right?
Yep, it's all 1,000% on similarity. So if something is similar, it was obviously at one point related, and things that are more similar are obviously more closely related because in our imaginations we think that they all came from the same, of course, original source of life or a common ancestor. In reality, though, similarities within the gene pool have nothing to do with the original genes because they are similar because the creator has obviously designed many similar things to be interactive. It's called symbiotic relationships for a reason, but it has nothing to do with hereditary relation. Bears also, well, okay, let me finish, Seth. I'm almost done. Trust me. So bears actually have feet, and bears have some more similar features than apes and monkeys do with humans. Cats also have similar features. In some ways, the attitude and an actual personality of a cat is much closer to a human being than an ape. So, and then with the dolphin, there's many animals. A dog, with the communication abilities, these similarities have nothing to do with hereditary relation. The creator likes its creatures to be able to operate together.
Very well said, sir.
There's a lot of things that I have a problem with, but I'll start with the most gross.
I guarantee it. Go ahead.
Did you say that things are similar are symbiotic?
No.
You did.
No, I said no. You just asked me a question. I said no. What's your next question?
I mean, but you clearly did.
I said no, I didn't, Seth. No, I said things that are similar have nothing to do with their hereditary relation. Things in symbiotic relationships, that is why they're in symbiotic relationships, because they are obviously able to interact, because they are obviously built of the same structures in life, such as, cells, plants, they're all, obviously we can eat plants, right? So either you eat plants or eat things that eat plants. We all have to be compatible. That's why it's called symbiotic relationships. The point is that that's how a creation has to be. If it's not compatible, it's not going to work.
What's a symbiotic relationship?
Yeah, it's a system. It's when there is a relationship between 2 or more things that work together. It's a relationship.
I'm not sure you used it correctly, but that's fine.
I know you're not. It's fine. Any other questions?
Because you don't understand it, Seth. You don't understand science, bro.
Yeah. I don't expect you to agree with me, Seth.
No, I think Hillbox just misspoke.
I understand, Seth. It's okay, but do you understand, Seth, that apes and you don't understand that? Let me give you another example. Chimpanzees can't even make anything other than chimpanzees. Spider monkeys can't even make anything other than spider monkeys, let alone apes turning into humans. So this entire cladistic claim of similarity is just nothing but a religious pseudoscience, bro. I'm sorry.
Right, but I never proposed, and I don't think scientists proposed that apes turned into humans. They proposed
You don't
that
even.
apes
I
are
know
humans.
that's how crazy this religion. It's so crazy. You'll say that we came from apes, but then apes stayed apes, and that's how the apes became humans. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah,
It's
that's
gotta be-
literally what's
I
Stephen
know
Gray
it
tried
is
to
so
pull on me.
freakingly
Did you hear
scary
that?
how
Oh my God.
psychotic it is. So scary how psychotic the evolutionist paradigm is, because these people say if it changes, it's evolution. If it stays the same, evolution. Oh, by the way, everything stays the same, and that proves evolution. I mean, you can't be that stupid. It's demonic possession.
Apes
I'm
can
sorry.
stay apes and still evolve.
See, exactly. They stay apes. Continue, Seth. Go
Why
ahead.
is that a problem?
No, it's not. It's not a problem for me.
Well,
one bit,
obviously it
bro.
is, and you can't
Oh, I
explain
love
why.
it.
I
I
mean,
agree with you,
you
and
can
so does
gawk at
Arcane.
it,
Apes
but
stay
gawking
apes.
at it's not an argument against it.
I know, Seth.
Are
So
they
we all agree.
evolving or are they adapting? To
Let's
their
all agree. No, let's
environment?
all agree. Apes stay apes. Go ahead, Seth. Continue.
Yeah, isn't the point of evolution to change from one species?
You don't understand how it works,
a
Jibby. I'm
different
saving
species.
Seth's time. You don't understand, Jibby.
Apes aren't a species.
Oh boy.
like an ape would become something brand new. Like if you just look at the skeletal structures, if you see two skeletons, one of a human, one of an ape, you're not going to mistake them as cousins.
Oh, except you would, especially when they're young.
No, you wouldn't, unless you're, of course,
clearly
you.
would. Have you ever been to the Natural History Museum in New York?
very different.
Have you ever been out of your house, Seth?
Yeah.
Seriously, have you ever gotten out and done anything in your life to experience reality? We can ask each other these questions all day, Seth. Come on, Seth. You got to be a little bit honest with yourselves. Do apes have feet?
Talking
Seth?
to Jibby. I don't know. Jibby.
You don't know. He doesn't know? Okay.
Have you ever seen a gorilla skeleton, Gibby?
Yes, not in person, but yeah.
Right. Well, you can go see one next to a human child skeleton, and they are, especially when they're younger, very similar. You do not notice the similarity?
Maybe when they're younger, but you can take like several young species and lay them all up, and several of them will look similar. Like you take a house cat with a leopard and take the skeletons of those as very young. Are you going to be able to tell them apart? They're completely different mammals from each other, though they are kind of like cousins, I guess.
Well, but
cats.
Yeah, that's a different comparison. Let me give you a better comparison real quick. How about tortoises and turtles? They're actually identical as far as chromosome count. Under the microscope, they're also identical. Their skeletons are almost identical, and they are not even related one bit. They can't even interbreed. They are completely different families of creatures. They're not even compatible, and they are identical as far as we can tell.
My point.
Yeah, I'm proving that there's no evolution. Yeah, exactly. There's no evolution.
Exactly.
Great point, Seth. Great
you
point.
could say that, but you actually made
It's
my
a
point
wonderful
that
point, Seth. You're doing a great
Jibby-
job. Yeah.
Jibby made the
They're
point where
almost
you couldn't
identical, yet they're
confuse
not
an
related
ape
at all. That proves no
for,
evolution.
a
Wonderful.
human skeleton, and you clearly can, and you've just highlighted that point.
Thanks for
Jibby was
playing,
wrong.
Seth. It's that easy. Yep.
right.
They're not. They're
That
literally.
easy.
And let's look at grass. There's 1,000 different plants you could find that are identical under the microscope, and they're not compatible. It's just too easy.
I'm not sure why you think that's a problem for evolution. As a matter of fact, it was a point for evolution.
Yeah, it's
When I
not a
was talking to
problem.
Jibby
Listen,
just
here's why it's not. Let me help you out. Watch, Seth. It's not a part for the evolution religion that you believe in. That states that nothing ever changes. It's not.
Evolution takes place in the womb. It starts as a zygote, and it morphs. It's changing its structure. It's changing. That's the only place evolution kind of.
Well, that's not evolution. That's development. That's just normal reproduction, normal development. Yep.
I get, but it's changing from one thing to another. That's, I guess, you can throw it in the evolution box.
Well,
but
I could
once
say
it's
that
born, it just
you could
grows.
use the word evolution for 1,000 different explanations, though, Jibby. That's not the definition they're using. They're saying it has to come from something and not be that something anymore, and has to turn into something else. But then, of course, the New Age evolution is no, it just stays the same. That's evolution. So what are you going to get
And
out
I
of
was
these guys?
told, like,
Yeah, that's not what evolution proposes.
I've always asked, like, why are there still apes if we came from apes? And I was told that the apes were something lesser. And as we went from apes to humans, they went from whatever they were to apes. And I'm like, really? Okay. So then it's like we're all
Wait,
in
what did you
karate,
say?
and we all
Can
get
you say
a
that
new
again,
belt.
Jimmy?
You know, it's just,
Can you
what's
say
up?
that again?
Yeah, it's all imagination. You just have to believe.
I was told that apes were something else, and then when we evolved to humans from apes, the apes evolved into apes from something else. That's why there's still apes now.
Yeah, I don't. Your teacher must have been terrible. Nobody.
This was
thinks
the
that's
Now, wait a minute. Wait. Just notice the blanket statement from Seth. Nobody's ever said that because he's met
Actually,
everybody.
this is the president of Mensa in the Boston area. He's the president of a chapter there. He's no longer the president, but
Hey, Seth, Steve McRae says you're a monkey, bro. So who taught him that? Maybe you should talk to your buddy.
Yeah, and Cleitus probably would say that.
Well, I thank Seth for admitting there's no rules to this. That's a great claim. Yeah, you could just
Are
call
there
it whatever
what?
you want, Arcane. There's no rules.
What's the
Yeah, you just
rules
don't
to
understand
what,
it. If you
Pillbox?
don't agree, you just don't understand it.
No rules to what, Pillbox?
evolution? Like,
Well, Steve
Yes, there
McRae
are
also.
no
So
rules.
because
No,
two
to pseudoscience.
two laymen have different opinions about evolution, there's supposedly no rules to evolution.
Well, yeah. Can you give me one rule of evolution, Seth? What is it?
there's no rules.
Things
to that.
evolve.
So give me one rule of things evolving. Take your time.
One rule of things evolving.
Can't do it. There's nothing you could do to save yourself,
Genetic
Seth.
drift?
You just backed yourself into a corner again. It's that easy.
Genetic drift.
So nothing. So normal
Genetic drift.
reproduction. So normal reproduction is
Normal
a rule of
reproduction is-
non.
Genetic drift
Right.
is, yeah, normal reproduction. Sure.
Normal reproduction is evolution. Thank you for admitting that. Thank you.
Yeah, everything's evidence for evolution, according to.
I mean, you asked me for a rule of evolution, and I gave you one.
Right.
and
So
now
your
you
rule
think
is there's no
one
evolution.
point.
Everything stays the same, and that proves evolution. That's brilliant. I love the
Genetic
claim.
drift is
bro.
not everything staying the same.
Right. I know. People making
Well,
people is
it's-
obviously evolution. Yeah.
Like,
That's not
what's
what I
the,
said.
what's
You
the
asked me for a
alternative
rule about
explanation?
evolution, and I gave you a rule about evolution, and then you replied by saying,
I love
"Okay,
it, bro. The
nothing
rule of
changes." But
evolution
that's
is
not-
that it's
but that-
normal
can I finish?
reproduction. I
Can
love
finish?
it. I love it, bro. You
Can I
said it's
finish?
normal reproduction. There's no evolution.
Not
It's
gonna let
great.
me finish.
Well, okay. What else do you have to say, Seth? Go ahead.
No, I was just asking if you were going to let me finish, but apparently
Yeah, go
you're
ahead.
allowed to talk over people, but I'm not allowed to talk.
So what else do you have to say? Go ahead, Seth.
Hold on, I have to take this.
He forgot.
What's the
It's that
alternative
easy.
explanation for why
Okay,
there's
you're
still
Google.
apes? I've been trying to get
I'm
this
not,
out.
I-
for
guys,
5
I'm not
minutes
listening.
now.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to leave for a second because I got to take this. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
do your Googles.
I'll
While you're
never
out there,
get an
do your
answer to this freaking question. I
Sorry,
swear.
Jibby. You don't get an Listen, Jibby, it's
40
evolution.
years
Can't
I've
you
been
just
asking
believe
this
it?
question. Why are there still friggin' apes here if there's evolution? Why can't anybody answer this?
Oh,
For
no one's
real.
ever said what you said earlier either. Did you hear him? No one's ever said that, Jibby. You just know what you're talking about.
President of the Mensa said it to me. This guy is a book. His brain is a book. It's just books, 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 books. This guy read thousands of books. This guy he is the poster child. He's the template for the official story for everything. And this guy is so book smart, he can't walk outside the lines on anything that he's read as a paper fact. I tried to talk, not flat Earth, just NASA faker to him, because flat Earth, he'll go Hulk, because he's one of those people that's just so filled with official story book smarts, the helio model and all that. You say flat Earth, it's just the eyes turn red. And of course, there's no mental health cognitive dissonance going on there with a reaction like that emotionally over such a thing. You know, why? It should be a jovial laughter that comes out, not anger. Nobody sees a problem with that. That everybody is becoming like a murderer mentality over the term flat Earth. Like, you should be laughing at it, not wishing death upon these people. It doesn't even make sense.
That's why I love it, Jibby.
It should
Now
be,
look at-
hey, I'm a flat earther. You go like, "Pfft," and then you laugh at them, and that's it. I would not wish them dead. I'd feel sorry for them. You know, that's how I would be on the baller side. They want to kill us. They want us dead. They want us
I've
to
never been
suffer,
so
then
insulted
die.
in my life, bro.
Exactly. 100% right, Jibby. Preach it.
What is wrong with people? This is like an insane asylum with no walls.
It's that ball earth crack, yo.
And you can just go into a supermarket and say, I am a flat earther, and you'll probably get assaulted. And nobody thinks that there's a problem with that. In fact, Not only do they think there's nothing wrong with it, they're going to cheer them on. Yeah, kick him in the teeth. Oh, I hate him. Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm gonna do,
Hit 'em hard.
Jibby. That's what I'm gonna do, Jibby. I'm gonna dress up like Johnny Knoxville and the old man. I'm gonna get a walker and just go around telling everybody the Earth's flat and wait for somebody to start some shit. Yep, that's what with a camera. Trust me, we'll do
Be
it
a
live.
flat earther for Halloween.
Yep, that's what we'll do live. We're gonna record it. I'm gonna just harass everybody and get some just demons to come out of the woodwork. Yep.
And it's not just flat Earth, because anybody studying conspiracies for years, you've seen all the videos from other conspiracy, like 9/11 Inside Job. When somebody goes to a rally or an event and they're holding up the 9/11 Inside Job poster board, what happens? People come by and they like rip it out of their hands, and they're like, "Argh!" Like
You
it's a
seen Beyond the
cognitive
Imaginary
work.
Curve?
The people
That
are
dude,
nuts. People are nuts. What is
Who's that
causing
dude?
this anger? Seriously.
Who's that dude from Beyond the Imaginary Curve, Phil Box? You know what I'm talking about?
Dell.
Yes, it is Dell. Yep.
Del?
Your question,
Oh,
what
yeah.
is causing all the anger?
Well, you should do a show like that with you, Pillbox, because he's too cool. You know what I'm saying? He's more laid back with it, man. I'd like to see you behind the camera asking people in public questions about the flat Earth.
Jibby's witnessed that. So is Rose Patton. We're gonna do it eventually. Trust me, very soon. Yeah, my only problem with Dell is that he's kind of scared of Jesus Christ. He's scared to death of him. So that's my only problem with him.
Yeah, of course.
I think he's like.
But I like the way that he approaches people and he gets out there and you know what I'm saying. I
Yep,
like
I do too. Yep.
But yeah, he's weird.
Hey guys,
Jimmy's not even that scared of
Seth,
him.
did you do your Googles? You do your Googles, Seth?
What happened?
I guess he had to Google his monkey religion before he came back to defend it. So
Oh, is there an
give
alternative
it a
explanation of why apes still exist after the evolutionary jump?
Well, what's funny, Jibby, is that the guy you spoke to was actually being honest with you. I call him like an original evolutionist. The guys that existed before the Stephen Jay Gould came around and ruined everybody's brain by admitting there's no evidence for evolution. And he's one of these old timers that's like, yeah, you know, the apes evolved into humans, but at the same time, other animals were evolving into apes. You know, that's kind of an honest assessment if you believe in that pseudoscience. The problem is nowadays, since all the evidence destroys that, they have to claim that evolution is actually just normal reproduction and everything stays the same, and we've never claimed otherwise. It's the worst satanic, psychotic religion you could ever imagine. It's worse than ever, bro.
It's red sky, blue sky on Mars. Huh?
You think that the scientific consensus at one point was that all apes evolved into all humans, and then apes evolved into different apes?
Nope, no one claims there's a scientific consensus, but it's kind of like this, Jimmy. The same way the heliocentric nut job will say space is very cold and very hot at the same time. It's like that same sort of psychosis. You know, water's very wet and dry. I mean, there's nothing you can do with these people.
And the water runs flat and level, or level, I should just say. Water runs level, and arcs over distance. Both exist.
Right. Radars emit straight beams that bend. So that's how it works.
Magically bends around this ball, but you have to use your
Exactly.
imagination to kind of see it, because you can't see it in the reality. Well, I mean, you know, definitely.
Well, yeah,
radio
what you're
signals.
seeing isn't really what you're seeing. That's a mirage, and that's an illusion. So.
Then the eyes can deceive you, and this dance goes all the way, and it just keeps going and going and going. I mean,
billions and billions of years.
billions, which nobody can gauge or prove. Billions. It's guesswork. Core samples is the best they can do to go back in time and make guesstimates, and that's about it.
Guesstimates.
Yeah, and they can only make guesstimates about that particular area they're taking the core samples from. And I think
I
that's
mean, the
good
bottom
science.
line is-
I like that science. That's good science, core samples.
The bottom line is the system is set up in a way to make it look more sophisticated because you have a lab coat and a PhD and you're in a high position and people respect what you say. So therefore, anyone questioning that authority is looked at as an outsider, and no one wants to feel that way. Like you said, it's the peer pressure mentality.
Yep.
People would rather go with the herd than be outcasted.
And
And that's
everybody
what
else-
you become when you question the scientific cult.
This occurs in everybody's job. If anybody sees something that goes against the job training or whatever, or anything like that, or if you step out of the lines of everyone else, you're ousted. You're an outcast. Your life is now harder at that whatever it is. And this is in everything. This is a human behavioral trait,
Right.
which is a problem that nobody is acknowledging.
How many people stood by and watched the Native Americans get slaughtered, or the Africans that
And
were?
they're all given the reefer madness propaganda.
Yep.
So they end up being like the cheering section of the flat earth haters. Like kick
But
them in the
even if
teeth, kick
they-
them in the teeth. Yeah, scalp those redskins. Yeah, burn them because they believe in the propaganda.
But even the ones that didn't cheerlead still didn't want to say anything because they didn't want to be outcasted. Or
Have you ever seen this? I'll just use this as an example. There's a video that went around probably 5 years ago or so of a little girl getting run over by a truck in shit, I can't remember the Asian country. I think it was China. And this little girl on a street camera, you see her get run over. Busy street, people walking by. Nobody would come to her aid. Another truck came by, or a car, also ran over her. She's still alive. Nobody's coming to her aid. This went on for, I can't remember, 10 or 15 minutes. And I'm just looking in awe. We saw the same thing with a dead body or whatever on a New York sidewalk. People just walking by and not even helping, like they don't want to get involved. And in China, if they were to get involved with that little girl, I guess somehow they have to take responsibility, pay the medical costs. It was something like that I heard was the excuse why nobody was helping that little girl. But it's just a different volume of the same mentality. That's really broken in society. Really broken. It's broken thinking. And that's what the Helio model does. It breaks your thinking.
Oh, no.
It creates dis-ease. It's broken thinking. When you
Oh,
get
no.
back to reality of where you live, like seem to be on a flat plane, we have a close connection to this creator, apparently. And this changes you on the inside. It's sort of healing. This is why you'll find flat earthers are very humble, very open, very welcoming for the most part. You know, you got that few, whatever. But they're night and day difference from the attitudes and the civility of the Globe Earth channels and Globe Earth debunkers, who are very hostile, very volatile, and really short fuse, cursing. I mean, you'll probably find nuns and priests cursing flat earthers. That's how it just enrages them. That's a problem. That's like a demonic possession type of reaction.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm gonna
I
take
don't know
off.
how to explain it.
Hey guys, I'm gonna take off. I just want to say thanks for giving me the link and everything.
No problem, bro.
Hey, you guys have a good night.
Thanks for
You
coming
too.
by.
But yeah, but the government gets us. Well, I'd say the people that own the government, they get us young with the entertainment, with the entertainers, and they pretty much brainwash us into the system of thinking, this herd mentality, to respect this type of authority, right? So you see all the ball players, right? They all go to the White House after they win the game, after they win the big game. They all go to the White House and shake hands with the president. And it's this big honor to be a part of this patriotic sort of system. And people are brainwashed by that. Kind of like when you go to the movies and they give you those real soft scenes that really pull at your heartstrings and get you sucked into the movie, and you feel like you're a part of the movie. The same thing works with the propaganda system. They give you these pretty much whatever is going to mold you into accepting this sort of authority, which is, you know, whatever the government says, whatever your school system says, whatever this sports figure says is truth. So that way, all day long, they can give you this constant media propaganda machine, and anyone that questions it is now not even looked at by their peers. Like, you're not going to go to a party and say, hey bro, let's talk about flat earth and in the Bible. Like, people are like, nah man, I'd rather talk about, you know, popping mollies and football or drinking beer. Like, that's, people want to party and just follow the herd. They don't want to look at what's real no more. So yeah, why not? We're apes on a ball. Screw it. Why not? You know, everyone else thinks so. That's the mentality.
It takes a lot of courage to step away from the clique, you know, the cult group, the tribe, and that's like sports fans and idol worship is all tribal, playing on like tribal instincts, and they play our emotions like a harp. I mean, they really know how to do it. They've studied it. The CIA did tests. You know, they're trying to basically conquer the humans by understanding them completely, understanding how they think, how they react, the emotional levels, the boundaries of emotions. The boundaries, they basically pushed all the boundaries with people, torture, everything, to study them. Why? To lock it all up and shelf it? No, they're applying it. Active in the field. All that shit in the MK Ultra and everything, that didn't get boxed up and put away. It was for a reason. They did all that shit for a reason. It's horrific shit they did to people. It's for a reason.
Who do you think was behind 9/11, Seth?
Oh, George Bush, he flew the plane. Man, it's not even about like, I haven't even gotten to that part yet of who is responsible, because that requires a whole lot of evidence that we just don't have access to. So I can't even speculate. I can only speculate that there were no planes based on the holes I see in all of these structures that do not fit a plane. The wings didn't even penetrate the first tower. When you look at the fresh close-up view, the wings didn't penetrate. The beams still connect top to bottom, top to bottom, top to bottom.
Right.
No wings went in. No wings. Because through the dark smoke, you can see the beams are connected. Maybe one or two was broken. That's it. One or two beams. I saw a couple of, and it looks like melted, kind of broke. Like one of them was like bent. That doesn't happen. Like that's some serious heat. That bent that beam. An impact of a plane would bend a beam through force, which would probably snap it straight. You know, it'd be a straight steel beam snap. This is a bend. This is a melt from the initial impact of the first plane. That's impossible. That's impossible with a plane. You're not going to have a steel beam melt on impact unless it's a lava plane. Like, so there's no impact from the wings visible. Impossible. You see the same thing with the Pentagon. See that stupid ass hole, and the wood piece that in the center of the windows that should have been hit by the wings is still intact. You kidding me? Every single one of those windows at ground level, not just the glass would have been broken, but the entire structure of the window, the framing of the window, were intact in all those windows at ground floor. That's impossible. It defies physics. So you're dealing with defiance of physics here against the official story. And this is where people crap their adult diaper and don't want to go any further. And then they kind of throw rocks at us as we surpass them and go pursue these questions. It's insane. Like we're doing it for all of us, you know? We're trying to get to the truth for us all, not for some crown or title. At least I'm not. Some people are trying to profit, whatever. That they're the extreme minority. A lot of people are doing this because this affects all of us. What affects the group of a large group affects us all. If they can do something to one of us, they can do it to all of us. Don't have apathy to somebody being tortured or sick or, you know, Tuskegee or whatever. You know, well, better them than me. Like, no, you're on that list too if they're doing it to them. People think these things past 7 seconds. Their attention spans.
Nah,
man,
man,
cumulative. They're gonna get worse. What's that?
They too wrapped up playing Call of Duty and 2K and you know.
There's
groups on Snapchat.
Exactly. There's groups that are divided off from all this shit. The video game group, the music group, like local garage bands or whatever. They're not looking at any of this shit. A lot of them aren't. Like you have just clusters of division. Like these people will never come across this information because they live in their own little reality of what they do. So
exactly,
it's the kind of thing where we are, all talking to flat earthers, talking to flat earthers. We need to be invading other mediums of these people's lives, like the video game world, the sports world, things like that. Like call up the sports radio, talk flat earth. Go to the CNN live streams. 5,000 people start talking flat earth there. That's where you got to get it out. We're just talking, we're just preaching to the choir, just constantly. We want this to spread out. We're waiting for them to come to us. We have to go to them. And that's what we were doing in like 2015, getting this out to everybody. And now we've kind of retracted back into our little tribes and groups. But we got to get back out there, like the street interviews and things like that. It's a great idea. People like to see that too. That's entertaining videos on YouTube.
Especially when we take it to another level, Jibby, because trust me, it'll be insane. I have to say this, Jibby, to expose my own cognitive dissonance, which was many years ago, when I remember watching the 9/11 garbage, and then the one thing that shocked me, and I turned into an immediate scoffer and hid like one of these space monkeys, is when I saw the firemen describe molten metal running underneath the buildings. And I said, well, that's not possible. Let's just ignore that. And that never happened. And I'm just going to pretend that Muslims obviously took these buildings down. I literally remember that going through my head. Like, I'm going to hide from that shit. Molten steel running underneath the buildings. These are the firemen telling us. I knew that just destroyed me. And then 7 years later, I was like, fine. Okay.
I got John Smith in the chat. Thermite brought down those buildings, and people reported seeing a missile, not a plane. And the best proof, Saudi passport. Oh, yeah. At ground zero. Yeah, bandana, passport, license. Plane disintegrated. Those things survived. It's silly. I think the bandana thing was retracted. I'm not sure. I heard it was. I was pretty deep into the 9/11 back then. Like, I was taking some of the first hits. It sucked. It really did. Like, that was a terrible time to be in a 9/11 when patriotism was at its most inflated. Like, that's America. America's greatest. Like, you're bringing, like, no, your government's lying to you. More people grinding their teeth, kicking you, wanting you to die.
Well, what got me about the 9/11 was that they were doing a drill that day involving planes.
Same trait and other false flags.
What was the drill? What was the drill called, Arcane?
I forgot the name of it, but they were doing.
Nobody knows it. Nobody remembers. It's called Vigilant Guardian.
Vigilant Guardian. Yeah,
Vigilant Guardian. Nobody. It's just crazy because we've all seen it. We've all read it, but it's hard to remember.
Yeah.
So they like had all the military jets that are supposed to be defending our airspace. They were like way on the other side of the earth, right?
I know, you just see it for what it is. When you really take a step back, drop the ego, and just look, it's laughable. And we're 16 years later now. And I guess Hillbilly said that there was some kind of a I don't know, civil lawsuit. I don't remember what kind he said, criminal. I don't know, but something that's been filed. George Bush's been indicted, he said, but I haven't heard or seen anything. Maybe, I don't know, behind the scenes paperwork action going on, because I'm sick of 9/11 architects and engineers saying they're calling for a new investigation 16 years later. I'm really getting sick of that. Like, let's get moving on this. 16 years they've gotten away with it. What's the statute of limitations? It depends on this type of thing. Or did they just destroy their own property legally? They own everything, when it comes down to it. They own everything. And they're just destroying their own property. A couple people got hurt, pay them off, move on. They saved $100 billion or whatever the hell it was. I don't know. I think it was $1 billion per building in asbestos removal were the estimates, or more. I don't remember. I know it was in the billions, and that's how much it would have cost to get the asbestos out of there. So why do that? You just light a match, take them down.
whatever.
No way, no way. They built those with the intention to destroy them.
That's what I hear, but it's brilliant when you think about it. Like he's gonna this guy pull it. I can't remember his name offhand.
Larry Silverstein.
Larry. Yep.
Yeah.
And not only does he save $2 billion that would have cost him, but he made like what, $4 billion on the insurance. He claimed a double attack, which is like double the insurance, like 2 separate attacks. So it's like 2 different insurance claims, and he got like 4 billion or something, or 7 billion. So he profited. He saved 2 billion, made money on the deal, and they built their new Twin Towers, become the Lone Tower type thing. The representation of whatever, we had the same thing in Lord of the Rings, 2 towers and became the one. And they're repeating a storyline, whatever, for whatever purposes. It's kind of like living theater. Another way to describe it. It's
one World
else.
Trade Center, one world government, new world order, one idea, one satanic religion, one, yeah.
Yeah.
How come Seth didn't want to tell us how the molten metal can flow underneath the buildings after a plane crash? I didn't want to talk about it.
I don't know what brought the towers down. It could have been a combo, thermite and something else. I don't know. There's a lot of missing debris that I don't have a good explanation for. Missing debris. Some people say, well, we saw the holes that were there caved in the hole. Like, come on, man.
Well, speaking of missing, how about the Shanksville? What about this plane that just crashes into the ground? There's nothing left except for a couple of I guess wallets and some ID cards, of course.
Allegedly, the debris was spread over 10, 12 miles or whatever. Allegedly. Which, all it takes is a couple of black SUVs to be dumping shit out. Hey, look at here's the evidence. There's crash evidence. Like,
they couldn't even show us evidence for that, Jibby. They couldn't show us anything. Not an engine, not a black box, not a seat, not a 100 seats in these planes, not a single seat. I mean, give me a break.
After the fact, I think we can see the Pentagon cameras now. Yes, 87 cameras. Can we see them now, please? Investigation is not active anymore. Can we see the cameras? Why aren't we just calling up the White House every day? Can we see the Pentagon cameras? Can we see the Pentagon cameras? Can we see the Pentagon cameras? We should be doing that every day. Every day. Where are they? 5 frames for 16 years. 87 cameras. And plus the neighboring cameras that were all confiscated and rounded up within minutes. Come on, man. Allegedly rounded up. I mean, for all we know, this was planned out, so they should have known the gas station's going to have a camera and all that. You'd think they'd take care of that in advance. At least I think they would. So they could have been feeding us bullshit with that.
How about the eyewitness testimonies? How about the police officers watching the plane fly over that flew in a completely different direction? How about the cabbie that got caught lying about where his car was when that telephone pole hit his car from the airplane hitting the telephone pole, and he got caught lying?
And the Shanksville woman holding up the picture of the smoke plume was fake. And it was admitted. Like, you remember that Canadian guy who used to pretty much call everybody and just ask the hard questions, or he pretended to be a reporter or whatever. Well, he called up that woman's house, and I guess her daughter answered. And their daughter was like, yeah, it was a fake photo. So what? She wanted to make money on it. Blah, blah, blah. Like, this Canadian guy was awesome. He used to call NASA. He used to call everybody and get these people to admit shit. Like, through, of course, illegal tapping recording, but it was still very informative before these videos were getting pulled. And that was one of the calls he made. I remember hearing it. And it was that woman, and the woman's kids said, yeah, it was a fake photo. It was just some redneck hick woman who wanted to make a few bucks, and she did. This is human nature. The Globe crew here, the official story gang, they want to believe everybody's honest. But in actuality, that's rare. To find a good, honest person with integrity and dignity, that shit is endangered. It's been endangered since the old West. I mean, I think the 1950s maybe was probably that was it. It's been downhill ever since. There's no more integrity, no more morality, no more dignity. People just lie to make a buck and not even care.
They'll do it. They'll sell out their own mother. The junkies. How many junkies do you know stealing their grandmother's diamond rings and everything and not ancient, like antique jewelry and things like that to go buy some more junk? Just totally destroyed their cerebral cortex, the reasoning part of the brain, the empathy. They don't care that they're stealing from their grandmother. Probably has cancer. They don't care. They only care about their impulse needs at the moment, which is heroin. That's it. And they'll steal from anybody. There's no more morality. It is similar. It does appear to be like a satanic agenda regime spreading over all the developed, modernized countries. It does seem that way. Not saying it is. Just it's an evil. It's a service to self-hating at the same time. Like you're taking care of all your wants and needs while you hate yourself and you're waiting to die. No problem here. No, we don't need to question anything. This is what's going on, but let's just shut up about it, right?
Well, Jimmy, you got to give me a motive, though. Why would they lie about this? I mean, you've got to give me a real reason. I just don't see why they would lie. I don't see what the difference is between a ball and a flat pizza. And it's the same thing. What difference does it make, right? It's the same thing.
Yeah, who cares? Who cares if it's flat? What does that mean? What does that do to my life? Like, that's the mentality. How does it affect
feel bad.
my life?
Arcane,
think about it for more than like 4 seconds, please.
The tonight's crowning moment of face palming has got to be Matthew Ecclesiastes in the chat in his comments. I just can't believe that's a real person, Arcane.
What a zombie, bro.
What happened to this guy? I used to talk to this guy all the time. I remember like 8 months ago, he's like, I'm a flat earther now. I was like, okay, cool. Then like a couple weeks later, oh yeah, how does the sun set on a flat earth? I'm like, oh, well, that's weird because a couple of weeks ago you said you were a flat earther. Now all of a sudden you're not sure how the sun works. Shouldn't you have maybe figured this out before you said you were a flat earther and now look at him. Now he's attacking us. What is that?
That's the projection. That's the projection they give to us. They project on us. Would you see a couple YouTube videos and all of a sudden no, that's what they did. That's why they were not solid in it. Is because they did only watch a few YouTube
allegedly videos. Dave. Yeah, he saw allegedly Dave.
Yep, they took on the title, and they weren't serious. Like I waited 7 months of stern research. A couple YouTube videos, my ass. Like you kidding me? A couple YouTube videos got me thinking, and then I began an investigation. That's what we all should do. No, there's a lot of lazy asses who watch videos, and that's good enough for them. But they're the flip-floppers who then hate on us and project exactly what they did as our own actions that never happen. And they speak like it's fact. And they're only talking about themselves. Hold up a mirror to everybody because we are in the mirror reality. We're in Pandora's box, which is probably a cube, and we're in, and it's a mirror reality where, for every hit that you do on somebody, you're going to get hit back. It's just that kind of exchange. Every action equal opposite reaction. It's physics. And when you're doing this against other people on an energetic, abstract level of hate, it will come back at you. Another reaction will.
Positive. I like it though because it lets me know who's really thinking and who's really just following.
It's very revealing.
That's the greatest thing right there. What you just said, the revelation you can get from this knowledge is second to none. I mean, it is amazing. There's nothing like it.
Which is the apocalypse. When you look up the actual definition of the apocalypse, it's basically the great revealing, to reveal what was hidden. And if that's not exactly what's happening now, how could there be a greater apocalypse than this besides turning the lights on in this place and we see the ceiling and the structure that we're in or whatever? That would be a greater apocalypse, obviously, but we're only at the ground level. We're at the doorway of the whole new paradigm of our reality, of what we know of as our reality, but we're arguing at the doorway. We need to move forward. The children will catch up. We don't need to stick by them and try to convince them. They'll catch up. Let's just ignore them. They're going to cry, pout, and tantrum. They're going to throw eggs at us. They're going to swear at us, throw rocks at us. Fine. We'll just take off without them. We'll move forward.
That's why I think this can't go. And bro, you got an echo. Maybe you can move your mic away from your speakers a little bit.
Yeah, all right. I did move it a little bit here. And I got to turn down the volume too.
You can just mute, Jimmy.
Or I could mute.
Oh no, it's all good. I know some setups are weird like that, but yeah. Dang, where was I going with that?
I had to turn the volume up before because Seth was speaking very low.
The revelation, the reveal of truth. When you approach somebody with this topic, it's going to absolutely expose them right away.
Instantly, bro. Instantly.
And it is about getting to see who's actually thinking about these things and who's not taking it seriously, who doesn't understand it.
Well,
It's
who's
almost like
open
a
minded?
revelation of what grade people are in. You know, it's like you're talking to somebody your age, but then it just turns on like, oh, they're only at kind of a fourth grade mentality, you know, or a fourth grader understanding of the science or whatever. So you kind of see where people are at in their education, their indoctrination, or whatever. It's very revealing. It's like magic in a way. You know, you got a room full of your best friends. You'll find out who your real friends are right away. And with just simple things, 9/11 inside job, fluoride is, toxic. These things are all true. The Earth appears to be flat. That's the most honest statement to say. We appear to be on a flat Earth because that's the truth, 100%. To say we are on a flat Earth, it's, well, did you really do all that yourself? No, well, we're comparing. So it appears we're on a flat Earth.
And they give nothing but excuses as to why we look at a flat Earth instead of a curving Earth, right? You say, well, how come we don't see the curvature if it's a ball? And they'll have 1,000,001 excuses as to why, and they're all so-called scientific. But the fact of the matter is we don't see water curving. We don't see the Earth curving. We don't feel it spinning. We don't, but there's always a reason why. We don't, we shouldn't trust our senses. That's as simple as that. No, don't trust with your eyes and ears and your senses that God made you with. Don't trust those. Trust these guys with these scientific tinker toys within their theoretical physics, right? Trust those guys.
This is my favorite systematic retort from these people. It starts off with them saying, well, I've been at the ocean. I've seen the curve. In fact, oddly enough, Matthew Ecclesiastics was telling me that his father told him this, that you can see the curve when you're at the ocean. And then of course, the next claim is, yeah, a plane's not high enough to see the curve because you got to be in space. I love that sequence of events. They tell me that every time. I love it. First, you can see it at the beach, and then 10 minutes into the discussion, well, you got to be in space to see it. If that's not one of my favorite dialogues, I don't know what to tell you. It's just wonderful.
They just kick the chair right from under themselves, bro, every time.
It's like, wait a minute, I thought we were seeing the boat disappear from the curve. Now I got to be in space now? Can I just get up a little bit? Can I get on top of the house? You just told me, how could you think this way? Could you imagine actually saying something like that and then thinking about it and going, wow, I said that. Whoops. That's what I would think.
It's insane, bro. Man, I got to catch my breath.
Go ahead, man. I mean, the seasons thing is really annoying because, first of all, when someone comes in, can you explain the seasons on a flat? So automatically, we know that you are claiming you know how it works on a magical ball, where all the laws of physics are thrown out, nothing works. So it's just so stupid. These questions are so pathetic. Why can't they just ask you, how do you know the shape of the Earth is flat? You say it's flat, and can you show me anything else? Why can't we just talk about the actual shape of the Earth? Because they can't. If you talk about the shape of the Earth, you're done. You're over. You have no argument at all. You might as well pack it up.
Exactly, bro. That's the question they never ask you. You notice that?
They can't.
They hardly ever ask you, why do you think the Earth is flat?
They can't.
They always want to put you in some sort of box or categorize you or ask you some sort of leading questions. Well, explain how you could see 69 miles and 1 degree off the pole star and blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Explain this. So they'll make something up about the flat Earth and say, well, explain this. If you can't explain it, then you don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to stick with pseudoscience. Like they'll never ask you straight up, why do you believe the Earth is flat? At least I've probably been asked that once or maybe twice in 2 years.
Arcane, I think Nathan Oakley was asking you about somebody in the chat, or maybe he's asking about you. I can't really tell. Political Hillbilly just got an invite to be with Sandy Hook debate. I say, what do you got to worry about, man? Like, if anybody knows their stuff.
You send him an invite.
I'll send an invite? I don't care.
Oh, I thought you said you invited somebody.
No, I said Nathan's in the chat, and I think he was addressing you about somebody. He was asking about somebody.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see him in the chat now. So I saw that guy with the monkey and the globe on Steve McCrae channel. He was Ace. What's his name? Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, Steve McCrae. Yeah, that guy. Whew.
He's one of my faves. Love that guy. Cladistic expert. Yeah. The guy who I think he was one of the guys that coined, well, yeah, we don't expect the dogs to make non-dogs. That's what evolution says. Dogs stay dogs. I think that was like the first time I realized, okay, it's time to move away from this part of the internet and just go to flat earth alone. I'm done with space monkeys, because now they're claiming that evolution says cats have always stayed cats, and and look, Seth has confirmed it now. I mean, it's frightening. It's scary.
Yeah, Steve said he's a monkey and he'll always be a monkey according to some law of something. I'm not sure, but yeah.
Well, how are we not always still fish? How come we're not tortoise? Can I just be a unicorn, which is obviously a rhinoceros? Can I just be a rhinoceros, something cooler than a monkey? God, even a shark. I want to be a shark. I don't want a monkey. I don't want to be, we're related to, if I can be related to a single-celled organism in a pond, can I be maybe a giraffe? Come on, that's a little bit better than a monkey. I just don't like monkeys, bro. You know what it is? It's because like they hurt people. They flip out. They act like evolutionists. What a coincidence! God has a sense of humor. They throw fecal matter. They make weird noises. They mock. They try to mock, don't they? It's amazing, right? The monkey's the perfect. I mean, God obviously is pretty smart. But it's just a sad world we live in now, where we have animals with feet. We're not claiming we're related to the animals with feet, which there's very, 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 very little amount of animals with feet, because lizards also have hands. How come we're not related to lizards? So again, it's just another pseudoscience game. Like I said to him, there are no rules in pseudoscience. He goes, "What do you mean there's no?" I go, "Well, tell me a rule." What's he say? Evolution happens. It's like, dear Lord, this couldn't get any easier. You couldn't get any easier if you wanted. It's like, just give me one rule, Seth. Please just tell me one truth about evolution. Genetic drift, right? Okay, so normal reproduction is the rule of evolution. It's wonderful. Every single, and they'll even agree. Yes, cats only make cats. It's frightening. What are you gonna do with that person?
Absolutely nothing, bro. But just keep exposing. Keep talking. I like to let them talk. Nathan Oakley sat there and watched Steve McCrae say everything's evidence for evolution. Everything. I said, "What's evidence for evolution?" You go, "Oh, well, everything." Oh, well, then, hey. What more can you say, Steve?
I have
everything's evidence for evolution, and everything stays the same. Everything.
My friend's brother says to me, evolution has been proven except for the missing link. I'm like, huh?
See, proven is so subjective to these people, man. Like, first of all, they'll say nothing is proven in science, but then they'll turn around and say it's confirmed. Right? That's what Steve told me to hang on. It's confirmed
with missing information.
Yeah, nothing's ever proven to be true. It's only confirmed to be true. And I said, what the hell does that mean?
It's nominal.
What's the difference? So if I confirm a kill on the battlefield, it's not proven to be dead. Like, I don't understand. Like,
it's like 50% less fat truth. I see. Yeah.
Like, I don't understand that, bro. Like, it's semantic. I just don't understand that semantic BS. But it's the game you have to play, though. I guess when evidence isn't on your side, the best you can do is try to monkey fart your way out of it with semantics.
And one of my favorites is, well, evolution doesn't say that. Well, I know because I took evolution out to the bar the other night and she got really drunk and she didn't say any of that at all. Absolutely. You're right. Evolution never said that. Yep.
Right. And he's like, Arcane, where does evolution say that mosquitoes will become non-mosquitoes? I said, well, that's kind of where they came from, was something non-mosquito. So are you saying that they'll never be non-mosquito in the future? It's like, yeah, exactly. Mosquitoes will always be mosquitoes. That's how evolution works. And I said, well, where'd they come from then, dude? If that's, if they always will be mosquitoes, they had to come from something else. Well, exactly. That's how evolution works.
Right. Now here's where the real bat shit crazy gets going here, because this is frightening, because now they'll say the animal that turned into a mosquito was not a mosquito, and whatever it was is actually what the mosquito still is, and the mosquito will still be a mosquito after it changes from something other than a mosquito. I wish I was joking. That's that's about as bad as it gets. Yep.
Yeah, things, non-mosquitoes becoming mosquitoes is how evolution works, but evolution says that mosquitoes will always be mosquitoes.
Watch this. I asked Xbox, I go, Xbox Fiend, okay, so you're telling me if a horse, I give him a nice hypothetical cartoon idea, right? I said, okay, let's pretend the horse family is spending its entire life in water, and it starts to grow flippers, and now it's even growing a large tail to propel it through water. Is it still a horse? And now it has flippers, right? Doesn't have hooves, doesn't have any of those horse feet. It's now an aquatic animal. He goes, yeah, it's still a horse.
Yeah.
What can you do with that?
How do you explain?
If the mosquito becomes a bear,
still a mosquito. Yep.
It's
still yes. Just you are still a fish. Yes, you are. That's what I'm telling you. You're still an amoeba. You're still a crawdad. You're still a frog. A jackrabbit. You name it. You're still all of those, and that's science.
How do you explain the celestial sphere light show to a flat Earth mosquito? How do you explain that? How does a flat Earth mosquito work on a southern pole star equinox straight line?
But that only works on an evolutionary ball Earth model, obviously.
Gravity.
I had a mirror ball and I had directional border can lights as a DJ. And you can do whatever you want with the lights to make them do whatever you want in the ceiling. And I've done many different types of light shows on ceilings. And I can tell you, the floor on every one of them was always flat. Really, what the hell does the lights in the sky have to do with the floor? And I've made them move in so many different directions. It looked like there were multiple pole stars of lights moving.
Yep.
Like when you catch it in the corner of a room, you're going to get like different kind of obscurities and different things like that. And depending how the room is shaped, you can have different pole looking spins and different walls of the room. Does that mean that you're on a sphere? Like you can, and Tim Osmond's been really busting balls about this, because I said, oh, I can duplicate the lights in the sky. And then I just showed up a double mirror ball video for 10 seconds. So now he thinks like this is my model, or I'm like, that's one example like of many things you can duplicate with lights on the ceiling. We don't know what's going on. Ismael has a theory, and like every star is like the tip of the tree of life that we can't see because it's so high up, and all of, and it spins around or whatever, and it's like, okay, I can kind of see it in my head. Whatever explanation works, put it on the table, and then we'll just weed them out as we go through it. Including the Bible, including everything. Just put it on the table. That's how the scientific method works.
Unless you're a fanatic cult member of scientism, or big science says.
Yeah, if you're digging in the dirt and you don't want to move forward, that's anti-science.
Right. By definition, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's all we're trying to do, is advance our knowledge and understanding of where we are.
It's kind of like these people who say, well, I adhere to methodological naturalism as my scientific philosophy. Well, that's sort of anti-science in and of itself, because you're excluding certain possibilities in the realm of your methodology, right?
Yep.
So if you're going to exclude the supernatural right out the gate and say no supernatural, we can't accept any supernatural explanation for anything that we consider to be
Yeah, they absolutely do not.
natural.
And I'm telling you, just the revelation of a flat Earth is supernatural to me. That was like a supernatural event.
Well, the conclusions of it are definitely, that's why I believe it's obvious that's why they have that philosophy of methodological naturalism within the scientific academia, to say that any and all discoveries must fall under the umbrella of some sort of naturalistic explanation. If there are no naturalistic explanations that they can find, they cannot consider it science. Philosophy coming into it. So, yeah, flat Earth, the conclusion of flat Earth is sort of like a watch. The way the models that we've seen, right? It's sort of like a mechanical device, almost like we're inside of a planetarium, right?
You got the big hand moving at one speed, and the little hand moves at a slower speed, kind of like parallax. And then, and they overlap each other at a certain point.
It's like a machine within a Tesla coil, within a bunch of mechanical stuff going on. So the rational conclusion is that this thing was put here, especially if it's stationary, there's no outer space. It's a deliberate creation, obviously.
Why don't we have spherical watches to make it more precise? You know, whether the watch is a 3D type of representation of time. No, they always use, it's flat watches. It's always a flat sundial type of measurement of time. It's always been that way. It's
like compasses point north, and they have to be held flat to work.
Go with a pocket watch that had like a dome cover. You open up the cover, and you're looking at the flat below. Close the cover. I mean, these are like fractals.
Right.
How about G Conscious's explanation? How'd you like that question, Arcane, when I said, G Conscious, can you tell me why the compass doesn't point to the South Pole? I love that answer. That was a great answer he gave us.
What was the answer?
What do you say? Hold on.
Oh my, he just started going, well, the magnetism and 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 I'm like, oh, wow. Oh, thanks, bro. Cool. The magnetism of the North Pole is why the compass points north. Cool. All right. What's the next topic?
So that was a special case for G Consciousness, man. So he's like, yeah, the four fundamental forces or whatever. And I'm like, okay, all that's cool. We understand that, but how does that prove the ball? That's what I asked him. How does this prove anything about the ball or gravity? And he keeps trying to say, well, electromagnetism, right? Y'all understand how that works, right? And he keeps trying to explain to us what electromagnetism is. And we're like, yo, we understand what electromagnetism is. How does that help you with gravity? Like, you didn't understand that they're two separate things. But like I said, if you can't show it to us, all they're going to give you are excuses. And he can't show us gravity or like something orbiting something because of gravity, or something sticking to something because of gravity. But when you do ask them, they just beg the question and say, well, the Earth. Like I said, give me an example of water sticking to a spinning ball, and they'll say the Earth. So, yeah, so it's like, come on.
Wow.
They're not thinking. They don't think. They don't think at all.
Well, he was obviously out of it. I mean, it was pretty funny for us. We knew it was going to happen, and it was just pathetic, really. And that was the same hangout, obviously, where we had the Kevin G. Okay, tell me how the Bible works. Well, the scientists say, well, that was a nice admission. That was really nice after 30 minutes of him telling me he's not using scientists, and then tell me the reason that he can explain the gospel is because of scientists. Well, that was my 5th time he said it, so it was the last straw. And then you had Deeds after that in the chat saying, oh, this is a cult. So we're stressing that Christians believe the Bible, and that's why we're a cult. What else could I ask for them?
Isn't that sad? Like, we're the ones standing on the platform of scripture saying, no, it's literally true. And they have every excuse in the book to say it's not true. And we're the ones that have a cult? I don't understand. How is it a cult? When did Bible believing just become a cult to Christians? Christians calling Bible believers cultists for saying the Bible is true. That's insane.
Usually when you get a one of us type of group, that's usually considered a cult.
Insane, bro. That is insane. I can't imagine, bro. Like people like Ken Hovind, for example, who's, you know, was one of the pioneers for me understanding the Christian side of the debate in the evolution against evolution. And he's saying the whole time I'm listening to him, the Bible is literally true and scientifically accurate and blah, 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 6,000 years, 6-day creation. So sort of my approach to scripture, I learned from him to say that we shouldn't be afraid to take it literally, right? Why should we interpret 6 days to mean billions of years, right? Why should we do that? So in the same way, why should we interpret the firmament as anything but solid, or a circle as anything but on a disc, right? Or the earth is not moving, it's immovable. Why should we interpret that as it's flying through space and spinning and wobbling? It's ridiculous. So yeah. But those same people that say, well, we should take it literally, we shouldn't believe in deep time and outer space or evolution, tell us we should believe in outer space, which demands deep time, according to their model. So it's just, it's a madness, it's a sickness. I don't know how else to describe it. John Calvin, I didn't even know Calvinist. So when I bring up John Calvin and what he said about people who believe in heliocentrism, he called them devil possessed or demon possessed and deranged and madmen. This is what John Calvin called people who believe that the earth was moving around the sun. He called them demon possessed. So when I talk to Calvinists, they like to, you know, and some of the Calvinists have been the hardest ones to mock us, right? I don't know if you've seen that pillbox, but these Calvinist dudes, man, that Bible thumping Wingnut Clan, Matt Slick.
Oh, they're garbage. They're pieces of garbage. I don't even see Veckel talking to them. Why wouldn't Veckel, if they were, I mean, you don't even see him hanging out with them.
Nah, man, I guess I don't know what's up with Veckel. You know, he turned on us too, or he turned on me. I should say he threw us all under the bus though, and that was pretty shady. But
what did he do besides basically? What happened exactly with Veckel? I mean, besides you, did he say something?
He was just scoffing like the rest of them.
Really,
man. He was scoffing like G Consciousness and the rest of them, and he was basically calling us a bunch of conspiracy theorists. He said we're, you know, making Christianity look bad and blah, blah, you know, the same old, same old. And then he blocked me. Because I basically said, hey, man, if you're going to make all these claims and you want to debate this issue, then man up and debate the issue. Stop trying to character assassinate people and make people look a certain way. Just debate the top. You know what I mean? Like, get off that pettiness, bro. Don't be a coward. Man up. Where's your evidence? Where's your scripture? And as soon as you start pressing them, that's when they turn on you, throw you under the bus.
Right. So then,
have I become your? Because I tell you the truth.
So right. So then, at the same breath and the same hangout that I'm talking about with the other brothers that we were talking with on the 20th, Veckel in the chat goes, well, this isn't a salvation issue or something, so we need to stick to salvation issue. When was the last time Veckel did a hangout on salvation issues?
Right.
When is the last time G-Man did a hangout on salvation issues? When was the last time any of these so-called Christians that are making fun of us did a hangout on salvation issues? I'd like to know that. Yeah, I bet it's never. What do you want to bet? It's never. And all they do is go around telling flat earthers what they're wrong. I mean, it's so pathetic.
Yeah, just like Ecclesiastes coming inside, you had to say, to ask, how do the seasons work on the flat earth? And then we give him, I gave him two links. Teal went out of her way to go get him a video. And then he comes back and said, oh, this is a dead issue. Y'all have fun. Peace out.
That is absolutely putting.
Like, what kind of?
Yep.
Yeah.
Really?
What kind of? Yeah, bro.
That bad, huh? I mean, you had to poke somebody in the back and run away? Really? That's what's going on now. Okay, well, thanks for the evidence. That I'm on the right topic.
Yeah, man. So that's all I see is the scoffers, bro.
Well, that's sad. You know, that's why Jibby doesn't want to be a Christian, because look at how many Christians are acting this way. And then sadly for them, Jibby acts more Christ-like when it comes to this subject than any of them. And that's the reality of it. We have a non-Bible believer, Christian in the sense, doesn't want to believe it at all. Jibby and I lock horns all the time on it, and he acts more Christ-like than these so-called Christians. I mean, that's, again, a handful of evidence. So you got non-believers that are acting more Christian than you.
Well, like Justin pointed out, hey Jibby, do you know how fast they say the Earth is rotating around the sun?
Oh, what?
And they say that the Earth is rotating around the sun at 666,000 miles per hour, right? They also say it's tilted at off of 90 degrees. If you reverse it, it's 66.6 degrees tilted on its axis.
23.4. Yeah, and the rest would be 66.6 to make 90 degrees. Charles, Flat Earth Math, will argue 23.5. I think he's just, I don't know. If both numbers exist out there, then he's just picking and choosing the number that will debunk the 666. So that's, of course, what he would do. He's very subjective in his cherry picking of facts.
But you're aware, but even so, you're aware of that it's even a controversial issue, and there's other things like that that's embedded into it. You're aware of it.
Yep, the Earth is spinning around the sun at like 66,000. The sun is traversing through the Milky Way at 666,000, and they're all going around the great tractor, the galactic center, and all this crap. And we look up in the sky, and it's just crickets. It's just
at 8 inches per mile
motion.
Over 100 miles is a curvature of 6,666 feet or something like that.
I've been saying this for a couple months now. I just thought every now and then I bring it up that there's a Canon camera, very expensive. I don't know, $50,000 or something. And it claims to be able to focus in on objects 18 to 32 miles away. It's in their description. You know, and then they say later on in the description, if it could go any further, it'd have to account for the curvature of the Earth. Like, these idiots don't even understand the curvature of the Earth. 32 miles away is way below the curvature. And it claims to just be able to focus it on up. So let's ask them then to prove it. You know?
Well, I'm just saying, like,
take it to the ocean.
For my
how far you can see.
For my brothers out there, it's hard for them. They can't even see that it's all satanic, bro. Like, you can point out to them, right, all these satanic connections and how it's all connected. Like, it's not by coincidence that it's all this 666 and Masonic numerology embedded into this heliocentric system and pretty much everything that they put out there in the mainstream. You can find the root to it. And it comes from this beast system. That's why they call it the beast system. You can point it out. Yeah, bro, you believe in this beast system. And they'll be like, yeah, but it's the science. Like, we know, right? They have this view that the ancients were dumb and didn't know. Or, you know what I'm saying? I take the view, and I think it's obviously a biblical view and a rational one if you believe in creation. The first two people that were created walked with God himself, lived for hundreds of years. These people were no dummies. So when they passed down that tradition, that oral truth, why do we today assume them to be our inferior in knowledge about astrology or about the earth or about spirituality, anything? Why? It's a prideful thing, because I think, like you said earlier, Jibby, they have put their self-worth completely into their knowledge of this world that they've got in academia and stuff. You know, when they get their degrees or their diplomas, they feel esteemed and they feel achieved and they feel prestigious, and that's how they value themselves. So to take that away from them and to say that that could all be fake, it's like the defense mechanisms of their brain just go up. They can't face the truth. They have to block it out.
I don't know what that's like, man, because when I was hit with it, I immediately just started going through the filing cabinet in my brain, going, where is this evidence? Why do I believe this? What is going on? Let me check this other file. Shit. Okay, let's go to the next floor. And I was like, it was like that movie, I swear, that movie, what was it called? Dreamcatcher, where the guy's in his brain going through all that information in the filing cabinets in the library. That's exactly what I was like doing in my mind for like 2 days. And I was like, huh. I knew right away, like, I didn't say it, but I knew that I wasn't going back. We were not on a ball. Before I looked at any other evidence, of course, I looked at my own pictures, and then it was it. It's over. It's done. But just me contemplating, thinking about it in my mind, I realized, wait a minute, it's not a ball. I knew just thinking about it.
Well, yeah, and once you dig deeper and to see who's giving you the information, they're liars. They're liars.
That's right. My brain kept stalling, like like I couldn't say it. Like my brain's like, here it is. Like, but like, no, here it is. It's right. No, it's right. It's right. Your government. No, your elite. Okay, your military. Everything was like crash, fail, blue screen. And I'm like, oh my God, wait a minute. I believe this, and I don't even know why I believe it. That's it. I was like, that's it. Something's wrong. And I knew it. I knew after that, I was almost like frightened, because I was like, oh my God, I don't even know what to talk about now. Like I was absolutely like in a trance for about a week with Rand and Rose, and they were doing the thing, and I'm on there and like, oh my God, don't bring up the topic. I'm not ready. Like I just knew we're not on the ball. I was like, don't bring it up. I wasn't ready. So a couple of weeks later though, I started to get my stuff together and started to figure out all the details. But I knew right away, just by thinking, just by using your God-given ability, all you have to do is think, and you will realize it's not a ball. It's that simple. Just think.
Yep, just think. Just do some research. And you could tell, man, like Rose was saying in the last hangout, when she wanted an answer to her question, she didn't go to the side chat of a freaking Flat Earth Hangout video and start asking questions. Like she went to her own computer, her own sources, and did some research. And she came to her conclusions. You're not going to see a true truth seeker asking for answers to questions and then saying it doesn't matter.
Yes, we'll give you your answers, G.I. Joe, but you still think the Earth is a globe, yes. Even though we have NASA. Yes.
No, you guys remember?
Well, even the ones that say, like the Joe Rogans who say, who flip flop.
He didn't flip flop. He money flopped.
I mean, whatever you want to call it.
There's a briefcase slammed on the table. Take it and shut up. He took it.
I mean, what kind of research do you think he did from the time that he was denying the moon landings to the time that he was affirming them? What the hell?
Still no. Did you hear the Eddie Bravo one? He's not. He pretty much just kind of went with Eddie. Eddie's like, the moon landings were fake. The moon landings were fake. And Joe.
But it didn't come out of his mouth.
Joe was like, look,
right.
That doesn't matter. It was different people back then running things. It was different humans back then. Like, he actually is justifying it. And I've heard this before, like, oh, the Tuskegee experiments. That was different people back then. No, it ain't. You got Henry Kissinger still running around. You got Zbigniew Brzezinski. These people are still running around. It's the same people back then. These people still got their hands in everything. You kidding me?
No, How about Eddie Bravo? The greatest thing Eddie Bravo ever said is like, yeah, you're probably right. They probably turned into a trustworthy government organization after that. That was the greatest thing he's ever said. Like Joe Rogan, they didn't say any. They were like, oh yeah, they probably turned into a trustworthy government organization. I can see that. That was the greatest comment ever. But did you notice when Eddie brought over the moon landing and then finally made Joe talk about it, Joe goes, they lost the telemetry data reels, and the press conference after so like Joe like went to shit, I have to admit this, like, and he's like he hated having to admit that. It was awesome.
Dude, if you watch Joe Rogan the entire time, he's looking so uncomfortable and so desperate. Like you can see it in his eyes, bro. Like he almost wants to cry.
You know what's funny? Just jump back. You'll see his face go from regular color to red. He always gets red in the face.
Yes, bro. Like a couple times he snapped on Eddie, and all Eddie was doing was like talk, like just. They were just having a back and forth, and he just blasted Eddie like a couple of times in a rage. And you could just tell, go back and watch it. Like his face, you could just see it. He's uncomfortable. You could tell he doesn't want to be there. He's trying to rush Eddie out of talking about anything specific.
Veins in his head. It's like his temples are pounding. Ba-boom, ba-boom. I don't know if I can do this with you anymore, Eddie.
That roid head was definitely popping some veins in that conversation, bro. For real. But Eddie, man, he's so cool. He's like, cause he knows what's up, man. He knows. Yep. He does. He's probably not as well in depth as some of us, but like Phil was saying, but
he gets the gist.
Eddie knows what's up, man. So he's kind of like, all right, man, whatever. You believe that? You believe that shit? He's like, man, that shit looks fake as hell. It's fake.
And it does. Shit, man.
It's fake.
There's a lot of people with no experience with computer graphics or advanced video games, or able to see how well, like, how many people have not played like Grand Theft Auto 3, Fallout 4, like the Xbox One games, where you're seeing fiery explosions and, especially water. My God, water is so beautiful. Like, I remember playing like the Fable games, and you're just walking around the water, and the physics of the water in the game was reacting to the character jumping in the water in the puddles and swimming. It was perfect. The rendering was beautiful, and that's just civilian product entertainment version of such a technology. That they're always going to have several steps ahead of us to keep their leverage. So I still can spot graphics, because there's a difference between reflected light, self-generated light, you know what I'm saying? Like, and their colors are off. They always do the colors off. Like the SpaceX rocket landing in the ocean. There's so much that don't look right there. And I recognize the CGI smoke and the CGI explosions. I recognize them from video games. They're the same things, the same rendering of the graphics. Go watch the rocket crash on a SpaceX bouncy raft in an ocean, and just watch the explosion, the fireball. You'll see like a flash, a bright flash. It's all graphics, and it's not like supernatural, impossible to create. I mean, there are video games that will look exactly like a SpaceX landing. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference. If they can easily make a graphics version of what you're seeing with a SpaceX. Easily, and you won't be like, is this the SpaceX video or is this a game? And I guarantee you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Has anybody been able to reproduce that on a smaller scale? Because that was some of the fakest footage I've ever seen, and not only that, the landing was so impossible. Like, physically, how is that possible?
No, and the physics of it just is it's so 9/11 physics.
Oh man, you're landing a pencil, something like a pencil.
A pencil drop, right? And that the exhaust is only going. I mean, I don't know rocket science, so they always get you on that. You're not an expert in this, so you have to be an expert on something to talk about it, I guess.
Yeah, really not to mention the aerodynamic principles of air flight. It's kind of hard to throw an arrow backwards. I don't know if most people understand that. So when you're trying to land a rocket backwards, everything changes. It's already hard enough to fly a rocket because it's so aerodynamically unstable. It's shaped, like Jimmy said, a pencil. or Arcane said that. But anyway,
exactly.
right. So when you go backwards, you just lost all your aerodynamic principles. So now you're out of control. But that's how you're going to land. You can. It's so pathetic.
It's not a double-ended type of thing where the front looks like the back looks like the front, like a cat dog or whatever. It's not made like that. It's got a flat bottom and it's got a pointy tip for the aerodynamics of it. Now you're going backwards. Now you have a flat. It's just totally different.
Oh, it's no. Let me give you a real example of an aerodynamic weapon system being turned around. The Russians have had the ability since the 70s, since their MiG-29s and their Sukhoi 27s. They've had the ability to do maneuvers that they're named the Herps or J maneuver or the Cobra maneuver, where they're able to go backwards for a second. The entire angle of attack goes 90 degrees in half a second, and they literally are going belly first through the air, then the ass end comes around, they're going ass first through the air for about 3 seconds, and that's it. And now he's going the other direction. It's an uncontrolled maneuver, but these vehicles, even the most advanced Russian systems that are specifically designed to be more unstable so that they can be more maneuverable, there's no such thing as controlling it going backwards. You have about 1 second of control, then it's over. Then you're going the other direction.
No, they just fire the retro from the top of the rocket, because once it gets to the top and then it starts to fall, actually, no, Charles will say it's bottom heavy. It's not top heavy. And he'll say, actually he did say, when these rockets land, they're mostly empty now, much lighter, and they're bottom heavy. And this is why the landing occurs the way it does.
Well, you notice they never put a camera facing up on the rocket. It's always facing down.
Yeah, it's looking at the landing pod. The lights go off, and then presto, it's landed.
Right.
I love when it lands sometimes, and it does a bounce and slide. Oh my god!
Oh, it's perfect, picture perfect. And the angle they give you from another camera is like 100 yards away, 200 yards away.
As far as models are concerned, these people who keep talking about models are the ones that need models because they can't see the Earth for what it is. I don't even know of any intelligent flat earthers that say, I have this model and this is what I believe. Like, I just don't know any. If there are out there, that might be true. I have never needed a model, ever, to understand the Earth is flat. It has nothing to do with the fact that the Earth is flat or the fact that I believe the truth. Models are absolutely irrelevant to me. If you only need a model when you don't understand the real thing. And that's the point. Right. Every map in history, by the way, I guarantee is probably flat, and it's probably not reminiscent of a ball if you're using it. It never has been in all of history. So it's just a psychosis of pseudoscience as usual. But I don't even need a model. I built a giant compass. You can call it a Stargate or a sundial, whatever you want. It's not a model. It just helps me understand the real world. My Stargate is designed on the flat Earth, not a model of the flat Earth. So, this is that's the difference between us who accept reality and people who don't, like Charles and like these DXP and I'm lost on an island with no news and I've seen it on TV, so I believe, and all these characters that are complete retards. They have to have a model. Island Online, lost on an island with no news comes in the Hangout saying, have you seen the latest Google Plus Earth? Right, that's what you need. As I'm looking at God's creation, you're looking at man's interpretation, and that's the sickness we're fighting.
True sickness, bro. True sickness. Yeah,
how about flight simulators? I mean, how come nobody talks about flight simulators? Right.
I've never personally, but I can imagine it's not curving around a ball as you're flying.
That's what's so crazy, bro. I mean, all those years I tried to study to be a pilot, and I didn't even realize it till later that all of the maps, because I would zoom out and sometimes I'd make maps and flight simulators. I mean, when I was 12 years old, around Ukraine and simulating like Russian engagements and Cold War things and things like that, I would back away from the map and it would be a giant square. And I never thought about it. I never just, like, you don't think about it. Like, well, you're on a ball, but you don't think, like, wait a minute, all the flight simulators show a flat plane of existence. There's not a single realistic flight simulator as you go up, the ground below you starts to curve. And that's a massive truth that a lot of people don't realize, that even the models that the military use to base off of reality, they're all flat Earth models. So if anybody needs a model of the flat Earth, go to the military and ask them how they train their pilots. Every single one of them is a flat Earth, flat plane, giant square.
Did you
It's
see
it's
the
phenomenal.
Mark Sargent a couple weeks ago? He took a flight tracking site, and they have a 3D type of a visual to show you basically, like they'll show you like a line for where it took off, and then they'll show you a line up until where it is, so you can see it kind of like in 3D. And I guess what he did was he played with it a little bit to get it to show the flight, and all of the flights according to the data, and you can see it in like a 3D rendering. You see like a 45-degree angle going up to the max cruising altitude, and then that's a flat level line, and you're seeing all the different planes do the exact same thing. And this is the tracking data coming from the plane tracker site, showing all the planes going in straight lines. They go up like a 45-degree angle, they get to cruising altitude, and they're all in straight lines, going here and there, wherever they're flying. And that's exactly how it is on flat Earth. They're showing you on this flight data tracking website. They're showing you what it looks like. They're not showing you these lines of planes wrapping around a ball, which they could easily render. No, they're showing it on a flat. And it makes perfect sense. It's exactly how it works on a flat dish. Plane goes up, goes straight, comes down. Exactly what he showed. It was awesome.
That's another loaded question that I'd love to ask any of these idiots, Jibby or Arcane. Like, you could say, hey, what if I showed you the government flight tracking system and it showed it going out 45-degree angle up in a straight line towards destination down to land? What if it and they won't be able to accept that. Even if you say, what if I can show, they'll say, no, that's not right. No.
Well,
no
explain the celestial, that's just, yeah, and they'll tell us not to deflect, but that's all they do is detour and deflect.
Right, because actually all of the flight paths do prove a flat Earth. None of the stars prove either way, but that's why they have to talk about everything that doesn't prove anything. If I just talk about something that proves nothing for 5 hours, after 5 hours, Jibby, you're going to be like, God, I don't know, maybe. That's all they've ever done. They just literally bullshit for 5-6 hours, however they can.
Nope.
Well, to me, it's sort of like these people that claim to found Noah's Ark, right? Like, let's say they find Noah's Ark. People will still rationalize it as something else because it leads directly to another set of conclusions. Like, if Noah's Ark is real, then so is God's judgment. So let's say, yeah, they found an ark, and yeah, it's impossible. It was made out of such and such wood, just as the Bible says. It's just the length of the Bible says. All the right artifacts are found around it. But, who knows? Maybe some fisherman got lost and wrecked it up a mountain.
Happens all the time.
They'll rationalize it. Yeah, it happens all the time.
It's possible. I mean, there's mountains, aren't there? Can you admit there's such thing as mountains, Arcane? See it, so.
Sea plankton on the ISS.
Yeah, it was a local flood. Local flood, just a drunk fisherman. Yeah.
Well, yeah, there was another special vacuum firmament that held all the water into that localized location, didn't let it go anywhere else. Yeah.